of the Penal Code Law of Katsina State 2021. This is after the Department of State Services, DSS, successfully prosecuted her for conspiracy to commit terrorism and aiding and abetting terrorism. Justice Abbas Bawali gave the order, having convicted Hawau Mukhtar, who was arrested by the DSS on September 16, 2023 at Jibia Motor Park, Katsina State, while attempting to transport 438 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition to one Ado, a notorious bandit kingpin operating within Borum Forest, Zamfara State. After evaluating the totality of evidence, witnessed testimonies, tendered exhibits, and final addresses of both prosecution and defense counsel, the court held that the prosecution had proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, finding Mukhtar guilty on the 2 counts. The court held that the successful prosecution is a significant milestone for the DSS, demonstrating its capacity to not only intercept criminal actors, but to follow through with decisive legal action that results in landmark convictions. Recall that about a month ago, a federal high court in Abuja had convicted and sentenced one Halima Haliru Umar to 20 years imprisonment for lawful possession of 302 rounds of AK-47 live ammunition and attempting to provide support for acts of terrorism, marking the second conviction of a female arms courier secured by the DSS this year. And now Katsina State Governor Diko Umaru Rada has paid a condolence and solidarity visit to the wife of the late Major General Rabi Abubakar, Hajia Amina Rabi, at the Federal Teaching Hospital, Katsina. The governor visited Hajia Amina following her rescue by troops of Operation Fasanyama. Governor Rada commended the officers and men of the Nigerian Army for their bravery, professionalism, and commitment to duty, describing their action as a demonstration of courage and dedication to the protection of lives and property. He noted that the achievements recorded by Operation Fasanyama have renewed public confidence and provided hope to communities affected by insecurity across the state. Governor Rada reaffirmed the commitment of the Katsina State government to supporting ongoing military operations and strengthening collaboration with security agencies to ensure lasting peace and security for all residents. And similarly, Katsina State Governor Diko Umar Rada has signed a new executive order aimed at strengthening security and safeguarding lives and property across the state. The governor stated this at an emergency security meeting with heads of security agencies, traditional rulers, and other key stakeholders. Under the new order, the sale, purchase, transportation and storage of petroleum products in jerry cans have been banned across Katsina State with immediate effect. The measure is aimed at preventing the diversion of fuel to criminal elements operating in remote areas. In addition, the use of motorcycles has been banned across Matazu and Musawa local government areas to restrict the movement of bandits and kidnappers who rely on them for their operations. Governor Rada also approved the immediate closure of all points of sale, that is POS, outlets and commercial phone charging centers in Matazu and Musawa local government areas. In a statement issued by spokesperson Ibrahim Kaula Mohammed, Governor Rada said the protection of lives and property remains the top priority of his administration and pledged continued collaboration with security agencies to restore peace and stability across the state. He urges residents to comply fully with the directives and provide timely information to security agencies. And the Plateau State Police Command says a security breach occurred in the early hours of Tuesday at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, near Jos. The State Police Public Relations Officer, Alfred Alabo, in a statement indicates that the area has been secured while patrols are ongoing with additional security reinforcements. Investigation has commenced and members of the public are encouraged to continue to conduct their normal business. Meanwhile, held Public Affairs of the National Institute, Osime Samuel, had earlier disclosed that there is no threat to the security of all residents of the institution, while urging members of the public to rely only on verified information from NIPS and relevant security agencies. And closely related, security remains a top priority for governments across the world. In the southeast Nigeria, state governors are intensifying efforts to combat crime and restore public confidence through technology-driven and community-based initiatives. In this report, Chika Okuri examines the measures being implemented across 5 states in the region.
No society is completely free from crime, but in recent years, particularly following the surge in separatist-related violence, the Southeast has experienced rising cases of kidnapping and other violent crimes. It is against this backdrop that across the region, governors, through joint security operations, community policing, and peace-building initiatives, strengthen the protection of lives and property.
You cannot commit crime in this state and get away with it, because we have a full line of sight of what is going on. Be assured that we would, no matter how long it takes, we would capture you and we would ensure you're brought to justice.
And I want to charge the security agencies on this note. Be more vigilant, don't relax, be more alert, more combating.
From Enugu to Ebonyi, Abia, Anambra, and Imo states, residents commended the multifaceted strategies deployed to improve public safety and strengthen security.
Look at how we handle intercommunal crisis, where some of this insecurity would have crippled in. But he's always proactive. When you make them actually to realize themselves and realize their destiny, nobody wants to be a criminal.
The consensus is that security is a shared responsibility, with governments leading and citizens lending the total support. In Enugu, Chika Okori, NTA News.
And still staying with Chika Okori, who is still in Enugu, to tell us more about measures being adopted to strengthen security in the southeast. So Chika, what are the chief executives doing differently this time? We know in some states, we just told you from those stories from Katsina State that some states are banning motorcycles as a fresh move. So tell us more on this.
All right, thank you, studio. And we are live in Enugu, the core city 0042. The whole of entire southeast, the state governors are doing a lot to ensure adequate security of lives and property. And from the background reports we just watched, it is evident that coordinated efforts and strategies are being deployed to ensure that this is done. And one thing is very, very common among the 5 southeastern states, that they are deploying technology-driven approaches, community policing, joint patrol, providing a lot of security gadgets, digital ones to security agencies, social interventions, just to help those rates of insecurity in the country. Young people are being given jobs. Let's comment from Enugu, where we are reporting live. The state governor is very smart technology in all the things he does. For instance, immediately he was actually, as he assumed office, he center where ICT.
You can hear a voice, but the visuals are soft. All right, Chika, I'm sorry, we just have to continue. If the producer directs or when the coast is clear, we may return to you. Thank you for the contribution you made so far. And from terrorism and the proliferation of small arms and light weapons to other trans-border crimes, Nigeria continues to face security challenges that undermine national stability and socio-economic development. Seeking lasting solutions, stakeholders are converging on the 15th National Security Seminar 2026 with a focus on strengthening Nigeria's border security architecture as a critical pillar for peace, stability, and national growth. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that the seminar is organized by the Alumni Association of the National Defense College in collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor.
Nigeria shares land borders with 4 countries spanning about 4.047 kilometers alongside 853-kilometer coastline along the Gulf of Guinea. These borders are strategic gateways for trade and investment, supporting economic activities. But their porous nature has also fueled security threats, including proliferation of arms and other transborder crimes.
National stability rests on how we are able to deal with our borders. Because often people say some of these bandits and insurgents come from outside the country.
A key strategy for Nigeria's border security architecture is the full implementation of an integrated border management system that enhances coordination among security and regulatory agencies.
Border security can also help deter transnational criminals and reduce crimes such as smuggling, human trafficking, and the proliferation of small arms and light weapons.
I sought to know what has been the impact of the last seminar on the nation's security.
Seminar for last year was not particularly on fiscal security. It was on human security. So for me, it's an ongoing process. The outcomes will become manifest as we move on.
Heads of security and intelligence agencies also stress the need to develop and man the nation's vast ungoverned space. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
All right, let's have more reports now from our Lagos Network Center. Adiola is there.
Ahead of Nigeria's upcoming election cycles, youths in the country have been urged to leverage their demographic advantage to achieve their desired inclusion in governance. Joa Kukwuola reports that various groups and political analysts are urging the youths to replicate the same passion on the social media space in promoting their interests.
With over 60% of the population under the age of 35, experts say youth have to evolve from mere political spectators into a formidable electoral powerhouse. According to data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, young people make up nearly 40% of the country's registered voters, cementing their position as the largest single voting bloc in the country.
You want to say you want to see the youth showing up. Don't just say it by mouth. Give them access, give them opportunities, mention them in rooms that matters. Give us access to rule, give us access to lead, give us access to be able to do amazing things, because that is the only way we can change the status quo.
But experts believe for the figure to translate to political leadership, there has to be a reawakening of the political consciousness of the youths.
If your voice is going to be heard, it means you are not a noise, you are a voice to be heard. And when you miss the time, you become a noise. To be a voice, you insist on what is right, and when you do what is right, who is wrong and what is wrong will leave you alone.
For us as leaders to do is to channel the youth to the right direction. If you push them in the right direction, they will be able to come out. If we encourage them to come out to get their voters card, come out and vote, that would be great.
While experts advocate need for political parties to institutionalize youth inclusion, they charge youth to be more involved in the political process. In Lagos, Joel Kukwuola, NTA News.
Now, 6 months after the inferno that engulfed the Great Nigerian Insurance House and several other buildings on Martin Street in Lagos Island, commercial activities are yet to return to full capacity due to blockade of some parts. Joa Kukwuola again reports that the situation has become a thorn in the flesh for many traders.
Some Lagosians might have forgotten the GNI fire, but for traders at Balogun markets, the impact of the incident is still taking its toll on their businesses. 6 months after the incident, the market is still in limbo, with many traders relying on online sales to make ends meet. Martin Street is still under blockade, with a small passage created for the traders and their customers.
There's no market. Customers are not entering. They just block everywhere. People cannot be able to sell. We cannot be able to make any payments. For 6 months now, government is supposed to open this road so it will pass through. People can be able to, business will continue to move.
Many of them are losing patronage, and this has brought their businesses to a halt.
Traders come to the market only to come and go. They don't sell anything. They don't see people to come and buy anything because of this. And when you come to this area where we got the bond since 24th of December, and all the closes, all the entrances that lead to the market are blocked. See how scanty the market is. Look around, you can see. It has been like this for the past 6 months.
Olakunle Oyewo, a tailor whose business is attached to the patronage from customers of shop owners around him, is facing similar ordeal. I usually help those who buy clothes to slim fit their clothes. Before the fire incident, my customers were many, but now I struggle to get customers. The situation is unbearable. As long as the GNI building is still standing, business activities will continue to be on low key. Traders are therefore appealing to government to expedite action on the deconstruction of the building. In Lagos, Joel Okuola, NT News.
And those are the reports from Lagos. Nationwide will continue with Ogochuka in Abuja after the break.
Part of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodinma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feel like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
History isn't just written in books. It's painted on the grass. Every generation brings its own stroke of genius. The legends paved the way, but a new class of icons have arrived. Ready to leave their mark. Ready to make a statement. Expect the unexpected. Breathtaking goals that defy gravity. Drama that stops time. This is where the world comes to play. 3 host nations, 48 countries, countless colors, but only one ultimate dream. The 2026 FIFA World Cup. Witness history unfold live right here on Sporty TV and NTA.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
With a splash of golden Terra oil, mums make every dinner a grand family celebration. Her care nourishes you from within. And motivates the mind.
Mums pour pure love to make tasty, healthy, nourishing family meals.
Golden Terra oil.
Pour pure love.
Innovation based on transformative shift to smart farming is a necessary recipe to consolidate food security in Nigeria. Expert will be on Conversation on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 16th of June 2026. NTA Tuesday Live comes up every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Incisive and educative. Don't miss it.
Thank you for staying tuned. The Obinagu Junction axis of the Enugu-Abakaliki Federal Highway was once a nightmare for travelers. Now it offers a seamless driving experience. Jonathan Omajali has more on the project that changed the story as the presidential media team and Renewed Hope ambassadors arrive in Enugu for inspection of key projects.
Driving on the 23-span mega twin flyover bridge at Eke Obinagu Junction along the Enugu-Abakaliki Expressway offers more than just comfort. It offers a beautiful view of modern infrastructure. Here, the team made a stop for a closer look at the project, constructed by an indigenous company to decongest traffic along the busy Emene axis, reduce accidents, and improve connectivity with neighboring states, including Cross River and Benue. The 350-meter twin bridge has been completed, with only the installation of expansion joints left before inauguration. The team also inspected the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, a 61-kilometer dual carriage project. While work has been completed on one carriageway, plans are underway to upgrade the remaining 53 kilometers of the other carriageway to reinforced concrete.
I lived in Port Harcourt for the greater part of my adult life. At some point, it takes 5 hours to 6 hours to go to Port Harcourt, and you don't even use the expressway. You have to go in through the villages to get to Port Harcourt. But you can know if you ask people, it takes you just a little above 2 hours to move from Enugu to Port Harcourt this time around. We from Enugu State, we can't complain because at this point we have about 6 projects going on at the same time.
At Abakpa Junction, the days of traffic gridlock may soon be over with the ongoing construction of an interchange featuring a 100-meter bridge and service roads. In Enugu, Jonathan Omajali, NTA News.
Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu advocates for all hands to be on deck to build child-friendly communities, strengthen public health systems, and create safe, healthy environments where every child can thrive and reach their full potential. In a message marking 2026 Day of the African Child with the theme, ensuring universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child in Africa, the First Lady joined Nigerians in advocating for children's rights, noting that access to clean water, proper sanitation, and good hygiene are essential for the well-being, health, dignity, education, and future of children, irrespective of their background. No matter how old we are deserved to be treated justly and as full members of our communities. This is a humane view that communities and individuals are being asked to adopt in the care of the elderly in their midst. Juliet Agbo from the National Senior Citizens Center believes that doing so is a legacy for the benefit of all.
An elderly is their right. It is right-based in the sense that whatever treatment you give to an older person is his or her right, and that right needs to be protected. So we don't look at older persons as just persons who have needs, but we must look at them with the lens of this is their right. They have rights to health care, they have rights to social protection, they have other rights. The same rights accorded to children is the same right that you accord to older persons. It then means just the same way as the abuse of a child is a crime, the same way the abuse of an older person is also a crime, and this is punishable. It's a crime that is punishable. It will interest you to know that as soon as the older person's right bill is passed, it has undergone the first reading already, the second reading. As soon as that bill is passed, perpetrators will be punished. For institutions who abuse older persons will pay as much as up to 2 million naira as fines. And then individuals who abuse older persons will also be imprisoned.
Juliet Agbo there from the National Senior Citizens Center talking on the rights of women and, of course, the needs to take care of the elderly. Now, as Nigeria's digital economy expands, the need for every home, business, and public facility to have a unique and verifiable address is becoming more critical. So, the Nigerian Postal Service, the National Population Commission, and other relevant agencies are intensifying efforts to complete the country's modern national addressing system. Chimdima Ndubisi reports on how far the initiative has gone.
For some people living in certain localities, giving direction to a dispatch rider or a visitor can be cumbersome sometimes. Take that first turn, enter that first street, and then go down. No, in short, stay right where you are so I can come pick you. This is the scenario sometimes, right? Well, the federal government is trying to fix this by developing the National Alphanumeric Postcode System. The model is being validated to ensure that the divergent geographic, demographic, and environment settlements in the country are well captured.
The nation has to make sure that our postcode does not pass administrative boundaries and geographic differences. What we're starting here is a train the trainer program for the people who go into the state, train them for the validation at state and local government level.
This is one of the soft data set that is going to enable the $1 trillion economy that Mr. President has set as target for us by year 2030.
It directly strengthens logistics, enhances security, optimizes public administration, and drastically improves the delivery.
We also open doors for innovation in commerce, logistics, emergency response, and digital services.
This field validation exercise will assess the accuracy and practical applicability of the model while generating the evidence required for full-scale national implementation. In Abuja, Chimdima Ndubisi, NTA News.
The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs will represent President Bola Tinubu at the 11th Ocean Conference, OOC 11, in Mombasa, Kenya, starting Tuesday. Nigeria will speak on blue economy, maritime security, and ocean health in the Gulf of Guinea, highlighting its activities as a major maritime nation. The three-day conference from June 16 to 18 brings together heads of states, ministers, the private sector, and civil society to push measurable action on ocean sustainability. OOC has tracked high implementation rates since 2014, unlike dialogue-only forums. With 38 African countries on the coast and over 50 million jobs tied to Africa's blue economy, OOC 11 focuses on threats like illegal fishing, plastic pollution, warming seas, and limited marine protection. Minister of Foreign Affairs Bianca Dumego Ojukwu has described Nigeria LNG Limited as a strategic national asset, saying its success aligns with government's goals on energy security, investment promotion, and industrial growth. This was when the Foreign Affairs Minister received NLNG Managing Director Adeleye Falade in Abuja. They agreed to strengthen collaboration to promote Nigeria's economic, diplomacy, and energy investments, reinforcing the country as a top investment destination in Africa. The LNG Managing Director talked about the ongoing Train 7 project, which will raise LNG output from 22 to 30 million tons per annum and create more jobs and revenue for the government. Currently, the LNG supports thousands of jobs and contributes through taxes, dividends, and local content development. And talking education now, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has released results of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME mop-up exercise conducted for candidates who were unable to sit for the main examination due to technical challenges and biometric verification issues. In a statement, JAMB's public Communication Advisor, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, urges candidates to check their results through the board's approved result check-in channels. He disclosed that with the release of the mop-up results, the board will immediately commence the ranking of candidates, a critical stage in the admission process. While commending candidates and other stakeholders for their patience and understanding, the statement adds that the printing of result slips for admission purposes is expected to begin before the weekend. And as the push for digital innovation in public service delivery gains momentum, efforts are underway to equip personnel with the skills needed to drive technology-based solutions in the education sector. In furtherance of this objective, the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, has inaugurated 100 digital champions drawn from states and zonal offices to spearhead digital transformation within the commission. Executive Secretary of UBEC, Aisha Garba, says the initiative aims to foster a culture of innovation and accelerate the adoption of digital technologies in the administration of basic education. She notes that the digital champions will serve as catalysts for change, helping to improve efficiency, transparency, and evidence-based decision-making across the sector.
Within the commission itself, we're actually changing. It's no longer business as usual. Instead of using the manual paper every day we use, as we know, we're now digitalizing all our departments, which means these digital champions that we have inaugurated today will help to support and lead that transformation journey.
It's a good opportunity for all of us. Why? Because we know whether we like it or not, the world is going digital, or maybe I would rather say the world has gone digital. Using digital tools will not make our life difficult, it will make our life easier.
The participants will undergo intensive training and will also be equipped with relevant digital skills and tools to support the Commission's efforts at enhancing service delivery and strengthening the management of basic education programs nationwide. All right, we'll be going over to our Enugu Network Center now for more reports. And Comfort is there. We are expecting a report on women's representation in politics. Is that right, Comfort?
Good afternoon and welcome to Enugu Network Center. The people and government of Enugu State have expressed gratitude to the federal government for the infrastructural development projects ongoing in the southeast. This came to the fore during an inspection of federal projects by the Renewed Hope ambassadors in collaboration with presidential media team in the zone. Blessing Anyang reports.
The Renewed Hope ambassadors, in collaboration with the presidential media team, took a tour of legacy projects undertaken by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Enugu State. The team, among other projects, inspected the Eke Obinagu Twin Flyover Bridge, Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway, Abakwa Interchange Bridge, and the Enugu Onitsha Concrete Dual Carriageway, which were at various stages of completion. The Federal Controller, Federal Ministry of Works, who conducted the media executives to project site, expressed satisfaction with the quality of work done.
The quality is good, totally in line with Federal Ministry of Works standards. Contractor, Federal Ministry of Works, and the Honorable Minister's Office, we worked as a team to see that this structure you are standing on has came to be.
Member representing Enugu West Senatorial Zone and other government representatives applauded the federal government for investing in the state.
So what you see here is major congestion of traffic coming from Ebonyi State going into Enugu State. And we are appreciative of the government of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu for constructing this bridge and the speed of which the bridge was done.
With this flyover here, we can say that the Enugu State's $30 billion economy is nigh, and also the Mr. President's $1 trillion GDP is also very close by.
The media team, who were appreciative of the quality of work, described them as life interventions.
The President of Nigeria has not ignored any section of Nigeria. People are going to feel the impact of the road work going on in many parts of the country.
The spread of projects that we've seen in just 4 days is amazing, just for the Southeast alone.
The 5-day media engagement to the Southeast brought journalists from across Nigeria to showcase the achievements and ongoing projects and the development of the administration of President Bola Tinubu. In Enugu, Blessing Anyang, NTA News.
And now to women in politics. Despite their numerical strength and contributions to national development, women continue to occupy only a fraction of elective and appointive positions across Nigeria. In Abia State, the situation appears more pronounced, with stakeholders noting that many women are still struggling to gain a foothold in the political space. Gabriela Amunike reports.
Women make up nearly half of Nigeria's population, yet their presence in elective and appointive offices remains low in Abia State. For these female politicians, the bane of women inclusion in politics include cultural barriers, limited funding, and political intimidation.
It is frightening because of the violence that are most times inherent in political activities. It's an expensive something for that if a woman goes into it, the process to get into the victory level is very expensive.
Gatekeepers almost work against the women. You don't have many women who are gatekeepers. Many of them are men, and it's not always very easy to, please the men and actually get your ticket.
Other respondents cited Professor Nena Oti's role during the 2023 Abia governorship election, which many say bolstered public confidence in the electoral process and defended the will of the people.
I think women should be given the opportunity to rule in the states. We women of today, most of us, 95% of women are breadwinners in the family.
When you train a woman, you train a nation. But these days, you see that because of men have found themselves at the top, echelon of the society, where they make more money. So by depriving female who have the capacity to lead better.
With preparations for the 2027 general elections now on the way, respondents say creating a level playing ground for women could tap into a vast pool of leadership potential and drive more inclusive governance in Nigeria. Gabriel Amunike, NTA News.
That's a package from Enugu Network Center. Taking a break now to rejoin Ogotukuka in Abuja in a bit. To stay with us.
Welcome to Skill Up Nigeria, Industrial Training Fund's television program celebrating innovation, craftsmanship, and the skilled hands shaping our nation's future. Join us and share in our over 50-year journey of empowering Nigeria's workforce and impacting the nation's human resources. Tune in and connect with experts and skilled workers sharing real stories that inspire. Every Saturday at 10 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Skill Up Nigeria, powered by ITF.
Vision College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAMB score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information,
visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
Are you ready? Join us on Reshaping Democracy, a groundbreaking program on the network service of the NTA, where citizens get the chance to ask ministers, heads of ministerial departments, agencies, and other top government officials questions on their performance and delivery of mandates. With no sector of limits, conversations build around bridging communication gaps for feedback and effect as our guests engage with the people they serve.
How does ND foster partnerships with organizations, government agencies, NGOs, among others?
As our leaders give account to citizens' inquiries on good governance, tune in to Reshaping Democracy, a creative concept coming up every Tuesday evening at 10:05 p.m.
This is Reshaping Democracy.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
featuring an interesting personality with vast experience in the digital ecosystem. Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju, Managing Director and Chief Executive, Galaxy Backbone Limited, takes us through the gamut of revolutionizing the workspace through digitalization.
Galaxy started in 2006. Started with pure research technology, software technology. We've been able to move from 2006 to providing fiber backbone, to having 2 data centers, to improving the bandwidth in terms of internet connectivity that we do to MDS. That is great progress.
Power, privilege and public trust with Comrade Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembos, Director General NTA. Welcome to a world of fun and excitement as we also present an assemblage of professionals in the media space. Some compelling NTA programs, current trends in the fashion world, ICT, sports, entertainment, and lots more. TV Guide, very incisive, very educative, and compelling. Get a copy at the vendor near you or NTA stations nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
All right, let's now go to Benue State, where bridging Nigeria's infrastructural developments, gaps, and connecting the electorates with people-oriented projects remain critical in the renewed hope initiative of the President and, of course, the present administration. First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, made the declaration in Makurdi during her one-day state visits and inauguration of key projects in that state. Moses Ajao Ode reports that the First Lady was received by the state governor and supporters across party lines. All right, we sincerely apologize for that mix-up. Moving on now, efforts to reduce child mortality in Bauchi State is receiving renewed attention as health experts, community leaders, and development partners intensify child mortality surveillance and prevention across the state. This is through the Child Health and Mortality Prevention Surveillance CHAMPS. Miriam Bala reports that the program is aimed at identifying the causes of under-5 deaths to promote evidence-based interventions for improved child survival.
Focusing on the importance of timely reporting of deaths within communities to enable proper data collection for health interventions, the aim is to guide government and development partners in planning effective healthcare responses. The gathering also seeks to address misconceptions surrounding mortality surveillance and noted that community leaders serve as trusted voices in mobilizing families and encouraging cooperation.
Our commitment, is to make people to accept the system and to adhere with it and to bear with it and to relate with the hospital.
Community leaders described CHAMPS project as crucial in tackling preventable deaths among children under 5 years old and improving healthcare delivery in rural communities. In Bauchi, Maria Mubala.
Maria Mubala, who will now tell us more on how the initiative will provide critical data for health planning.
The Child Health and Mortality Prevention Surveillance, which is domiciled in Bauchi, is to discuss or to talk about the issues of deaths affecting children under 5 years. With me to discuss the issue is the principal investigator of CHAMPS in Bauchi State, who will tell us about what is being done by the state governments, federal, and the global organization to see that child mortality is reduced, not only in Bauchi State, but Nigeria and the globe as a whole.
This project actually devised a novel way of getting some samples. So instead of whole body autopsy, which most of our people do not accept and agree to. We rely on what we call minimal invasive tissue sampling, where we use needles to get samples from various organs of the deceased body. So after getting consent from the families of the deceased, we go on to do just that. Now, that samples that we got are subjected to very detailed, robust investigations.
With the presence of CHAMS projects in Bauchi State and the involvement of traditional and religious leaders in the struggle and fight to see that mortalities are being reduced, it is hoped that deaths in Bauchi State will be reduced. It's back to...
Thank you so much. Now, the Senate Committee on Drugs and Narcotics has assured the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, of its full support in its ongoing offensive against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. The assurance was given when the newly appointed chairman of the Senate Committee, Senator Joseph Ikbia, paid a courtesy visit to the chairman of the agency, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, at the NDLEA National Headquarters in Abuja. To familiarize and establish a new partnership, both agreed to sustain the drug supply reduction and drug demand reduction efforts across the country. And talking religion now, as Muslims across Nigeria and other parts of the world mark the commencement of the Islamic New Year, 1448 after Hijrah, Islamic scholars have called on citizens to embrace peaceful coexistence, remain security conscious, and support government programs aimed at promoting development and social harmony. Correspondent Abdul Jalil Mohammed reports.
The Islamic New Year, also known as Hijrah, marks the migration of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his followers from Mecca to Medina, an event that laid the foundation for the growth and spread of Islam. Beyond its historical significance, the occasion provides an opportunity for Muslims to reflect on their relationship with Allah. Islamic clerics in Kebbi State say the beginning of the year 1448 after Hijrah comes at a time when collective efforts are needed to address security challenges and strengthen national cohesion.
We know government cannot do it alone. We the masses cannot do it alone. But with the help of God, inshallah, all things will be possible and the situation will be calm.
As the Islamic calendar begins another chapter, the message from religious leaders remains clear: promote peace, uphold moral values, support lawful authorities, and work collectively towards a secure and prosperous society. In Birnin Kebbi, Abdul Jalil Mohammed Bawa, NTA News.
The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has convened a 5-day strategic engagement for key stakeholders to discuss the protection of Nigerian children, women, families, and vulnerable groups. Ngozi Technical reports that the engagement is reviewing and validating Nigeria's 5th to 8th combined periodic report to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, alongside other policies affecting vulnerable groups.
Children, women, and vulnerable persons who experience any form of abuse have the fundamental right to access services that promote healing, justice, and protection. Assessing Nigeria's performance in this regard has brought together these stakeholders to review and evaluate reports covering the 5th to 8th reporting cycles.
So this meeting will now cascade to the states, which will now go to the local government, where this is where we have huge problems concerning no voice to speak for the child, no voice to speak for the vulnerable.
The time has come for us to look at our systems of child protection, look at the networks. Society is dynamic. A lot of changes had happened.
Among the key policy frameworks under review are the Child Rights Act and measures aimed at improving and expanding sexual assault referral centers across the country.
When these policies are put together, they will be secured and safe in their various states and homes. The conference is going to help us to see how we're going to take care of children in orphanage homes and how children are going to transit from orphanage homes into the society.
At the end of the 5-day strategic engagement, stakeholders are expected to make recommendations that will strengthen interagency coordination and enhance response mechanism for the care, protection, and rehabilitation of survivors of abuse and other forms of gender-based violence in Nigeria. Ngozi Technico, NTA News.
From age-old slaughter practices to a modern livestock value chain, the Plateau State government has broken ground on a 1,000 capacity abattoir for cattle and small ruminants daily. Backed by the Plateau State Livestock Productivity and Resilience Project, the Haipang facility signals a shift towards a modern agro-processing hub. Yusuf Jika reports.
Nigeria loses billions annually to poor meat handling and wastage. This groundbreaking modern abattoir is said to rewrite the story, becoming a catalyst for wealth creation and shared prosperity. The facility will feature automated slaughter lines, cold storage, a rendering plant, veterinary inspection units, and effluent treatment systems, while generating 7,000 to 10,000 direct and indirect jobs.
The model we break ground for today is therefore a national development instrument. It will support local meat supply to Plateau State and Nairobi market.
We are building a plateau where agriculture is not merely a way of life, but a pathway to prosperity. A plateau where young people see opportunity instead of limitation.
We are also laying the foundation for economic growth, job creation, food security, social stability, and shared prosperity.
The gigantic project, when completed, will end urban slaughtering, improve meat safety, and position Plateau as a hub for processed beef and leather exports. Meanwhile, another groundbreaking follows for a model veterinary hospital by the National Coordinating Office of the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project in Bariki-Ladi, Plateau State. In Jos, Yusuf Jika, NTA News.
First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has extended her heartfelt condolences to the Minister of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musa Musawa, following the passing of her beloved mother, Hajia Fatima Musa Musawa. A statement by the Special Assistant to the President on Media and ICT, Office of the Vice President, Kwapo Bata Haman, says the First Lady, represented by the wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima, acknowledged the pain of their loss and encouraged the family to have hope in God while in their grief moments, as death is an inevitable part of life. The First Lady prayed for God's comfort, strength, and grace upon the family during the difficult period and asked that the departed soul rest in peace. And now sports. About 500 athletes, including those from Commonwealth nations, respected in Lagos for fencing championship. Olumide Eguntola has more on this and other stories on Sports Update.
We begin with the ongoing 2026 World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and United States of America, USA. Africa's representatives at the world's most glamorous football fiesta are still searching for their second victory after Côte d'Ivoire pipped Ecuador via a long goal. All other matches involving African countries ended in defeat and draws, with a famous barren draw between Cape Verde and world football powerhouse Spain. Earlier, Iran played a 2-2 draw with New Zealand. Football fireworks are expected in Group I as France takes on Senegal while Iraq confronts Norway Tuesday. On Wednesday, another cracker pitched Portugal against Democratic Republic of Congo. Back home in Nigeria, all is now set for the semi-finals of the President Federations Cup semi-final in the male category scheduled for Wednesday. In Katsina, it will be El Kanemi Warriors of Maiduguri against Wiki Tourists of Bauchi, and the Benin Center, Nasarawa United, will lock arms with Ikorodu City. And in fencing, the Nigerian Fencing Federation, in collaboration with other partners, have launched the 2026 Commonwealth Fencing Championship, slated for the 9th of August 2026 at the Rugby School Lagos. Team Nigeria alongside stakeholders are optimistic of good outing at the event.
This is a first for Nigeria and also a first for Africa, the first senior fencing Commonwealth to be hosted on African soil, and we're very proud of that achievement. They get their points and they're prepared to be defeated by Nigeria as well.
Top athletes from the 56 Commonwealth nations are expected to vie for honors at the championship. With sports updates, Olumide Eguntola, NTA News.
Thank you, Olumide. And that's Nationwide today. We thank you so much for watching. And do remember, our next news broadcast is coming up at 6 on NTA News 24. Thank you for always being there.
So piece together your time wisely.
To execute it. And trying to get it under his control.
Yusuf Muhammad Raba. Raba na akwai H. Akwai H. Raba B-A-H. Hello? It's pretty. Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Allah ka tsare su ka tsare mu daga rashin nasara cikin ayyukanmu. Muna roƙon Allah ka hada da sauran musulmi baki ɗaya a cikin wannan addu'a ta alkhairi. Allah ka mana ƙarshe mai kyau. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
That was an opening prayer by the representative of the Sokoto State Grand Kadi.
That was the opening prayer by the Deputy Grand Kadi of Sokoto State, Kadi Dahiru Danjega Tambol. Good afternoon, you are welcome to Raba, headquarters of Raba local government. And the event is in continuation of the live telecast, which we started early in the morning from Durbawa at the flag off of the 24-kilometer Durbawa-Mekudera Road. Now, the foundation laying ceremony of the 100 housing units for internally displaced persons in Raba town, headquarters of Raba local government. The initiation of providing befitting shelter to the vulnerable groups was started by Aliu Magat Kerdoamako when he was the governor of Sokoto State during his first tenure from 2010, after the historic devastating flood that destroyed many communities' residences along the Gorenyo Dam downstream, covering about 500 kilometers.
This town where we are today,
the initiation then was to provide befitting shelter for flood victims at Silame town in Silame local government and Gorenyo in Gorenyo local government, as well as Tsaro in Gada local government area. And later on, Qatar Foundation has provided 100 houses to the internally displaced persons of banditry activities at Gandhi Town in Rabah local government area. And now again we are back in Rabah local government for the foundation laying ceremony of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons of banditry activities in Rabah local government. Rabah local government is among the worst hit by the banditry activities in the history of Sokoto state. The shelter is going to be provided 100 houses units for the internally displaced persons in Rabah local government area at Rabah headquarters of Rabah local government council.
faru da mu gaskiya ban samu zuwa ba. Mai girma gwamna muna godiya gare ka dangane da ɗimbin ayyukan da ka yi mana na yanzu da kuma na baya. Mu mutanen Raba mun tabbatar da cewa kana da bukatar mu. Mun san ka ba mu taki kyauta kuma bana ka sai mun don muna taki da rahusa kashi 50 sannan yan uwanmu da sun ka samu ibtila'i na wanda barayi suka kashe an ba mutum 30 miliyan biyu wanda yake muna godiya gare ka. Wannan titin ranka da yau da ka kaddamar yau titi ne mai muhimmanci ba ga local government ɗinmu ba ɗai, ya da muhimmanci ga local government Kware da Taraba. Saboda haka mai gina gwamna muna godiya, Allah saka maka da alheri. Na biyu kuma mai girma gwamna muna godiya gare ka dangane da ainihin wannan gidajen da ka kawo mana. Muna da masaniya ba mu ɗaya mun ka nemi wannan abin ba, an ce wajen local government guda 3 amma kai tsaye cewa sai an kawo shi Raba. Mai girma gwamna muna godiya, Allah saka maka da alheri. Mai girma gwamna muna baka tabbacin wannan Raba local government local government ce ta APC kuma ta APC alu da yadda Allah, kuma muna tabbatar maku da yadda Allah Raba local government ba mu taba faduwa ba, kuma insha Allahu ko yanzu za mu kawo local government ɗinmu yadda abin da muka ba su a wancan karo. Muna roƙon Allah mai girma mai iko babanmu Alu, Allah ya ƙara maka yawancin rai ya baka lafiya ingantatta, kuma muna fatan yadda kun ka zo nan lafiya Allah ubangiji ya maishe ku gidajen ku lafiya. Muna godiya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
That was welcome address by the Rabah Local Government Council Chairman Yusuf Muhammad Rabah, who welcomed the governor and his father, the APC leader in Sokoto State, and other guests, particularly the special guest who will lay the foundation ceremony of the construction of 100 houses to internally displaced persons in Rabah local government area of Sokoto State. These houses are badly needed by victims of flooding and victims of banditry in this part of the country. Now the Honorable Commissioner for Humanitarian Services, Haja Asabi Larabe, will be invited for her remarks for continuation of this program coming to life on NTA network. It's in continuation of the flag of 24-kilometer road from Durbawa to Mekujera. Durbawa is in Kware local government and to Mekujera in Rabah local government area council.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto, mai girma babanmu jagoran wannan tahiya, shugaban ayyuka alhairi wanda ke ba da shawarwarin su bisa gare su ake kuma ba a taba samun kuskure ba. Masu girma mataimakan gwamna da annan masu mai girma speaker da 'yan majalisu waɗanda annan na tarayya da na jiha, manya-manyan baki minista na ayyuka, manya-manyan baki waɗanda annan jama'a assalamu alaikum ne muku sannu da zuwa. Lokaci ba zai bani in kira sunan kowa da kowa ba, amma dai na san duk wanda annan yana da muhimmanci shi yasa ya iso nan. Zan fara da godiya ga Allah mai kowa mai komi wanda ya kawo mu wannan rana tun ana magana kamar ana wake wa Allah ya tabbatar da wannan al'amarin. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto zan yi maka godiya ga irin ayyukan alhairi da kake gabatarwa a cikin garin Sokoto da kewaye. Ina maka godiya kuma dukkan jama'a Sokoto suna alfahari da kai kuma mun gode da ka ba mu kunya ba. Allah shi ƙara yi ma jagora ya shige ma gaba ga waɗanga al'amura da ka ɗauko. Ayyukan da kake yi ba za su magantu ba ko ga takarda ko ga misali, saboda Allah ɗaya ka iya kwatanta irin ayyukan alheri da ƙuduri wanda a gare ka ga jihar Sokoto. Roƙona nan ga mutanen Raba da duk wanda a wurin ga ya taya ka da addu'a. Allah shi ƙara yi ma kariya yi ma gimshiki, ya kare ka daga sherin makiya na bayyane da na boye, kuma kada Allah shi kawo maka wata matsala, mu kuma Allah ka sa duk abin da ka samu bisa gare shi na alheri mu yi kokari mu gabatar shi saboda ci gaban Sokoto. Allah ya saka ma duk wanda ya zo nan da alheri, kuma Allah ya mai da kowa gida ne lahiya. Wassalam.
That was an address by the Honorable Commissioner for Humanitarian Services, Sokoto State, Hajiya Asabe Balarabe, who highlighted the gigantic effort of His Excellency, the Governor of Sokoto State, in the area of activities being fielded under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs in Sokoto State. She asked the people of Rabat to continue to pray for the success and the sustenance of the progress initiated by the Governor of Sokoto State.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ.
That was Dan Anache, who now plays his song. This song is as old as a century, while he was doing his song for Rostellers, local Hausa Rostellers. This is the headquarters of Rabba local government, and the singer equally is from Rabba local government.
The representative of the UNDP, Mr. Ashraf Usman, head of office Northwest, for his goodwill message. The head of office Northwest.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, the former Governor of Sokoto State, distinguished Senator Aliyu Wamoko, Honorable Minister of State, distinguished members of the State Executive Council, our traditional fathers and community elders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is an honor, Your Excellency, to join you today in Rabah local government as we mark the groundbreaking of phase 2 of the Northwest Prevention Facility. Your Excellency, please allow me to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation for your leadership and your strong partnership with UNDP. Yesterday in Ilela, we witnessed your unwavering commitment to the people of Sokoto State, not only through your presence, but through the strong partnership your government continues to provide to the Northwest Facility. We are especially grateful for the counterpart funding you announced yesterday from Sokoto State, which sends a powerful signal that prevention, resilience, and development are your priority areas. We also extend our deep gratitude to the government of Germany for its continued partnership, for the additional contribution of 3 million euros signed yesterday, which is what enables us to scale up our work to Rabah local government. Yesterday's commissioning in Ilela was not just about infrastructure. It was about impact. We now see families accessing safe and dignified housing. We now see communities gaining the tools to resolve conflicts peacefully through the Climate Peace Hub. And we now see livelihoods being restored through markets, energy, and economic opportunities. Across Sokoto and the wider Northwest, this program has already reached over 5,600 people, supporting livelihoods, strengthening resilience, and rebuilding trust within communities. These are not just numbers, they represent real change in people's lives, reducing vulnerability, improving incomes, and stronger social cohesion. And it is precisely because we see this impact that we are here today to expand this successful model to Rabah. Rabah is a priority to UNDP, and it is a priority to Sokoto, because the need is urgent yet complex. Rabah local government sits along an important corridor in Sokoto, where insecurity does not respect administrative borders. Communities here have experienced sustained bandit attacks, displacement of households, and disruptions to farming and trade. Yet at the same time, there remains a need to further strengthen early warning systems, reinforce community security mechanisms, and respond to the broader nature of these challenges through coordinated and forward-looking approaches. This is exactly why we are here today. What we are here to launch is to design and deliver an integrated response that addresses the root causes of instability, linking peace building, livelihoods, resilience, and governance. Today's groundbreaking marks not the beginning, but the continuation of progress. You are already on the ground and have started work. The Northwest facility is built on a clear principle. Peace is not sustained by security measures alone. Peace is sustained when people have opportunities, services, and hope. And by investing in people, it means investing in livelihoods, infrastructure, and community-based peace building. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, what begins here today is more than construction. It is the laying of a foundation for stability, resilience, and recovery. The true success of this initiative will not be measured only in the structures we build, but in the families who regain stability, the youth who find opportunities, and the communities who choose cooperation over conflict. UNDP remains fully committed and steadfast to walking this journey with the government and people of Sokoto State. Together, we are not only responding to today's challenges, we're shaping a more stable and prosperous future for the Northwest. Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum.
That was a remark by the Northwest UNDP representative, Mr. Ashraf Usman.
We are now moving to invite the representatives of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar, the third CFR MNI, who is being represented here by the District of Benji, Alhaji Usman and Sarki. Zamu gayyato wakilin mai alfarma Sarki Musulmi Muhammad Saad Abubakar, CFR MNI wanda ke samun wakilci daga uban kasar Benji, Sarki Hakim Benji, Alhaji Usman and Sarki.
The representative of His Eminence, President General Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, the district head of Benji, Alhaji Usman and Sarki, is on stage on behalf of the Sultan to present goodwill message.
Aliyu, mai girma Aliyu magatakar da Wamako shugaban tafiyan mu gaba daya. Mai girma Senator Bello Gwaranyo, Minister Bello Gwaranyo, da sauran ilahirin jama'a da ke wannan wuri, bayan godiya ga Allah madaukakin sarki, ina miƙa gaisuwa irin ta addinin musulunci, ita ce assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Na miƙe ne a matsayin Sultan of Sokoto Alhaji Sa'adu Abubakar na uku. A matsayin masarautar sarkin musulmi, mun zo garin Raba domin tabbatar da wa'aza asasiya waɗannan gidaje na mai girma gwamna. Bisa ga haka mai alfarma sarkin musulmi ya turo ni na cewa in wakilce shi da sanya albarka ga wannan aiki. Muna roƙon Allah ya sanya albarka ga wannan aiki. Allah ya kiyaye, Allah ya sa a yi lafiya a ƙare lafiya. Uban mu kuma Aliyu magatakar da Wamako, Allah ya sa ya gama lafiya. Allah shi kawo mai gamawa lafiya. Mai girma gwamna, Allah ya sanya wannan tafiya ta tafi kamar ka ɗauka kasa aljihu ne. Allah ya tsare, Allah ya kama. Mai girma sarkin musulmi na godiya kuma yana mika jinjinawa zuwa ga mai girma gwamna da mai girma sanata da ilahirin jama'ar da ke wannan wuri. Da haka nake cewa wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
That was goodwill message delivered by the district head of Benji, Alhaji Usman Dan Sarki, on behalf of the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Saad Abubakar, the President General Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs in Nigeria. He appreciated the performances of the current administration in Sokoto State. This event is coming to an NTA network and is in continuation of the celebration of 3 years anniversary in office of the APC-led administration in Nigeria and in Sokoto State. And now it's time for entertainment to add color to the event and to entertain the special guests at this important occasion, coming to live on NTA Network from Raba, headquarters of Raba local government area in Sokoto State.
Waɗansu suna ta waɗi sai malam, waɗansu suna ta faɗi malam dai, kai malami in dai na kwarai ne, wallahi bai riƙa gugun mata. Na gode. Mali ga wani ya riƙa gugun rabi, sai ya riƙe ta ya shasha ta. Yara ina jiya sabon sanatamu, don bada da ina roƙonka, Umar ka sai mini mota, Alhaji Umar ka sai mini mota yayi. gaishe ku. Listen to me, my only people. Some people they know me. I am Lawal Maiwaka, Makede Watana, ABC, Akego Berni. Hey! ABC, Akego Berni. Wai jama'a ɗan cada na nan ko a yana nan.
To yayi muna godiya Lawali Mali Wadodi yayi haka nan shikenan Lawali ya isa haka nan. Ai ka amsa. Sai kuma makadan mai martaba sarkin musulmi.
Entertainment continues to add color to the event and entertain the guests. These are singers, traditional singers of the Sultanate Council of the Sultan of Sokoto. That was the traditional musician and the singer of the Sultanate Council, Sokoto. Entertainment continues at this stage to add color to the event and to entertain the special guests. Zamani cultural troupe, traditional dancers, are invited to entertain the guests. They are traditionally demonstrating that they are farmers, and they have done with the farming, and they are tired and hungry. Now the wives or the females have brought forage for them to get themselves feed well and continue with the farming activity.
To zamani zumunci muna godiya kwarai. Yanzu mawaƙin mu na gaba shine dan baiwa. Dan baiwa yana kusa.
Another traditional musician has been invited. His name is Dambaiwa to entertain the guest.
Farin ciki shi ne ya sa ɗan baiwa na zo na ambato kai ayyuka Amadu kai ayyuka a Sokoto Aminu Deko ne ya ce in yi shi na doka Sokoto babban masoyin gwamna na farko baban masan da kokari a ɓangaren hanyoyi ya yi ayyuka mun tabbatar cikin birane da ƙauyuka Amadu Ado sai godiya titin abar shi ya yi kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya zaga da isa sun yi kyawu ceto tayis ubangida titin kwari da bodin ka sun yi kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya titin masu shiwa yana da kyawu ceto tayis ubangida titin waziri junaidu ya yi kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya sarkin zamfara yana da kyawu ceto tayis ubangida titin shinkafi da zangero sun yi kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya ladan tsamiya yana da kyawu ceto tayis ubangida titin kamba da bungudu suna da kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya kuma na madina ya yi kyawu ceto tayis ubangida titin hop uzodun ma ya yi kyawu Amadu bai yi godiya kuma da kurana yana da kyawu ceto tayis ubangida ya waɗanta da dukkan su sun yi jara gama Amadan Alo a ceto tayis mun gamsu mu a birnin shehu
Madalla. Yanzu kuma sai ba mu na gaba Alhaji Abdustin.
The popular traditional musician in Sokoto State, Alhaji Abdul Sitim, has been invited to entertain the guest. And he is a popular singer for this administration, a popular singer for Senator Wamako, APC leader, and a popular singer of Governor Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto.
gidanmu. Aminu Dinku ya ce su ci mu ta shiga aiki nan zani baka. Cibo su tafkan mana haus ne za ku duci ya ce mu yaɗa. Ka san ko tilas na yaɗa ta. Waƙar shekara uku gwamna Amurka ayyuka nai. Wasu sun ce bai yi aiki ba. Amara alko da hazada ba mai cewa bai yi aiki ba. Suna ta dumomuwa gidaje rediyo wai don su soke ka. To sukar ta zamo kamar taki don ba su samu sa'a ba. Kara ya jaha da karakara duk da makaho ba ya kushe ka. Aiki kaddawa gwamna kuma aikin shi kai mun gamsu. Ba wani da adawa da zai cewa baka kawo canji ba. Yan celan uwa masu bakin sarki yamma tuntun. Wai aiki ta su gwamnatin ta yi sa'ad da suna wakilcin mu. Bai aiki ba ko guda in dai ba tun biya ayyuka ba. Har yi shekara takwas ba mu san inda ya kara aiki ba.
To madalla Alhaji Audu's team da wannan shakatawa. That is the much we can take for the entertainment aspect. We are now moving on to our agenda program. Your Excellencies, other distinguished invited guests, we are now moving on to next agenda, which is the speech by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Ahmed Ali Sokoto, PhD, MCIT, FCNA, after which he will invite his August visitor, the Honorable Minister, State for Works, Barrister Bello Muhammad Goranyo, to make his own speech and make the foundation laying of this housing unit in Raba. Yanzu lokaci ne da mai girma gwamnan jihar Sokoto, Ahmed Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, FCIT zai gabatar da jawabinsa, bayan nan kuma zai amfani da matsayin shi domin gayyato babban bakonsa ministan ƙasa a ma'aikatar ayyuka ta tarayyar Najeriya, Bello Muhammad Goranyo Esquire, domin gabatar da nashi jawabi kuma ada harsashin tubalin wannan gidajen da za a yi. Mai girma gwamnan sa.
Gwamnan jihar Sokoto, Ahmadu mai tokari ga rabbul izzati. Hankulinka ya kai ka gaba biyayyar da ka kawo alu dan birane. Allah ya yarda, gaskiya ta yarda masu wargi su bari. Allah ya yarda gaskiya ta yarda masu wargi su bari. Wanda bai biyayya gashi nan ya tabi. Ko na ce ne sun boye shi yanzu. Riga ta fara bacewa cikin hukuncin Allah. Ka ƙara hankuri na Fatima, ka ƙara biyayya. Allah ɗaya sun abin da za ka zama. Ga babanka da rai ne shi na ta addu'a koyo shi. Allah shi ƙara hankuri da wadata.
Wala haula. Amin. Wala quwwata. Amin. Illa billahi gwamna sai Ahmad. Sabbatuwa. Dan aliri.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Our leader, the former governor of Sokoto State and distinguished senator, our special guest of honor of today's occasion, my brother and the friend, Honorable Minister, State Minister of Works, Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the already protocol established at Durbawa Mekujera occasion this afternoon. Except I want to recognize the head of the UNDP Northwest Office, Mr. Ashraf Usman. You are welcome. All praise is due to Almighty Allah for sparing our lives to witness yet another milestone in the history of this administration commitment to improving the living conditions of vulnerable groups in our dear state. Let me begin by expressing our profound gratitude
and aspiration to my brother and friend, a legal luminary, the Honorable Minister for State Works, Barrister Bello Muhammad Goranyo, for accepting our invitation to lay the foundation stone for the construction of 100 housing units for internally displaced persons in this local government area. Ladies and gentlemen, Raba local government area, which share a border with Zamfara State, has it is fair share of insecurity arising from the activities of bandits. As a result, many villagers were forced to abandon their ancestral homes for fear of attacks and kidnappings. This unfortunate situation led to the displacement of many communities who subsequently sought refuge in public facilities within Raba town, the headquarters of Raba local government. As a responsible civil government, we have over the past 2 years visited these communities on several occasions, sympathized with them, particularly the vulnerable members of society. At this juncture, I call on corporate organizations operating in the state to complement government efforts by supporting similar interventions aimed at providing decent accommodation for internally displaced persons. Finally, I wish to assure the people of Raba local government area and all other communities affected by banditry that both the federal and the state government are doing everything possible to bring an end to insecurity to our state and across the country by the special grace of Almighty Allah. I therefore urge the good people of Sokoto State to continue praying for our security personnel to succeed in their plight against banditry and other forms of criminality. Before I conclude, let me commend our dear President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his unwavering efforts in tackling the security challenges facing part of our country. Mr. President, we are with you, and we assure you of our total support for your renewed agenda, aim of enhancing growth and development of our dear nation. It is now my singular honor and privilege to respectfully invite my brother, the Honorable Minister of Work State, Honorable Barrister Bello Muhammad Goranyo, to deliver his remarks and perform the groundbreaking ceremony of this housing unit. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
Ta
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. mai girma jagora wannan tafiya mai albarka, gwamnan da ya gabata kuma sanata a yanzu, distinguished senator Aliyu Magatakardawa muku sarkin yamman Sokoto, sarkin yakin Sokoto, mai girma minista na ƙasa kuma babban bako na yau, kakakin majalisar dokoki, sauran jama'a baki daya, ina son in tsaya bisa ga shimfiɗar da ni ta farko a taron da muka yi a garin Durbawa inda muka aza tubalin hanyar Durba mai kujera. Sai dai ina son in yi gaisuwa ta musamman ga wakilin UNDP na arewa maso yamma, wato Mr. Ashraf Usman, sauran jama'a baki daya, amincin Allah ya tabbata a gare mu. Yau ma cikin ikon Allah ga mu a garin Illela, mun zo domin mu sake aza tubali da wani aikin alheri, wato tubalin aza gidaje 100 waɗanda za mu yi domin 'yan uwanmu waɗanda suka samu ambaruwa ta ruwa da kuma ibtila'i na 'yan ta'adda. Haka kuma ina matuƙar godiya ƙwarai da gaske ga baƙonmu na yau wanda muka gayyata a matsayin shi ɗan gida ya zo domin ya ƙaddamar da wannan aiki na alheri. Muna godiya da ansa gora wannan gayyata, muna roƙon Allah ya ƙara tsaya ma ya kiyaye ka, ya ƙara taimaka maka ga ayyukan da kake na wakilcinmu a birnin tarayya.
Ka gama lahiya, dan bara da kar ka ji tsoro, bida arna sanata Aliyu sarki yamma.
A matsayinmu na gwamnati, kuma gwamnatin da ke sauran jama'a kamar yadda kuka sani, an samu ire-iren waɗannan abubuwa da dama. Mu cikin ikon Allah a cikin shekaru da suka wuce mukan zo mu ziyarce ku, mu raba kayan abinci, sannan kuma mu ba da taimako na kuɗi, ba a matsayin diya ba, amma a matsayin waɗannan taimako wanda zai rage muku irin ibtila'in da kuka samu da kuma yanayin da kuke ciki. A lokacin da waɗannan abubuwan ibtila'i suka faru, mafi yawan ku an samu su wurin fakewa a cikin makarantai da wasu wurare na daban. Haka muka ga ya dace mu zo mu gina gidaje 100 domin kuma mu samu wuri na kwarai inda za ku rayu, ku zauna kamar yadda kowa zai rayu, kafin da yadda Allah ku sake komawa gunninku na ainihi. Ina son in yi amfani da wannan dama in yi kira ga ɗan kwangilar da aka ba wannan aiki da dukkanin waɗanda adda hannu da ruwa da tsaki ga wannan aiki, su tabbatar da cewa sun yi aiki cikin lokaci kuma sun fi dukkanin ƙa'idodin da an ka zana a cikin wannan aiki, domin gwamnatin jihar Sokoto ba za ta da kowane irin aiki wanda bai da inganci ba. 'Yan uwana al'ummar jihar Sokoto baki daya, ina son a wannan gaba in yi amfani da wannan dama in kira da sauran ƙungiyoyi da sauran mutanen da Allah ya mu a cikin al'umma, su ma su shigo su taimaka, su ba da tasu gudunmuwa domin a ga cewa wannan aiki ya ƙara inganta. Daga ƙarshe ina son in tabbatar ma al'ummar jihar Sokoto baki daya cewa da yadda Allah, gwamnatin jihar Sokoto da gwamnatin tarayya tana nan tana yin duk abin da ya kamata domin ta tabbatar da cewa tsaro ya dawo a jihar mu, ƙarin hukumominmu da kuma ƙasar baki daya da yadda Allah. A bisa ga wannan gaba ina roƙon al'ummar jihar Sokoto mu ci da addu'o'i musamman ga askarawanmu na wannan fada da suke yin ta'adda, na Allah ya ba su nasara su kawo ƙarshen su. Kafin in kammala wannan jawabi nawa, ya zama wajibi a gare ni in yi girgiza da kuma godiya ta musamman ga shugaban ƙasa kuma kwamandan askarawan Najeriya, wato Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, kan shirarruwan da yake kawa daban-daban na ƙarfafawa ga ƙarshe. Ina son in yi amfani da wannan dama in miƙa goron gayyata na musamman
ga ɗan uwana kuma masanin shari'a minista na ƙasa barista Bello Muhammadu Gwaranyo ya zo ya gudanar da jawabinsa tare da aza tubali na wannan aiki mai alheri. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That was the speech by His Excellency,
The Governor of Sokoto State, Ahmad Ali Sokoto, PhD. It is now time for the Minister of State for Works, Barrister Bello Muhammad Gwaranyo, to deliver his speech and proceed to the foundation laying of the
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Your Excellency, our dear Governor, the Governor of Sokoto State, Alhaji Ahmad Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, our dear father, our mentor, our leader, distinguished Senator Ali Magati Kadawamoko Sarki Ama Sokoto Sarki Yakin Sokoto, members of the National Assembly, the Honorable Speaker, Your Excellencies, former Deputy Governors, the Chairman of our great party, party elders, Honorable Commissioners, Special Advisors, the representative of UNDP, very distinguished personalities, our royal fathers, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Your Excellency, it is my deep pleasure and sense of responsibility that I stand here before you today at the flag of ceremony of internally displaced persons, that is the IDP camp, in the great city of Rabah local government area of Sokoto State. One of the landmark projects undertaken by His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, as part of the 3-year anniversary of his administration. I warmly congratulate His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Ali Sokoto, PhD, FCNA, on this significant milestone and commend his administration of its commitment to social welfare, human development, and people-oriented governance. Today we are gathered to flag off this project that reflects compassion, inclusiveness, and concern for vulnerable. The establishment of IDP camp in Rabah local government area demonstrates the determination of the Sokoto State government to provide safety, dignity, and hope to citizens affected by displacement and other challenges. The IDP camp will provide a secure and conducive environment of displaced persons, while also serving as a platform for rehabilitation, empowerment, and reintegration. It is a vital intervention that will provide the quality of life of its beneficiaries and restore hope to many families. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the project being flagged off today, together with the various reforms and development initiatives of this administration, align perfectly with the renewed hope agenda of our dear President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. Through strategic investment in social welfare, infrastructure, security, human capital development, and economic empowerment, the government of Sokoto State is complementing the effort of the federal government in delivering tangible benefits to the people. These initiatives reflect the spirit of cooperative governance and underscore the importance of the role of state government in translating the national development policies and practical outcomes that improve the lives of citizens. Indeed, the reforms and programs of this administration collectively support the realization of the renewed hope agenda by fostering inclusive growth, expanding opportunities, and enhancing the welfare and prosperity of the people of Sokoto State. government remains committed to partnering with states and subnational in supporting initiatives that promote sustainable development, social stability, and improved quality of life for Nigerians. I wish to particularly acknowledge the presence of our dear father, the leader, distinguished Senator Ali Magatakar Dawamako, Sarki Amo Sokoto, Sarki Hakim Sokoto, throughout this program, and of course the members of the National Assembly, as well as State Assembly, the traditional rulers, religious leaders, community leaders, and other eminent personalities whose presence today reflect the support for the progress and development of our dear state. As we celebrate this achievement, I encourage the people of Sokoto State to continue supporting the administration of our dear Governor Ahmed Ali Sokoto in its efforts to deliver more dividends of democracy. Development is a collective responsibility, and the success of government programs depends on the cooperation and active participation of all citizens. Before I conclude, I once again commend His Excellency for his dedication to improving the welfare of the people and prioritizing the needs of vulnerable members of our society. This project being flagged off today will undoubtedly have the transformative impact on the lives of the beneficiaries and contribute significantly to social stability and human development in the state. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege to formally flag off the internally displaced persons camp in Raba local government area for the benefit of the good people of Sokoto State. May this provide comfort, protection, and renewed hope for all those who will benefit from it, and may it continue to advance peace, prosperity, and development to our dear state and nation as a whole. I thank you, our dear Governor, for extending this very invitation to me. It's an honor which I will never take for granted. I thank you so very much. May God continue to bless you. Thank you, and God bless. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are now proceeding to the laying foundation of this 100
The special guest of honor is getting prepared to officially and formally lay the foundation for the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Sokoto State. This is holding and coming to you on NTA network from Raba, headquarters of Raba Local Government Council of Sokoto State. The special guest is being accompanied by the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Ali Sokoto FCNA, PhD, FCIT, alongside the APC leader in Sokoto State, and the representative of the United Nations Development Program. The Minister of State for Works is now at work laying the foundation laying ceremony of the construction of 100 housing units for the internally displaced persons in Rabah local government. Coming to you live on NTA Network from Rabah Town headquarters of Rabah local government. His Excellency has collected the equipment and now adding cement, duly mobilized for the official foundation laying ceremony of this project. The event is coming to you on NTA Network from Rabah Town, headquarters of Rabah local government area of Sokoto State. It is the foundation laying ceremony officially performed by Minister of State for Works, Mr. Bello Guaranyo, taking place at Rabah Town.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In the ancient rustic town of Ado-Ekiti, southwest Nigeria, presumably in the late 1930 or about 1931, Cockcrow and Emmanuel Afe Babalola was born into primitive poverty by illiterate parents who couldn't record the exact date of his birth. His father was Joshua Adubiaro Babalola and mother was Abigail Ajayi Babalola. Due to the pangs of poverty, he lost 6 of his siblings and had no shoes until he became a pupil teacher at the age of 16.
I grew up on a farm. At that time, there was just a single house in the whole of Ado-Ekiti with iron roof. They were all thatched roof, so including my own father's house. No windows. When you go to the farm, you put something like mat to cover the entrance into the room. Of course, there was no valuable thing to steal. So if we didn't come back to the house for another 1 year, they remained intact. That was the beginning.
Are Afe Babalola's odyssey is an inspiration for every young person across the globe to aspire and believe that the impossible can be made possible and that the circumstances of one's birth cannot be a barrier from reaching the zenith. Here is a man who didn't attend secondary school because his parents couldn't afford tuition fees and therefore attended Emmanuel Anglican Primary School, Okesha, Ado-Ekiti, where he walked 5 kilometers daily from his family house to obtain his first primary school leaving certificate in 1945. Are Afe Babalola is listed among the global notable Wolseley Hall Oxford students, one of the longest established homeschooling colleges in the world, offering ordinary and advanced level Cambridge School certificate examinations, founded in 1894, with the likes of Nelson Mandela, the late South African anti-apartheid activist and first democratic president of South Africa from 1994 to 1999. In 1959, Are Afe Babalola obtained a Bachelor of Science Economics from the University of London and also an LLB of the same university as a private student in 1963 and enrolled at the prestigious Lincoln's Inn as a solicitor and advocate. He returned to Nigeria after he was called to the bar as a member of the Lincoln's Inn, London, and he registered as a member of the Bar of England and Wales and began legal practice as a litigation lawyer at the chambers of Oluwayola in Ibadan. In 1965, he established his own law firm, Afe Babalola & Co., Emmanuel Chambers Ibadan, which to date has since remained one of the most reputable and leading law firms in Nigeria. It is on record that Emmanuel Chambers has produced 37 senior advocates, the highest rank in the legal profession in Nigeria and still counting, ministers of justice and attorneys general of the Federation, judges, state attorneys general and commissioners of justice, over 1,500 legal practitioners, and handled over 10,000 landmark court cases which have helped to redefine the law and recreate jurisprudence in Nigeria. Mr. Adebayo Adenikwekun, SAN, and head Emmanuel Chambers Ibadan. His brother Silk, who heads Emmanuel Chambers Abuja, Mr. Kendi Ogunwumiju, OFR, and Mr. Boyega Oyewole, SAN, former Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Ekiti State, and former head Emmanuel Chambers Lagos office, gave perspectives on the legendary Areafe Babalola.
I've had a working relationship with Areafe Babalola close to 40 years. It's 1988 to date, and as a full-time staff of Emmanuel Chambers since 1991. Areafe Babalola, when he's in court, it's good to behold him. You like him. When you see Areafe Babalola outside the court, very pleasant, easygoing man, jovial. But when he gets into court, it's a different personality. It's like he's going to war. His cross-examination, without being immodest, is second to none.
Is one of the most resourceful persons I know. And his memory is like a computer. So this is someone who, even over the age of 90, will discuss legal problems with you and start citing authorities, referring you to cases he did 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago, and cases others did. He will give you the citations. He will ask you to go and check a file, check a law report. I joined this firm in 2005, and there is a culture that I met, and the culture has never been in decline for one day, and that's the culture of excellence.
Are is a man of many parts, but one peculiar thing about Are is that he loves to excel at everything he does. And God has been so kind to him that he has actually excelled at everything he touched. In the legal profession, is the leading personality today, despite the fact that he's not fully practicing as a lawyer at his old age.
Areafe Babalola, who became a senior advocate in 1987, declined the offer of a position on the bench by the chief judge of the defunct Western region of Nigeria, Justice Moses Oyemade, because he wanted to remain in active legal practice. A presidential nominee at the 2005 National Political Conference, where he chaired the Revenue, Allocation and Fiscal Federation Committee, the legal colossus was twice offered the ministerial position of Attorney General of the Federation, which he declined on both occasions. He has represented virtually anybody who is somebody in Nigeria, from presidents to governors to senators, inclusive of corporate giants, the World Bank, and other notables. On his secrets of success, the nonagenarian says, I quote, I am not the most knowledgeable person in the world, but I am clearly one of the most hardworking and industrious persons in the world. End quote. This statement was acknowledged by the justices of the Supreme Court in a case where they said, quote, we acknowledge the industry of Afe Babalola, and we have learned a lot from his submissions, which will not be limited only to Nigeria. End of quote. Another frontline senior advocate and former president, Nigerian Bar Association, an officer and commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR-CFR, Chief Wole Olanikwekun, says Areafe Babalola is indeed a legal luminary par excellence, and many more.
To capture the man, Areafe Babalola, the legend, the iconic, the highly industrious, the cerebral, the scholar, the author, the philanthropist, the educationist, a shepherd, a mentor, a leader of leaders, a man whose generosity knows no bounds. What do I say? You cannot, it's so difficult to muster sufficient lexicon, however brilliant, however intelligent, however endowed you are, to summarize in a minute who Afe Babalola was and who he is, what he has always been. The lawyers will say that someone or something is sui generis. When you say sui generis, that means it's a class on its own. Let me borrow that legal jargon from our jurisprudence to describe Afe Babalola, that he is sui generis, unique in so many areas. Jack of all trades, master of all. To me as a person, I call him my leader. I call him my uncle. I call him my mentor. Not that he forced me to do all that, but he earned them. He's earned my respect. He's earned my sympathy, my empathy. He's earned my encouragement. And anytime I look at Chief Afe Babalola, I'm humbled. Is it in terms of scholarship? He's one of the best lawyers the Commonwealth. I'm not talking of Nigeria. Please mind my words. Watch my lips. The Commonwealth has ever produced.
Veteran journalist Mike Awuyinfa describes Areafe Babalola as a lawyer's lawyer.
You know, when I say a lawyer's lawyer, you know, I'm just saying he's not just a good lawyer. He's among the greats. You know, the great lawyers like Rotimi Williams, you know, Ganifa Oimi and Ayola, you know, who was a justice, and Afe Babalola. You know, Afe Babalola is, you know, he's a legend. Every case is life and death for him. You know, he prepares his own case first, and having prepared that case, he will imagine himself as the defendant lawyer, and he will ask himself, if I were the one defending this case, what are the questions that I will ask? You know? So, and I think it's a very great strategy.
In 2000, Areafe Babalola, a patron of Transparency International in Nigeria, was appointed Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, University of Lagos, by President Olusegun Obasanjo, a position he held for 2 terms till 2007 as part of his sacrificial contribution to the nation's educational system, as he donated his sitting allowances and other financial entitlements to the University Endowment Fund.
Are is a phenomenon. A man who has been blessed by God from his childhood up to his grand old age now. But he has not been blessed by God for granted. He has remained close to God, and almost everything that he has done by the grace of God and in the service of humanity and God. A man that I could confide in, a man that is lover of humanity generally, but also a man who loves his own country. And that to me is very, very important.
During his tenure at the University of Lagos, Areafe Babalola SAN emerged the best pro-chancellor in Nigeria. UNILAG emerged the best university, and the serving vice-chancellor, Professor Oyebidapo Obe, also clinched the best vice-chancellor in 2005 and 2006 in an annual exercise conducted by the National Universities Commission, NUC, Abuja. Three-time Nigerian leader, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, again says Areafe Babalola is an extraordinary lawyer, and many more.
He's a man who practices what he preaches. I don't even know now whether to call him a lawyer, a university administrator, an intellectual, which he is, a farmer, which he is, a man of his people, which he is, a community leader, which he is, an international eminent legal man, which he is. He brings all these together in one man, and it's also, as I said earlier, is the work of God in his life. And may he continue to prosper, and may he live for a long, many more years to serve humanity and to serve God. I am immensely proud of him. No, he takes me like a junior brother.
With over 50 titles and awards across the globe, including the National Awards of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic and Officer of the Federal Republic OFR, the cerebral advocate was in 2008 conferred with the title of Areba Mufi of the Yoruba Nation by His Royal Majesty, the late Alayeluwa Oba Dr. Lamidi Adeyemi II, the Alaafin of Oyo, in recognition of his legendary exploits in the legal profession. On the 11th of March 2015, he became the first African to be awarded the University of London's Honorary Doctorate of Laws degree, while other prominent Africans like Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Desmond Tutu, both of blessed memories, received different honorary degrees.
Founded by a faith, Babalola, a believer in industry and determination. A unique environment with aesthetic structures, a beckoning university. Delivery unequal, design for high quality education to mold character and infuse knowledge how to lead others.
In 2009, Areafe Babalola established Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Abuja, a world-class institution in fulfillment of his dream and vision to promote and institutionalize functional and quality education by providing and leading others in quality education, service, industry, character, as well as discipline. Sitting on a 130-hectare vast expanse of land with a current student population of about 11,000, a workforce of about 1,625, and a graduate population of about 13,000, Abuja currently has the following colleges with full accreditation: College of Medicine and Health Sciences, College of Law, College of Engineering, College of Social and Management Sciences, College of Sciences, and College of Pharmacy, and the College of Postgraduate Studies. Besides, the university runs pre-degree and degree foundation courses at its International Study Center Ibadan, part-time and open and distance learning programs accredited by the NUC and relevant professional bodies. Afe Babalola University at Ado-Ekiti was rated the best university in Nigeria among federal, state, and private for 4 consecutive years of 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 by Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. The university is rated number 1 in the United Nations 7th Sustainable Development Goal, which aims to ensure universal access to affordable and modern energy for all by 2030. That's not all. Abuja is also a global leader in outreach with a score of 98% and number 1 in the world in stewardship with a score of 98.2%. Professor Smaranda Olarinde, Fellow, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, is the Vice Chancellor, while Professor Shupo Ijabadeniyi is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration.
And here we are, number 4 on the continent, and we have not stopped growing higher and higher. And we are growing higher and higher because of our leader. Leadership is everything a country needs. Leadership is everything globally we need. Leadership is number 1 to have a better life, a better future. Our founder is known for humanity.
From the conception, if you could know, this university started on the permanent site from day 1. This university has been having uninterrupted academic activities since inception. This university had been producing students that are now making waves globally. This university also has students. When you talk of federalism, this is an ideal institution for that. Then again, this institution is grounded on academics, that is learning.
The former Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission Abuja, Dr. Chris Meyaki, and one of his predecessors in office, Professor Peter Okebukola, shared their opinions about Abuja and the founder.
Pride and a deep sense of fulfillment that I, publicly, confirm that within barely 2 decades of licensing this university enterprise, at the National Universities Commission, I'm proud to say that it is so heartwarming to see that a university that has been licensed barely 2 decades ago has become a role model for other universities, has not only become a role model but a trailblazer and actually a household name within Nigeria and outside this country. At the National Universities Commission, the name R.A. Afe Babalola, evokes memories of an exceptionally, hugely passionate personality who has applied himself creditably and fully to executing a vision for a world-class university.
Ask me to name the number 1 educationist in Africa, and I will name Are Afe Babalola. It's set up as a testimony, if you like, testament to his education capabilities and potential. He set up the Afe Babalola University. Did you know that Afe Babalola University, Abuja, no university in the whole of Africa can beat it? in terms of its impact on development.
Afe Babalola University Multi-System Hospital, AMSH, commissioned on the 21st October 2017, commenced full operations on the 21st of March 2018. The 400-bed facility is the perfect healthcare destination with world-class medical equipment and first-rate medical and allied professionals. The hospital has emerged as a leading force in the healthcare delivery system across Nigeria and the entire globe, with a wide range of cutting-edge surgeries at its cardiovascular unit, over 400 dialysis treatment sessions monthly, and 18 kidney transplants at its renal center, while several specialty units with modular theaters such as endoscopic and laparoscopic, plastic and reconstructive surgical unit, neurosurgery and spine, fertility center, multidisciplinary clinical pathology, mental health, and an active blood transfusion service, to mention a few, provides a one-stop shop answer to medical tourism. Professor Fatima Kiari is the Registrar, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria.
His contribution to healthcare workforce in Nigeria is both strategic and deeply impactful because of the medical training that he does in that university. In a time when we're battling with health workforce shortages, the brain drain, training of competent, confident, and compassionate medical doctors is a priceless gift that he's given to the country. And we respect that contribution of the Afe Babalola University in medical training. He reminds me all the time that greatness isn't just about what you achieve for yourself, but how you inspire others to reach further. So, and I see that in, the university, how he brings up the students. Yes, we have to be firm in some places. So I know he has been firm in this, but the main thing is that you want people to grow. And I think that's very important. And I'm grateful that our paths crossed.
AMSH also has 2 annexes, otherwise called Community Outreach Centers at Odoado and Bashiri in Ado-Ekiti, to promote accessibility to healthcare. His Imperial Majesty, the Ooni of Ile-Ife, and co-chairman, National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, Ojaja II, CFR, the Oshemawe and paramount ruler of Ondo Kingdom, a medical doctor by training, Oba Adesimbo Victor Kiladejo Jilo III, CFR, the Ewe of Ado-Ekiti, Oba Dr. Rufus Adeyemo Adejugbe Aladesomi III, CON, and the 21st Ubi of Onitsha, an honorary alumnus of Abuad, Igwe Naimeka Alfred Achebe, CFR MNI, were all unanimous in their different interviews about the man, Are Afe Babalola and Abuad.
Are Afe Babalola, a very, very rare gift to we, the Yorubas. Are Afe Babalola, a very, very rare gift to the entire people of Nigeria. Are Afe Babalola, a very, very rare gift to the entire black people on the surface of the earth. Above all, Are Afe Babalola, a very, I repeat, very rare gift to the entire human race. You rarely come across such an icon in decades and centuries, but when we come around and come across such an iconic human being, we should nurture, we should uphold, and also let even the generation yet unborn know about who that larger than life, an elder statesman with a touch of gold. Everything he lays his hands on always prosper. I can go on and on about him. But the question I always ask, somebody must have invented all the things we study in school. We study biology, we study physics, we study mathematics. We even study Yoruba language, English language. To me, Areafe Babalola should be one of the things for the entire human race to continue to study and continue to do research about over and over again. The way we say we study mathematics.
Baba Areafe Babalola is a very, very great man. I knew him as far back as almost 50 years ago, when as a young medical doctor, during my housemanship in Abuja, the name was already a household name. And his popularity has always been going up right from time. He's the kind of person that we start talking of having the grace of God, in addition to every other good thing you can ever talk about. Baba Are is a very, very courageous man and extremely intelligent, very hardworking, committed to whatever beneficial to human beings.
My impressions of the university obviously it's one of probably the top private universities in Nigeria and will grow to become one of the best in Africa and probably in the whole world. All of it is the conception of Are. He's the driving force. He's bringing in the best quality faculty and staff from wherever he can get them. Doesn't matter whether they are green or yellow or white or black or north or south. So it becomes very, very, he's there in Abuja, which is in a corner of Nigeria. But when you get there, all of Nigeria is represented, and even beyond Nigeria is represented. Naturally, the law faculty stops. And of course, they win all the awards at the law school. They are graduates. But also, other faculties. I've been to the teaching hospital, and I don't know any other medical facility in the country that is as well set up and well managed as that.
According to the EWI, October 18 every year has been proclaimed Afe Babalola Day in Ado-Ekiti in recognition of his patriotism and statesmanship.
Afe Babalola is a special human being. At times I call him a magician. At another time I call him the great ambassador of Ekiti, of the Ado-Ekiti. I call him a man of many parts. I say, he's a man you can refer to as a jack of all trades and master of all. So it's a special human being, special species. What is remains that is for him that God will continue to spare him for us, give him time to enjoy the fruit of his labor.
Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, His Lordship Matthew Kuka, says the life trajectory of Areafe Babalola is a testament that a tree can indeed make a forest.
one of the greatest Nigerians in power, but not in office. A man who has refused the attractions of public office in a country where holding public office has been the definition of relevance. A man who has, through the times, different time zones and different time belts, remained committed to the progress of our country, progress of the legal profession, and to the progress of his immediate community and state. I first met Afed Babalola in person during the Political Reform Conference, which I was secretary in 2005. But before then, I'd known of him by reputation. And since then, it's been an endless time of learning many lessons from a great man. A man whom I have described as evidence of the fact that a tree can indeed make a forest. What can anybody say? Your legacies will outlive you. You have placed your feet firmly on the sands of time. We're actually not on the sands of time, but on the rock of time, because sands can be washed away by the sea. But your footprints will remain indelible as long as this country exists. I want to wish you everything you wish yourself and say how happy, how proud I am, and I feel to be associated with you.
The Abuja Industrial Park is the knowledge bridge between town and gown, with over 14 factories with products such as gari, pounded yam, starch, pulp, and fufu, selling to major local retail outlets. Areafe Babalola's massive investments in agriculture to boost food production and to encourage the youth to go back to the farm through his Abuja Agricultural Center has made the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture to adjudge the center as the biggest in any Nigerian university. Furthermore, students studying agriculture in Abuja pay a discounted school fees of 50%, while a startup capital of 250,000 per student is granted on graduation as incentives. Fighting poverty through philanthropy, Areafe Babalola, between 2011 and 2022, has awarded scholarships worth over 1.5 billion naira to Abuja students, while over 2 billion naira has been expended on research between July 2024 to June 2025. Ekiti State Governor, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, speaking on behalf of all governors who had governed the state since creation in 1996, says Areafe Babalola, in addition to being the biggest private investor in Ekiti State and consequently the highest taxpayer, is a priceless elder statesman, father figure.
He is an iconic figure. But in spite of that, I was marveled at his level of commitment and humility. Because I recall a night before we went to Akure for the defense of the memo before Mbane for Pania. After we've done everything, he has gone through it, he has dotted everything, and we are sure that we had a very good presentation. Chief insisted that he wanted to do a mock presentation before us. We were not learned, we were not lawyers, we didn't know anything. So we told him that it wasn't necessary. He said, no, let me present to you in case I miss something out, you can put my attention to it. Okay. And I was shocked that an icon of that stature, we descend to that level, and we intentionally and deliberately insist that he wants to do a mock presentation before us. He did the presentation, we didn't have anything to add. He said no, that we must make comments. So a few of the members made comments, and when we got to Akure the following day, after his presentation, everybody clapped for Chief, and we knew that if merit we play out in the choice of state to be selected, that Ekiti will be selected. Because they asked me questions about the viability of Ekiti State, and the way Chief answered that questions, everybody was marveled. And we give God all the glory that finally we've had the state, Chief is alive, and the state is going on, and is contributing toward the development of the state. He labored so hard, for. So I'm so grateful to him on behalf of everyone that has governed this state. Because without Ekiti State, Chances are that I will not be sitting here as a governor of the state. And so on behalf of all of us that have governed Ekiti State, we say thank you, Chief. We are so grateful to you, and we are so grateful also to what you are doing for Ekiti people. God will grant him long life, and I know that history will be kind to him.
His wife, Yeye Modukwe Babalola, some of his children and relatives gave an insight from the home front.
He's a loving husband, a loving father too, and a disciplined one. In the early years, Are has been known as somebody that's taking his work seriously more than any other thing. Going about his work is something I will describe as a man who knows all that he wants to do. At the same time, there's a husband, because I know in those days we don't have this mobile phone. But secretly, when we had the land phone, he's always asking, calling the house and asking about our own welfare. And again, I want to say that when you have a man of such pedigree who has a loving heart for people around him, not to talk of his own wife, you will know that he is somebody whom I can say people should emulate.
Some of the children include Mrs. Folashade Ali, eldest daughter and first child, Mr. Tunde Babalola, both senior advocates, Mrs. Ann Bennett, a doctorate degree holder in law, and Boyega Babalola, a professor of business studies.
I think growing up with my dad, when we were young, all we saw was a loving father. My dad was a disciplinarian, and you're only his best friend and child if you excelled in studies. So he believed in the power of education and ensured that he sent every of his children, 9 of us in total, to the best of schools. So my recollection of my dad, I can remember St. Louis Grammar School, Ibadan. I was very good in sports. And I was in the final competition. I can never forget that day when Daddy came with entourage of lawyers to watch me, in the competition. And I think because it was there, it put me under so much pressure that by the time we finished the race, I collapsed. That's my dad. He really loved children. My recollection is that my house was Mecca. There's no time we had lunch the table wasn't full, and that's from time immemorial. Lawyers, friends, we always had people. So spread of food on the table was, and he's always been, and he still is, a generous man. So every time we traveled, we all looked forward to Daddy coming back with suitcases packed full of shirts for lawyers, ties, and all of us had gifts. So he's always taught us the power of giving. It's something I think we learned from him from childhood. Dad also believed in respect and he believed in culture. Dad also taught us that you must excel in anything you do. So if you look at every one of his children, they've all excelled. There's nothing my dad touches that's no gold. It's like clockwork. He has a time he wakes up, a time to eat. So when we're young, know that by 8, Daddy's coming down, he has his breakfast, he goes to court, comes back by 3 clockwork, has his lunch, and then siesta and goes back to his office, 7 till today. He's available at 95, he's still at work till 12 midnight, and that's Daddy. So he's taught us the power of hard work. He doesn't believe in indolence. He says, excellence for him is not a chance, it's a choice to make, a choice to make that he wants to do what. He decided he didn't want to be where he was when he was young. As you know, his father was a farmer, but I think he's an achiever. It's someone I'll call my mentor. I didn't know any other thing but law, so it was just like automatic that we all studied law. So out of his 9 children, 6 are lawyers. So you can imagine that that's what, and we admire him as a man of courage. He's a brave man. I mean, at 80, decided to dare what I thought was impossible.
Growing up with my father was an adventure. I knew from a very early age that my father was on a mission and destined to change the world and to achieve the impossible. There are 4 personality traits that I observed from my father. 1 is discipline, 2 is hard work, 3, integrity, and 4, sense of justice. The only time he closes his office is on Christmas Day, and by Boxing Day, he's back to the office again. So nobody could match him regarding hard work.
I think the first thing when I think of my dad that always comes to mind is he's very caring, he's very generous, he's very thoughtful, he is also very direct. I'll go into a little bit more detail about all these things if I'm given the opportunity. And he's very, 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 I don't want to say demanding, but he has high expectations of himself and of all of us. But my favorite thing about my dad, I think, is, as I said, is his generosity and his eagerness to learn and to share his knowledge with you. So, talking of generosity, I think the story we always tell in my family is nobody comes to see my dad and goes back empty-handed. It doesn't matter whether all he gives you is a bunch of bananas or a basket of fruit or money, but all my friends and family, the favorite thing I'm coming to see him was, Daddy will always give you something. You don't have to ask. Even if you refuse it, he will insist on it. And along with that generosity comes, I think, what I like to say, a spirit of gratitude. He's always grateful for everything, whether it's you coming to see him or spending time with him or the tiniest gifts. And as kids, I remember if anybody gave us anything, even if it was a sweet, we had to tell my dad, because if you didn't tell him, we'd be offended. He would call that person and thank them like as if they're giving you 1 million naira. That's just the kind of person he is. I don't want him to go, plain and simple. That's the truth. And if I had a wish, my wish would be that he would live forever. Because there are not many people like him. And now you have me sentimental. And no, live forever. Stop.
Daddy is someone I like to call the chosen one. Coming from his background, the way he grew up, the way he actually trained himself, basically. I call him the chosen one. And one day we were on the table, and I particularly told him, I said, you are special. You are a different human being. You don't come from where you just came from and succeed the way you have succeeded. He's driven, he's very passionate about what he does. You can imagine a person at over 80 starting a university. That's the kind of person he is. He's a very determined, focused human being. But I call him a chosen one again, like I said, because coming from where he came from, it's almost impossible to fathom what he has done at his age, and he keeps going. We thank God for him every day, because it's a blessing to us, it's a blessing to many. So we are blessed and blessed to have him as a father.
Pastor Modukwe Babalola, Fellow, Chartered Institute of Bankers, FCIB, is a university bursar and brother of the founder, while his sister, Mrs. Taye Olukoladi, Director Nursing Services, Afe Babalola Multi-System Hospital, AMSH, took a trip down memory lane.
If I start talking now, the whole day I will be talking about what I know about my brother, my father, because I actually know him as my father. I'm the last one of the mother, and the first thing that came to my mind anytime I look at that, my father. When we were born, Taye and Kendi, by our mother, Baba was actually the time he was looking for how to make it in life. Still struggling. You can imagine somebody struggling. See the way you can make it in life. At the same time, thinking about other people. He was preparing for his Cambridge exam when he heard that our mother gave birth to us. Baba rushed down because our mother hasn't got mom, our father no mom. So who is going to help my mother at that time? So Baba came home. You see, this attitude of helping, looking after people, is already in his blood. Caring, thinking about others has been in him. That time that my brother, my father, Afe Babalola, hasn't got a girlfriend, you can imagine. So he came home, was asking my mother, who is going to look after my other siblings? The next thing I can do in order to help, so that you'll be able to look after these small ones, is to take the next one, my senior sister, late Chief Ebubeli. Baba has to take my sister away with another stepbrother to be looking after them. You can imagine that kind of person. Very generous. He was the one looking after them. That my senior sister, Baba will watch the pants, dress for her, take her to school, do every goddamn thing for her in order for us to survive. So, it's such a man, we cannot forget about him. We can't but think about him and continue to pray for him. And that is why God Almighty is always helping this man.
For me, it's difficult to define who Afe Babalola is. It's everything to me. It's everything to those of us who are around him. Yes, he is a brother, but I see him more as a father. Why? We lost our father in 1961. Ever since, he is the one that has been playing the role of father to each and every one of us in the family till date. Through him, I'm able to become who I am, and I thank God for that. God used him. We were all very young when our father died. And so, the help was nowhere for any one of us. He was then in England, but by the time he came back, I finished my own primary school in 1960, and 61 I was to go to secondary school when our father died. Immediately I went to the farm because there was nobody to help me. It was the 9th year that I left primary school that Are asked me to go back to secondary school. He withdrew me from the farm. I don't know how many brothers can do that. Not only that, he trained me in my secondary school. When I finished, he did something that I will ever remember him for. I've not gotten home before he went to University of Ife and obtained the form, admission form for the University of Ife. He said he wanted me to be a lawyer. Yet, I was just coming out of secondary school. And I told him I wouldn't want to be a lawyer, rather I would like to be a banker.
He was not very happy, but at the end, he accepted. Got a job for me in the bank. I decided to go to England, and you can't believe again, he sponsored my schooling in England. I did not work like most Nigerians who studied in England then. He even trained one of my children to PhD level.
Are Emmanuel Afe Babalola, Officer and Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, Senior Advocate, Fellow, Chartered Institute of Bankers, Nigerian Academy of Education, and King's College London, is a farmer, philanthropist, author and edupreneur, now in his twilight, who says he would wish to be remembered in these golden words.
Here was a man who rose from poverty and trained himself in obtaining degrees privately. A man who believes that time is the greatest enemy of man if you don't utilize it. A man who believes that when he dies, remembered for the philanthropic and other beneficial things he did for humanity.
Of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
Good day, viewers. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdukarim, being the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine Limited. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, and we also give you the health talk on health-related issues virtually every day or weekly. In Greenland Natural Medicine, we have the vision of providing natural, effective solutions to your health-related issues. We also empower health and wellness, and in Greenland Natural Medicine, we foster cultures and sustainable development for natural remedies. Yes. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, just where it's made mention earlier. We are here to give you more enlightenment about your health-related issue, which has to do with your prostate health challenge. If you have issue with your prostate and you noticed you have been regularly, or let me just give you a little information about prostate. Prostate is just that vital organ that also helps in the reproductive aspect of man. This one produces the semen fluid for a man before intercourse, or it also produces the semen fluid during the intercourse. The prostate gland is a very vital organ in our body, which the enlargement of it is what actually caused us what we call BPH or prostatitis, or the cancer aspect of it. Yes, when we talk about the BPH, that is the prostate enlargement in general. The prostate enlargement is a serious health challenge. Once you have such kind of health challenges, you will notice different symptoms and several signs or symptoms. For those who have prostatitis, inflammation or prostatic gland is the cause of just the infection that area can be infected as well. In Greenland Natural Medicine, what we do here is we have to make sure you go through the lab test and make sure all the things that you need in your body we are scientifically proved, and we have them in natural way. All our products are 100% organic, approved by NAFDAC, approved by all the agency that regulates alternative medicine. We are registered members of traditional practitioners of Nigeria. Also, for those who have issue with maintenance of weight and so on, please don't hesitate. Give us a call. We have a good lifestyle that will improve for you so that your obesity will not get affecting to your prostate all the time. Thank you. I remain blessed.
Welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Stella Inameti, and my sign language interpreter is Ada Uno. Now the headlines. UK to impose new sanctions against Russia in a bid to pressure Moscow into halting war against Ukraine. Stakeholders agree to reconstitute digital team and strengthen consultation ahead of June digital switchover. Court revokes Omoyele Showore's bail, issues arrest warrant over his absence, just as court sentences female arms courier to death. Joining us today, Africa marks the International Day of the African Child, a day set aside to remember the courage of thousands of school children who took to the streets of Soweto, South Africa in 1976 to demand quality education and equal rights. 50 years later, the focus has shifted from the classroom alone to another basic necessity of life: access to clean water, sanitation and hygiene. Justin Bem-Uyi reports.
The theme for the 2026 commemoration is ensuring universal access to water, sanitation and hygiene for every child in Africa. The theme highlights a growing crisis facing millions of children across the continent, many of whom still lack safe drinking water, decent toilets and basic hygiene facilities. While Africa continues to make progress in education and child welfare, water scarcity, climate change, disease outbreaks, and displacement caused by conflict are placing many children at greater risk. In some communities, children walk long distances daily in search of water, often missing school and exposing themselves to danger. The African Union and child rights advocates say access to clean water is more than a development issue. It is a fundamental child right and a critical factor in health, education, and overall well-being. The 2026 theme aligns with the African Union's broader agenda of securing sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems across the continent. As governments, development partners, and communities reflect on the legacy of the Soweto children, the message this year comes bold and clear: that no child should have to choose between learning and fetching water, or between survival and dignity. On this International Day of the African Child, the call is not only to remember the struggles of the past, but to act decisively so that every African child can grow, learn, and thrive in a safe and healthy environment. Justin Bem-Uyi, NTA News.
And joining us via Zoom to speak on the day is Joy Oshomoahe Onumajuru. She is the Executive Director, G-Cell Network, CIC, and founding partner, African Scholars Care Initiative. Welcome to NTA International News.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay, 50 years after the Soweto uprising and decades of commitments to child rights in Africa, why are millions of children still without access to clean water, sanitation and hygiene? And who should be held accountable for this gap?
Okay, very beautiful question. I would say that the reality of this access to clean water, sanitization and hygiene is not merely a development issue, it's also a fundamental child rights issue. As someone who advocates for education, children, and most importantly, energy access, I often say that no child should be left without their basic needs met. So far back in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, we ran a campaign as African Scholars Initiative with our funding partners like the banks. The campaign was primarily on running water is a must. Remember, in 2020, schools were shut down across the country. Yes, the world was in standstill, but academic learning was really impacted. So I would say that accountability must be a collective effort for governments, even if the government have the primary right. So the collective effort should say everybody, all hands should be on deck. We need to get support from the government, development institutions. We need to get, the community also plays a key role by protecting and maintaining projects that are already deployed. Like in 2020, all the projects we deployed, all the borehole projects we deployed for schools when we did the Running Water is a Must project, NTA was very on ground to cover those activities. How many of them are well maintained? So there's no accountability metrics, even at community level. So all hands must be on deck. The government, development partners, corporates, people should enhance activities on the CSR commitment.
Okay, Joy, speaking reality, like you just said, speaking reality, what are the real life consequences for a child who spends hours every day fetching water instead of being in school in terms of education, health and future opportunities?
Okay, I'll take this now from being a girl child. Most importantly, every hour spent searching for water, every hour lost going to thousands of miles to get water for children's sanitization, especially young girls, it's an hour lost in building the human capital that Africa needs for its future. So it is important that we take this issue seriously because it limits opportunities and reduces the productivities that we are supposed to use for our economic development. So why don't we take access to clean water seriously, especially for schools? So this it's a comprehensive, it's not just access to clean water. The basic amenities, infrastructure projects should be ready for basic institutions, and that's our advocacy.
Okay, to address some of these anomalies, what urgent and practical steps should governments, communities and development partners take now to ensure universal access to these basic amenities?
If we truly want to honor the legacy of the Soweto children, we must move beyond just commitment and commitment without implementation. So one thing, my message is simple here today, that access to water, sanitization, education, and energy infrastructures are not just a privilege. They are fundamental rights and essential investments for Africa's future. So collaboratively, we should all put our hands on deck and ensure that children have rights to this thing, especially for basic institutions in our society.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Joy Onumajuru. We appreciate you here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, moving on. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says all hands must be on deck to build child-friendly communities, strengthen public health systems, and create safe, healthy environments where every child can thrive and reach their full potential. In a message marking the 2026 Day of the African Child, with the theme ensuring universal access to water, sanitation and hygiene for every child in Africa, the First Lady joined Nigerians in advocating for child's rights, noting that access to clean water, proper sanitation and good hygiene is essential for the well-being, health, dignity, education and future of children. She says children, regardless of their background, should have access to the basic amenities needed to grow, learn and thrive. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies involved in the successful operation in Kogi State that led to the elimination of notorious bandit kingpin Ibrahim Bastuji. The president, in a statement issued by his special advisor, Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, described the operation as a significant blow to criminal networks terrorizing communities in Kogi and neighboring states. He noted that Bastuji's reign of violence, kidnapping and attacks on civilians had caused untold hardship for residents, and its neutralization will restore confidence and give respite for residents of the area. The president also commended the troops for another successful operation that led to the rescue of the widow of the late former Chief of Defense Information General Rabi Abubakar. He said the rescue demonstrates a high standard of professionalism and the needed determination to confront forces of evil. President Tinubu reassured Nigerians that the government will continue to provide the armed forces with the resources, training and support needed to end banditry, kidnapping and all forms of violent crimes. He urged citizens to continue cooperating with security agencies by providing timely information and necessary support. A federal high court sitting in Katsina has sentenced a female arms courier, Hawau Mukhtar, to death by hanging after the Department of State Services successfully prosecuted her for conspiracy to commit terrorism and aiding and abetting terrorism. Justice Abbas Bawale gave the order, having convicted Hawau Mukhtar, who was arrested by the DSS on September 16, 2023 at Jibia Motor Park, Katsina State, while attempting to transport 438 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition to one Ado, a notorious bandit kingpin operating within Dumburum Forest, Zamfara State. After evaluating the totality of evidence, witness testimonies, tendered exhibits and final addresses of both prosecution and defense counsel, the court held that the prosecution had proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, finding Mukhtar guilty on the 2 counts. Justice Bowale subsequently sentenced the convict to death by hanging in accordance with the provisions of the Penal Code Law of Katsina State 2021. The court held... Okay, we continue with another story from the court. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has revoked the bail granted to human rights activist and African Action Congress presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore and issued a warrant for his arrest following his absence from court. Justice Mohammed Umar gave the order following Sowore and his counsel, Marshal Abubakar, failure to appear for the scheduled proceedings. During the hearing, counsel to the Department of State Services, Kehinde Akinlolu, SAN, informed the court that Sowore was fully aware of the hearing date but did not appear in court. Akinlolu, SAN, who is the prosecution counsel, urged the court to revoke the defendant's bail, alleging repeated attempts to delay the trial through his absence from proceedings. In his ruling, Justice Umar noted that Sowore had written to the court seeking an adjournment but failed to provide any justification for the request. The court consequently revoked his bail, issued a bench warrant for his arrest and adjourned the matter to June 22 for continuation of hearing. Sowore is currently standing trial on a 2-count charge filed against him by the DSS. He pleaded not guilty to the charge. After the DSS closed its case, Sowore filed a no-case submission, arguing that the prosecution failed to establish a prima facie case against him. However, in May, Justice Umar dismissed the application, ruling that the DSS had presented sufficient evidence requiring Showry to enter his defense. Following the ruling, Showry openly accused the judge of bias, alleging that the court was working in collaboration with the federal government to secure his conviction and prevent him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The UK is imposing a raft of new sanctions against Russia, including on tankers that transport LNG in a bid to pressure Moscow into halting the war against Ukraine. Francis Udojo reports that this is top of the agenda at the G7 summit in France. The report.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced as a special G7 summit session got underway Tuesday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is attending the summit of 7 leading world powers in the French resort town of Evian-les-Bains, with allies looking to tilt the balance in Kyiv's favor after over 4 years of war and intensified pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin. The talks at the French resort of Evian-les-Bains notably brought Zelensky face-to-face with U.S. President Donald Trump, who has sought to reach out to Russian President Vladimir Putin, but also showed signs of losing patience with Russia. Zelensky was warmly greeted by host President Emmanuel Macron, who has in recent months helped drive European efforts to apply pressure on Russia.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We'll take a break now. More reports when we return.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. United States President Donald Trump says there is no obligation to invest in Iran, even after its deal with the Islamic Republic to end the Middle East war. Francis Udojo reports.
He said America is not investing any money in Iran.
The one thing that's happening that's of note, frankly, the only thing that really matters to me, is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences.
Trump said at the G7 summit in France after talks with the Emir of Qatar, adding that the main focus of the deal was that Iran would not acquire a nuclear weapon and that all hell will rain down on the country if it did. Trump said that Russia should make a deal to end its war against Ukraine after meeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the G7 summit in France. Trump said he had a meeting with Zelensky at the summit in the spa town of Evian-les-Bains, and more talks were planned later in the day as the G7 group of leading world powers seek to increase pressure on Moscow to end more than 4 years of fighting.
Look, Russia should make a deal. Russia's lost tremendous amounts of people, and so has Ukraine. Last month, they lost 35,000 soldiers between the two of them. Think of it. This is on a monthly basis. They average 25,000 people, mostly soldiers, young, beautiful people.
He pointed to the high casualties on both sides in the conflict, a toll he described as ridiculous.
Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Enikonlaye, will represent President Bola Tinubu at the 11th Ocean Conference OOC 11 in Mombasa, Kenya, starting Tuesday. Nigeria will speak on blue economy, maritime security and ocean health in the Gulf of Guinea. The three-day conference from June 16 to 18 brings together heads of state, ministers, private sector and civil society to push measurable action on ocean sustainability. OOC has tracked high implementation rates since 2014, unlike dialogue-only forums. With 38 African countries on the coast and over 50 million jobs tied to Africa's blue economy, OOC 11 focuses on threats like illegal fishing, plastic pollution, warming seas and limited marine protection. Nigeria will highlight its activities as a major maritime nation. The summit includes investment forums, a Blue Tech Expo, youth leadership platforms, and policy clinics. 3 years after the launch of a United Kingdom-supported initiative to protect Nigeria's fragile mangrove ecosystem, tangible results are emerging from the coastal communities in Cross River State, from restoring degraded forests to creating sustainable livelihoods and strengthening climate resilience. Stakeholders are now assessing the impact of the intervention and charting a pathway for the future. Charles Alpha reports.
Nigeria's mangrove forests, among the largest in Africa, play a critical role in protecting coastal communities from the devastating effects of climate change while supporting livelihoods through fishing and other economic activities. Recognizing the growing threats posed by environmental degradation and climate change, the United Kingdom, through the UK Pact programme, partnered with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the Cross River State government to implement a 3-year project aimed at restoring mangrove ecosystems and improving the welfare of coastal population.
For us, important to be able to invest in something that has both environmental but also economic value and see that value realized both in the mangrove but also outside.
Communities now have the tools and they have the instruments, the policies, and the FAO is ready to walk the journey again with the communities and ensure that the project will be sustainable.
The project trained over 4,800 beneficiaries in climate-smart agriculture, forestry and fishery practices, established cooperative societies and savings groups, as well as promoted alternative sources of income, including aquaculture, beekeeping, mushroom production, and improved fish processing.
Mangrove ecosystem has been depleted for some time, but with the intervention of the FAO UK Pact, most of these things have been restored.
They gave us big dryers to dry the fish instead of going to fall the trees.
We always start very good projects. We do it very well, but when we exit, it becomes a problem. So that's why I'm insisting that this is the beginning of the program, not the end of it.
We take this very seriously. We will keep it up. Although we're not happy that it's coming to an end, but to assure you that Cross River State is going to take the work from there.
The dissemination engagement also showcased policy frameworks and governance structures developed under the project to support long-term conservation and sustainable management of mangrove ecosystems. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
And while significant progress has been made towards actualizing the European Union support projects aimed at promoting a sustainable reintegration of internally displaced persons in Yobe, Adamawa, Benue, Kano and Sokoto states, humanitarian actors and other key stakeholders are advocating strengthening of institutional capacity and coordination, as well as accelerated implementation approach. This formed part of the recommendations at the initiative's first project steering committee meeting held in Abuja. Chukunonso Nwabueze reports.
With about 40% of internally displaced persons living in sub-Saharan Africa, improving the living conditions of these vulnerable groups become even more imperative for all key players. This convergence of development partners, implementing agencies as well as humanitarian actors at this first project steering committee meeting for the EU support for internally displaced persons in Yobe, Adamawa, Benue and Kano states, SIDPIN, as well as EU support for protection, assistance and durable solution in Sokoto State, SPARTS, is to review progress and strengthen partnership towards advancing sustainable and durable solutions for IDPs and host communities across the 5 states.
No one should be left behind in the long journey towards dignity. The momentum for durable solution is growing in Nigeria, and it must continue to grow stronger, both at the federal and state level.
I take this opportunity to say, let's review all our livelihood intervention and the development projects to see how they can contribute to the purposes of durable solutions.
Where humanitarian interventions remain indispensable, experience has shown that durable solutions require a more integrated approach that bridges humanitarian action, development efforts, and peace-building initiatives.
We are particularly committed to strengthening institutional frameworks, improving coordination mechanisms, and supporting policies that enhance the welfare and protection of internally displaced persons and vulnerable host communities.
Through a multi-sector consultative approach, Adamawa State proudly developed a homegrown durable solutions action plan to guide our efforts in restoring the lives of forcibly displaced persons.
With sustainable development investments that goes beyond humanitarian assistance being canvassed at this engagement, the project's final draft governance framework, terms of reference, was adopted by the meeting with a charge to members to relay recommendations and resolutions to their state governments, as well as intensify awareness campaigns on the importance of various host communities to embrace the initiatives, especially in the area of land provision for its implementation. Chukunonsonwa Bweze, NTN News.
The Court of Appeal Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the stay of execution of the judgment of the Federal High Court verdict ordering INEC to deregister 5 political parties. The parties affected are African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action's People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, and Accord Party, AP. The Intermediate Court frowns at the action of Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the judgment delivered on Monday, which ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister 5 political parties. The appeal court averred that Justice Lifu exhibited judicial rascality by going ahead to hear and make the order despite the order of the Court of Appeal and the pendency of the matter before the court. Justice Lifu, in the verdict, said the parties did not meet the constitutional threshold of Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution. Now, Vice President Kashim Shettima has flagged off the distribution of farm inputs under the Renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program, a major initiative aimed at strengthening food security and boosting agricultural productivity. The program, driven by the National Agricultural Development Fund, is a key component of the Tinubu administration's agricultural agenda. Musa Babali reports that VP Shettima was represented by the Minister of State for Agriculture, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi.
This is a symbolic flag-off of the distribution of fertilizer at 70% discount under the Renewed Hope Support Program. Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, representing Vice President Kashim Shettima. The program centers on distribution of subsidized NPK fertilizer, which is locally produced, traceable, and clearly marked not for sale. Among the first beneficiaries in the FCT are farmers with special needs.
Through the first phase, we at the National Agricultural Development Fund are supporting 128,980 smallholder farmers across 25 participating states and the FCT with 515,920 bags of fertilizer. Each farmer will take 4 bags of fertilizer.
Vice President Kashim Shettima said the program emphasizes timely delivery of appropriate input in collaboration with state and other stakeholders.
This coordinated approach is essential to scale impact, strengthen supply chains, and deliver inputs on time to farmers in every part of the country.
As governor, we remain committed to align with national priorities while implementing context-specific solutions that address the unique need of our farmers.
The FCT, the NADF, and the All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
And that concludes the news on NTA International. I am Stella Inameti, a sign language interpreter. Adauno, thanks for watching.
The sea has always been a meeting point for nations, a place where commerce, security, and diplomacy converge. Across the world, one naval tradition has come to represent this shared maritime bond, the International Fleet Review. A grand gathering where naval forces from different countries assemble to demonstrate friendship, cooperation, and collective commitment to securing the world's oceans. Originally conceived as a military inspection to assess naval readiness, fleet reviews have evolved into symbols of national pride, technological advancement, and international partnership. The Eco-Atlantic waterfront in Lagos became the stage for the Nigerian Navy International Fleet Review, a major highlight of activities commemorating the service's 70th anniversary. The Nigerian Navy welcomed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and distinguished guests to an occasion that reflected decades of sacrifice, professionalism, and commitment. In his welcome remarks, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, described the Fleet Review as more than an anniversary celebration. The CNS noted that the presence of friendly navies from around the world demonstrated the strength of maritime partnerships and the shared determination to secure the Gulf of Guinea. For decades, the Nigerian Navy has continued to deepen cooperation with international partners through joint exercises, intelligence sharing, and coordinated maritime operations. A collective effort aimed at achieving safer waters, protecting economic assets, and combating piracy, maritime terrorism, and other transnational crimes.
This remarkable collaboration stands as a testament to our efforts and shared resolve. I am humbled to report that part of our combined efforts has facilitated the birth of the Combined Maritime Task Force, an initiative that has the support of our dear Commander-in-Chief. In this enduring partnership, we embody the spirit of cooperation and unity, recognizing that our collective strength is vital to safeguarding peace and stability on the seas that connect us all. Let this gathering serve as a reminder of the shared responsibility we bear as stewards of maritime security, committed to protecting not only our nations, but also the broader interests of humanity.
The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idiaba's Admiralty Medal reflected on the Navy's remarkable journey over the past 7 decades and reaffirmed its commitment to maritime security and national development. Beyond ships, the Nigerian Navy is embracing modern technology.
In our pursuit of excellence, the Nigerian Navy is also embracing emerging technologies, integrating cutting-edge advancements such as unmanned aerial vehicles and artificial intelligence. These innovations serve to bolster our maritime domain awareness initiatives, providing us with comprehensive situational awareness at all times. Such capabilities have substantially enhanced our ability to detect and swiftly respond to threats that challenge the integrity of our waters. Moreover, these technological assets have empowered us to intensify our efforts against the scourge of crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, smuggling, and other maritime crimes. While so much has been achieved, we remain committed to tackling emerging maritime crimes or threats towards fostering secure maritime environment for economic growth and national prosperity. We will continue to collaborate with other security agencies and international allies to protect our national assets on behalf of all the Nigerian Navy officers and ratings. I pledge our continued unalloyed loyalty to you and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, Your Excellency. Onward together.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished invited guests, the new colors have just been handed over to the Nigerian Navy for use and will join the parade shortly. Shall we please give the special guest of honor another round of applause for doing us this honor?
With the presentation of colors, a solemn military tradition symbolizing honor, loyalty, and the proud heritage of the service. The color bearers march with precision to join up the color party. Immediately after this, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, flagged off and inaugurated the newly established Combined Maritime Task Force for the Gulf of Guinea, a multinational force designed to strengthen regional maritime security through cooperation, coordination, and shared responsibility. Headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria, the CMTF brings together pioneering maritime nations including Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, united by a common mission to protect the Gulf of Guinea against piracy, illegal trafficking, maritime terrorism, and other transnational crimes. Led by the Nigerian Navy, the task force represents a new chapter in Africa's maritime security architecture, moving towards a sustainable African-led response to challenges confronting one of the world's most strategic maritime regions. With Nigeria contributing naval ships, aviation assets, and operational support platforms, the force is structured as a ready-to-deploy capability backed by intelligence. Commodore Mohammed Sagir Shatima is the inaugural commander of the Combined Maritime Task Force, CMTF.
The inauguration of the Combined Maritime Task Force stands as a clear demonstration of our collective resolve to strengthen multinational cooperation in maritime governance with pledged platforms. The task force will no doubt be a valid infusion of cooperation capability in securing our shared maritime domain. I therefore commend the pioneering efforts of Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone in bringing this important initiative to fruition.
The creation of the task force represents a new chapter in regional maritime cooperation, built on shared responsibility and collective security. The skies above Lagos, precisely at Eco-Atlantic waterfront, then came alive as the Nigerian Navy Air Arm delivered a spectacular area display bearing the national flag, Nigerian Navy ensign and 70th anniversary flag. The trial of the Navy's air assets thrilled the audience. Precision formations and combat maneuvers demonstrated the growing capability of the service in surveillance, rapid response, and protection of Nigeria's maritime domain. The attention then shifted to the waters. The fleet sailing past showcased an impressive gathering of naval assets from Nigeria and partner nations. Ships moved in formation, reflecting not only naval strength, but also the spirit of cooperation that defines modern maritime security.
I am also elated to witness this historic international fleet review. The area combat display and parade of large array of our nation's naval assets, along with those of our foreign partners, reflect the global recognition of Nigerian Navy and the pivotal role in promoting international collaboration for maritime security.
The fleet review also marked a significant milestone in Nigeria's naval recapitalization program. President Tinubu commissioned 3 newly acquired Nigerian Navy vessels, adding new strength and capability to Nigeria's maritime defense architecture.
I, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on this day, 1st of June 2026, hereby declare Nigerian Navy ship, Bravery, Mambila, and Royal Commission for the member service in the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The commissioning reflected the nation's commitment to building a responsive and capable naval force, one equipped to meet present and future security challenges. Addressing the gathering, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR praised the Nigerian Navy for its transformation from a modest beginning in 1956 as a colonial marine department into a modern maritime force.
Growing from a fledgling service into a modern, sophisticated naval power and an anchor of stability for Nigeria's economic prosperity. I must therefore extend my warmest congratulations to the Nigerian Navy for emerging as the most formidable naval force in Africa. That this historic achievement coincides with your 70th anniversary is no mere accident. Rather, it is a powerful and symbolic alignment which signifies that the Nigerian Navy has not only matured, but has reached a pinnacle of continental leadership.
He acknowledged the Navy's achievements in combating piracy, crude oil theft, illegal fishing, smuggling, and other maritime crimes.
I commend the Nigerian Navy for its steadfast guardianship of the strategic space. Through effective integration of surveillance system, rapid response mechanism, and robust enforcement operations, you have successfully eradicated piracy in our waters and significantly curtailed crude oil theft and associated maritime crimes. Thank you very much.
According to the President, sustained naval operations had improved security within Nigeria's maritime space, strengthened coastal communities, and contributed to national economic growth. The International Fleet Review also highlighted the Nigerian Navy's expanding role beyond the maritime environment.
Beyond the maritime domain, I also commend the Nigerian Navy for its contribution to counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency, all operations across the country. The courage and professionalism demonstrated by the Special Boat Service in executing complex missions are truly commendable. More so, with the recent induction of the new Navy Marines into operational theaters, I am confident that even greater success will be recorded indeed.
The President noted that Nigeria's maritime domain remains a critical pillar of the nation's economy, serving as a major source of revenue and a vital route for international trade. President Tinubu commended the courage, discipline, and professionalism of naval personnel involved in complex operations across the country.
I charge the officers and ratings of the Nigerian Navy to sustain this high standard of professionalism and continually deepen your operational capability and effectiveness in safeguarding our waters.
As the ceremony drew towards its conclusion, the International Fleet Review stood as a powerful reminder of the journey of the Nigerian Navy. A journey that began with limited resources. A journey built on courage, innovation, and dedication. A journey that has transformed the service into a respected maritime force. The Nigerian Navy at 70 is not only a celebration of history. It is a declaration of readiness for the future. A future where Nigeria's waters remain protected, where maritime partnerships continue to grow, and where the Navy remains a guardian of national prosperity. 7 decades of operational excellence, 7 decades of service, 7 decades of safeguarding Nigeria's maritime destiny. Nigerian Navy at 70, onward together.
Recent operations by naval forces in Rivers State have recorded significant breakthroughs. exposing the scale and sophistication of illegal petroleum activities within the Niger Delta. On the 31st of May 2026, personnel of Nigerian Navy ship Soro moved into the Egbuama-Ogbogolo axis of Ahauda West local government area of Rivers State, following intelligence reports indicating attempts by criminal elements to revive previously dismantled illegal refining sites. Supported by aerial surveillance, the operation team identified multiple locations hidden deep within the creek terrain. Further exploitation of the area revealed 4 illegal refining sites, complete with refining ovens, dugout pits, and storage facilities. The sites contained an estimated 77,000 liters of products suspected to be stolen crude oil. Investigations showed that the criminal networks were attempting to rebuild infrastructure previously destroyed during earlier enforcement operations, demonstrating the persistent efforts of illegal refining syndicates to regenerate their activities. The operation led to the deactivation of the sites, including refining ovens, storage reservoirs, and other facilities designed to support the illegal refining process. But the battle did not end there. On the 4th of June 2026, another intelligence-led operation was launched around Okolomade community in Abwa Odwa local government area of Rivers State. Aerial surveillance and ground operations uncovered a concealed storage network within the Rivers-Bayelsa border corridor. Hidden under vegetation and around adjoining waterways were approximately 138 sacks containing suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO. The discovery resulted in the recovery of about 92,660 liters of AGO, preventing the products from reaching illegal distribution channels. The operation highlighted a growing tactic among criminal groups: the use of hidden creekside storage points to evade detection and move stolen petroleum products through the waterways. The pressure continued. On the 5th of June, personnel of Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder disrupted another major movement of illegally refined petroleum products. At the entrance of Owogono Creek in Ogubolu local government area, naval patrol teams intercepted a fiber boat loaded with drums and jerrycans containing suspected stolen AGO. The operators abandoned the vessel and fled into adjoining creeks, leaving behind approximately 63,000 liters of illegal petroleum products. In a related operation around Abonema in Akuku Toru local government area, another wooden boat was intercepted while transporting approximately 72,000 liters of suspected illegally refined AGO concealed in sacks. The combined recoveries exposed the continued exploitation of the region's waterways by criminal networks attempting to establish illegal fuel transportation routes. Then, on the 10th of June 2026, another major breakthrough was recorded. Acting on credible intelligence, personnel of Nigerian Navy ship Soro returned to the Egbuama-Ogbogolo axis, an area already identified as a hotspot for illegal refining activities. This time, the discovery revealed the scale of the operation. A massive illegal refining site was uncovered with approximately 30,000 liters of suspected illegally sourced crude oil and 138,000 liters of suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil. The products were found stored in reservoirs, refining facilities, and more than 1,200 sacks strategically concealed across the area. The discovery confirmed that criminal elements had attempted to reactivate illegal refining infrastructure despite previous enforcement actions. The site was subsequently deactivated, disrupting a major supply chain linked to economic sabotage. Together, these operations resulted in the recovery of hundreds of thousands of liters of suspected illegally refined petroleum products, the destruction of illegal refining facilities, and the disruption of networks operating within Nigeria's maritime domain. Beyond the figures, these operations represent a wider commitment to protecting Nigeria's economic foundation.
Navy drone tracks terror suspect in Lake Chad. The Nigerian Navy has recorded another success in the fight against terrorism following the arrest of a suspected terrorist collaborator in Lake Chad area. The arrest was carried out by personnel of Naval Base Lake Chad during an intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance mission using a tactical drone. The suspect, identified as Baba Seidu Abdullahi, was tracked after naval personnel observed his movement from an area where terrorist elements had earlier been sighted. Further surveillance revealed interaction between the suspect and armed terrorists before he was intercepted near Charlie Company 196 Amphibious Battalion. Preliminary investigation indicated that the suspect allegedly provided logistical support to terrorist elements operating within the region. Following interrogation, he was handed over to appropriate military authorities for further investigation. The Nigerian Navy has said that the operation demonstrates its growing impact of technology-driven intelligence in supporting counter-terrorism operation under Operation Hadar.
The Nigerian Navy is strengthening regional and global cooperation as part of efforts to enhance maritime security and promote collective response to emerging threats. The service recently hosted delegations from the Republic of Benin and the National Defense College of India at Naval Headquarters, Abuja. The engagements, which brought together military professionals from both countries, focused on maritime security architecture.
History isn't just written in books. It's painted on the grass. Every generation brings its own stroke of genius. The legends paved the way, but a new class of icons have arrived. Ready to leave their mark. Ready to make a statement. Expect the unexpected. Breathtaking goals that defy gravity. Drama that stops time. This is where the world comes to play. 3 host nation, 48 countries, countless colors, but only one ultimate dream. The 2026 FIFA World Cup. Witness history unfold live right here on Sporty TV and NTA.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress. Godrich Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrich Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell. Hello sweet fragrance.
Golden Terra Oil. Get Gold promo is here.
Buy the 5-liter pack, get 100 Terra Gold cubes.
Free! And with the 1-liter pack, get 20 Terra Gold cubes. Free!
Buy Golden Terra Oil. Get gold. Golden Terra Oil. Get Gold promo is here.
Buy the 5-liter pack, get 100 Terra Gold cubes.
Free! And with the 1-liter pack, get 20 Terra Gold cubes. Free!
Buy Golden Terra Oil. Get gold.
Darling Natural Twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling Natural Twists get better every day, just like you.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
My people, do you know that 1 is better than 10?
Better than 10?
Yes, so.
Impossible.
Let me show you that 1 is better than 10 with Harpic 10X. Toilets have stains, which bleach cannot clean. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives not 2, not 4, but 10 times better cleaning, leaving your toilet sparkling clean. Wow! You can now see that 1 is better than 10!
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Hello and welcome to NAFDAC and Your Health. This is a program where NAFDAC, the agency saddled with the responsibility of safeguarding the health of Nigerians, intimates you on our activities. I am your host, Okpejemi Urimolade. The focus of today's episode of NAFDAC and Your Health is how NAFDAC, under the leadership of Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has employed the use of information and communication technology to positively transform the agency and has brought unprecedented efficiency to service delivery to its clients and customers. The adoption of information and communication technology, otherwise known as digitization, an initiative introduced by the agency's current Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has no doubt helped NAFDAC to raise the bar of the quality of the agency's service delivery.
The impact of digitalization on regulatory system strengthening. Without information technology, there is no regulatory agency that can function effectively. I will take the simplest example of the impact of information technology, and I've mentioned this in different forums. The website. The website of a regulatory agency must be informative enough to the end users, to other regulatory agencies, to the medical establishment, to whoever wants to find out about a particular information of a regulatory authority. It must be clear, it must be transparent, it must be clean, it must be authoritative, it must be scientific, of course. We didn't have that. So I knew that we have a long rope to pull, a long distance. So we started digitizing even email, and I will use email. People were using their Gmail, their Yahoo, their this. What is this? This is a regulatory agency, because emailing is part of information technology. So we started making our staff to change from their pop mail to nafda.gov.ng. Very, very important in terms of internal information. Very important in terms of external communication, rather. Because if you are dealing with a very stringent regulatory agency and you are using Yahoo or Gmail, their system may reject it because they have programmed their system to recognize government-linked emails. So that is part of information technology, the website, the emails, but our registration. We were supposed to be using e-registration, but we weren't using it before my time. So we started e-registration, I believe, in 2019, early 2020 or so, because we have to move from manual. With manual, you keep talking, relating with customers, and there could be compromise, there could be mistakes. So that is for our e-registration. Even for our own administrative purpose, human resources, for leave request, we started using RMs. So we started digitizing first because that is what is expected of us as an agency that is going through audit. We started our GBT, Global Benchmarking Audit, in 2018. And they told us that we have to start digitizing our system so that there will be transparency, there will be effectiveness. So digitization is part and parcel of maturity of a regulatory authority. We are not there yet. We are going to maturity level 4. So we are still, right now we have about 70% of our processes digitized. Because without digitization, you cannot get maturity level 4. Because again, it is about protecting the public health. If you have a transparent system, if you have e-registration that is not compromised, it means that the product at the end of the day will be the product that is supposed to be in the market. Of course, our port inspection is digitized. Our clinical trial application for clinical trial is digitized, and so are many others. But we are still working along that path of digitization.
You have been watching NAFDAC and Your Health. The program returns after this short break.
NAFDAC hereby alerts the public on the requirement of export for its regulated product in order to curb rejection and boost the nation's trade, image, and economy. It is imperative that every NAFDAC regulated product, food, drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, chemicals, etc., is issued certificate before export. In view of the above, exporters should know the following. Testing of products for export by NAFDAC is free. NAFDAC testing ensures that products are safe, best practices are upheld, and as such, there is no issue of rejection in the country receiving the products. Upon satisfactory adherence to the export guidelines and requirements, NAFDAC will issue export certificate to qualified exporters. Intending exporters must adhere to exporting country specifications, guidelines, and regulations. Visit the nearest NAFDAC office and www.nafdac.gov.ng to be guided on proper requirements for documentation, registration, processing good manufacturing practices, good hygiene practices, labeling, storage, and restriction practices.
NAFDAC, customer-focused, agency-minded.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to NAFDAC and Your Health. Under the leadership of Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, the current Director General of NAFDAC, Information and Communication Technology has been adopted in a number of activities of NAFDAC and indeed as tools used for regulatory, monitoring, and other client services. This has positioned the agency as a pragmatic, innovative, and customer-focused agency. It has also made the impact of NAFDAC at safeguarding public health felt the more. One of these tools is traceability.
You have a device as simple as your Android phone through which you can scan and authenticate that product that it is valid. And this is what you can do to stamp out falsified and substandard products. Meaning that if you scan and it is not a good product, it tells you fake, don't use. So through that, you secure the supply chain network. The scanning takes place at every point. As I mentioned, the manufacturer has the master data, what we call the master data attributes, and those attributes speak to the to certain things about the product. And as you are moving from the manufacturer to the wholesaler, to the distributor, to the retailer, at each stage of that movement of the product, it is being scanned up until the patient who is, or the consumer who is buying the product. He or she is also doing the scanning. And all of that is recorded, and all of that is fed into the NAFDAC traceability information system. We have that as our own back end. Our technical partner in this process is GS1. That's our technical partner, and it is all the scanning process feeds our national or rather NAFDAC traceability information system, and that is where we get to know any infiltration into the supply chain, whereby we can go ahead, and when there's a need for a recall, for example, because sometimes there may be an innocent error, even committed by the manufacturer, innocent error, and that has happened several times. So traceability also enhances that process of a recall, because you know where the product has gone through and you know where they are, so that recalling that product back will be very, very easy and very swift.
There is also the Med Safety app, designed to address the issue of adverse drug reaction.
We have designed forms for reporting of adverse drug reactions, and we also have forms for reporting of adverse event following immunizations. This, when we started pharmacovigilance in Nigeria, we have been using them, but with the current improvements in technology, those paper forms are being transcribed into an electronic format where patients, even healthcare providers, can just then go to their Play Store using their mobile phones, because we have to put the app in the mobile phone, understanding that over 70% of the Nigerian populace has access to mobile phones. So if you have an Android or you have an iPhone, you can just simply go to the Play Store or the iOS and you download the Med Safety app. In that Med Safety app, we have the form for adverse drug reactions, and we also have the forms for adverse event following immunization.
However, the agency is not resting on its oars. Consistent efforts are continually made to harness resources and further take advantage of ICT to bring the best of service that will help the agency in maximally safeguarding the health of the Nigerian people. This is what's led to the initiative of the Customer Call Center, which was recently launched. Through the Customer Call Center, where people can simply put calls through to NAFDAC to make inquiries, lodge complaints, or for whatever other purposes they may need to contact NAFDAC for. At the launch, the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, stressed the importance of the NAFDAC call center.
We have thousands of customers, whether it is in food, drug, vaccines, medical devices, water, cosmetics, herbal medicines, name them. Because when the type of service we render is type of service where sometimes the customers may not know what to do. And we have to get into the mind of the customer to meet their needs. Sometimes it may be because we are getting digitized and they don't know how to maneuver whatever they want to register. So it is going to be a great advantage to Nigerians to trade, because many of our services are time dependent. You want to register a product, we have to let customers know that it takes this long to register. These are the steps that you should go through, to do the registration. And the timely registration, of course, will translate to trade. So this is great for our country that we have this call center.
You have been watching NAFDAC and Your Health. The program returns after this short break.
Let's say no to underage consumption of alcohol. In Nigeria today, many young people are getting access to alcohol easily, especially alcohol sold in sachets and small bottles. This has caused monumental damage to the lives of many young people. Concentration of alcohol in sachets is about 43%, and it is easily accessible to children because sachet alcohol and the packages in small PET bottles less than 200 millimeters makes alcohol cheap, affordable, and accessible to children. They can easily conceal it. Underage drinking can damage the brain, affect learning, and lead to poor decisions. It can also harm the body, damaging the liver and kidneys, raising blood pressure, affecting hormones, and increasing the risk of cancer later in life. It can even cause depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, and addiction. Children's physiological makeup is not matured to handle alcohol. Children are not small adults. Survey also showed that 54% of minors and underage purchase alcohol by themselves. Alcohol should not be accessible for underage. Let's say no to underage consumption of alcohol. Parents, teachers, religious leaders, communities at large, let's say no to underage drinking of alcohol. This message is from NAFDAC and the National Orientation Agency.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to NAFDAC and Your Health.
Mr. Femi Balogun, the Director, ICT, explains the trajectory that culminated in the launch of the NAFDAC call center and how it will operate.
The call center, it's supposed to service the citizens. It's supposed to help the agency improve its service delivery. And what we have is we have agents from Intera Network trained on our processes and using basically our frequently asked questions. We keep researching on these our frequently asked questions to ensure that the critical questions that are common that people ask us are well articulated as a response. So the agents are almost well trained up to truly represent us, but it's going to be a continuous learning process, improving the process. We're going to also use AI to keep improving that process. Part of this project also involves chatbots, so the agent will also use that also, and we've also even implemented that on our website. It just supports anybody visiting our website to go in and ask questions, and automatically you'll be able to bring out the answers from that. So we keep upscaling our level of service to the public. And all this information will be coordinated. All calls on the phones, all inquiries through emails, through the website, everything will be coordinated into a single database. This will help our quality management system. It will help to show full transparency of our services to the general public. So, Madam Gigi, we are so much happy and so much encouraged with your leadership. She has been someone who has great passion for information technology, and the agency keeps moving on. So it's a privilege to give this small overview of what the service is all about. So it's a continuous improvement of processes.
Mr. Emeka Okafor, the Managing Director of Intera Networks, the company that handled the setting up of the NAFDAC Customer Call Center, also speaks of the significance of the center and how it will operate.
What we do is that we essentially provide the back office for our clients. We do the work that's we are well positioned to do so that they can focus on the things that they're expertly trained and focused on doing. So looking with specific reference to NAFDAC, NAFDAC has a strong regulatory role to play, but they're also a customer-serving agency. So they have entrusted us with representing them as it relates to all the challenges or the requests of their customers. We take their calls, we respond to them, we handle as many issues as we can. The ones that we cannot handle, we escalate to NAFDAC. So the line is available 24/7 for clients to call throughout the week. It's available 24/7. And NAFDAC has not requested us to be able to take all the calls 24/7, but no call is missed. So if you get in a call, you don't get the busy signal, you will get an agent, and we work dynamically with NAFDAC to respond to the needs of their customers. So if we see that customers require even more time during certain days, we provide that service for them. We work with the network providers, and they've always been very responsive to us. So we do not use GSM phones. We have E1 lines that are high capacity lines. So it's not a situation whereby there are 4 agents or 5 agents and you can only take 4 or 5 calls. We can take as many calls that come in.
The NAFDAC Director of Human Resources, Mr. Augustine Oboli, also spoke about the significance of the initiative and what it says of NAFDAC.
This initiative is a significant milestone in our ongoing commitment to safeguarding the health of the nation and ensuring that every citizen has direct, timely, and accurate information and also regulatory support. I also want to say that this is not just a technology upgrade. It also demonstrates our dedication, transparency, and accountability, and service excellence towards our customer. What we did today is having the customer at the heart of everything we do in NAFDAC. Customer first, customer middle, customer last. Everything we do revolves around the customer. I want to commend the intra-network and their team for working hard together with our staff, because a lot of work, a lot of energy, a lot of time and sacrifice have been put into this program to make this launch a success. We want to commend you. I will thank you greatly. I also want to commend DG especially for our vision. We've not been here, but we're here now. It's a product of vision of a leader, and I know there are more to come for the agency. And on this note, as we close, I want to appeal to all of us that have been part of this program to use this platform responsibly and sensibly. And together, we can build a healthier, safer Nigeria.
The NAFDAC DG was conducted around the call center and intimated on the operations.
If, for instance, you go onto the radio station and you go and advertise this, we have had situations with clients where you have more than 4 simultaneous calls coming in. Oh, wow. And that's a situation whereby all the agents can't handle it. Okay. The advantage of working with us, if we know, so you have 4 agents here, but we've trained more than 4 agents. So people at times call in sick. And if you have a peak period, all we need to know is that you're planning something. Yes. We put more agents over there. But even if a call is missed, we see that somebody tried to call. So it's not a situation whereby your phone is off or you get a busy tone. And we can call back everyone that called.
The launch of the NAFDAC call center does not nullify the existing channels of reaching NAFDAC like phone lines and emails. It is an addition which affords members of the public more accessibility to NAFDAC. That has been our package for you on this episode of NAFDAC and Your Health. We will return next week with another insightful episode. Meanwhile, you can help NAFDAC in our efforts to keep Nigerians healthy by sending in your comments, complaints, or reports and observations on the activities of peddlers of NAFDAC-regulated products. To serve our clients better, NAFDAC now has a customer service center where our customer service agents are always available to promptly respond to inquiries and complaints. The customer service center is open 24 hours a day and every day of the week. The numbers to call to speak with our customer service agents are 0700 1623 322 and 0800 1623 322. You can also send us an email via reform@nafdac.gov.ng. NAFDAC, customer-focused, agency-minded. Before I go, let me remind you that it is criminal to import, produce, advertise, distribute, or sell fake or unapproved food products, drugs, cosmetic, and chemicals. As you abstain from these acts, also endeavor to report any such activity in your area. Let's join hands to eradicate this life-threatening venture. Till we meet again next week, stay healthy.
If youth want to actually transform their local ideas, I think they should think local.
Is somebody who is exposed at the age of 16 qualified to be married?
My call to the federal government, create a rehabilitation center.
Education is good for the coming generation.
When we protect a girl child, we protect a generation. A community cannot truly prosper when its people live in fear, because safety is the foundation upon which peace, development, and human dignity are built. Welcome to Grassroots. I am Muhammad Kabir Mukhtar. Today, we examine a pressing issue affecting families, businesses, and communities across our nation, which is insecurity and the safety of communities. Every community deserves to be a place where people can live, work, farm, trade, and raise their children without fear. A place where children can go to school safely, where farmers can cultivate their land without intimidation, where traders can travel without anxiety, and where families can sleep peacefully at night. But for many communities today, this sense of security has been deeply challenged. Kidnapping, armed robbery, communal clashes, banditry, cult violence, drug-related crimes, and so many forms of insecurity have created uncertainty and fear. But what are the root causes of insecurity? Why are some communities becoming increasingly vulnerable to crime and violence? Well, today we are delighted to host accomplished leaders and visionaries from diverse fields, each making remarkable contributions to society. We have Mr. William Salami, who is a visionary entrepreneur, technology-driven business leader, and CEO MD of Rock Hill Development and Infrastructure Limited, championing innovation in real estate, investor protection, and sustainable community development across Africa. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We also have Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Agnes Hosanna Ajibade, who is a distinguished humanitarian, social entrepreneur, leadership advocate, and president co-founder of Peace of Peace Women Leadership Initiative, dedicated to empowering women, youth, and underserved communities through impactful service and nation building. You are welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure is mine.
Together, they'll help us explore how communities can work together to restore safety, strengthen trust, and promote peaceful coexistence. Mr. Salami, let me start with you. How can you explain community peace today?
Yeah, thank you for having me once again. When you talk about peace in a community, it's not actually the absence of once in a time some sort of violence, but it is a state whereby the entire community enjoy relative peace. They are able to go to their farms, those who are farmers. The business people are able to do their business. The children are able to go to school without any form of harassment from kidnappers, as we have it all across Africa today. But it is a state whereby we are able to live together without being intimidated. We are able to live together without fear, and everybody go about his or her business. So I think that is what we should look at as a state of peace and safety in any community.
Well, that's right. Dr. Agnes, any addition to that?
All right, like my colleague has said, peace is not the absence of war or conflict. But one major thing is our ability to overcome and live above our challenges, because we cannot do without community challenges. We have all of that living amidst us, but our ability to cope with it, understanding that how do we figure it out, how do we come out of it and keep living as one family. And I think that is my expression about peace. Thank you.
But these days, why has insecurity become a major concern in our communities?
All right, and let me take it off from there as well. Insecurity has become a major issue in our community today because why? We neglected some vital things that is our responsibility as a nation, as leaders to do. Number one, the issue of insecurity that is haunting us today as a nation in Nigeria didn't start today. Growing up as a young lady, there are a lot we were exposed to. I live in the northern Nigeria, in Niger State, Bogu local government precise. So from my own experience, what we have seen so far, it has gained momentum over years. And this will neglect the little dot lines that we should have taken into cognizance. Accommodating the visitors to live amidst us, we don't know where they come from, allocating land properties to them, giving a sea of oaths, allowing them to be part of us without inquiring what brought them. And because most of them came with some sort of cash, they could buy some building at an expensive rate. In fact, in quotes, this affected the high rise of prices of buildings and properties in my locality, and even rent. Because when these visitors came, they came with money and they were buying properties. They could rent any apartment with any, yes, they could pay. So but there was no questioning. Who are you? Where are you coming from? Everyone just assumed business is getting better. And so with this, they lived amidst us. They became part of us. They married. They had children. And they lived with us for so many years. This they were studying, and it became the outcome of what they came to see, to conquer a nation that is as great as Nigeria.
Mr. Salami, I think
insecurity is multi-layered, and they are, there is among us, and much more than looking at it as a foreign invasion of our land. It is something that is indigenous, but gradually growing. But there are soil upon which this insecurity grows. And when you look at it, you see, sorry to say this, but our leaders also have some parts that they contributed, because the land was much more fertile for this to grow. And why is it fertile? When there is no development, what do you expect? When the survivor instinct, I just want to survive, among the youth, what do you expect? Before we go into even people that, intrude into our communities, we looked at those people are known to us. They are known to the communities, but they were able to grow, they were able to go into pick up arms because there were no alternatives to them to things they can do. I'm not saying that poverty should be a cause. Yes, I'm not saying poverty should be a direct cause, but it's upon which insecurity breeds. Because to a young chap who doesn't have any opportunity, doesn't have how to survive, he think of going into different kind of things in order to survive. So you see, it grows, just like she said, Nigeria was not like this. Africa was not like this. But it starts somewhere, gradual. Those people that come in also, they are able to have their way because the people on ground gave them a listening ear because there was no alternative. So it's something that is localized and has a global influence.
But talking about causes now, what do you think are the major factors that drive insecurity in Africa?
Yes, in looking at Nigeria, for example, number one, we have to look at the issue of economic development in Nigeria. Mostly in the local communities, they've been neglected for so many years. You go into some communities, there are no amenities, there's nothing for them to fall back to. Even the farmers who are farming, at the end of the day, they have post-harvest losses. They are not able to move their things to the market. So they have a lot of things happen that they are not able to survive. So these are one of the, poverty is the major reason. And if the government can begin to look into this kind of, a factor by providing an alternative, means of survival for the youth, education is one of it. If they can do that, we talk about education, but at the same time, there are localities that are not well educated. They don't have access to education. I don't want to go to some of the parts of the north where they have been deprived for so many years. Because when you look at insecurity and underdevelopment, you discover that they go hand in hand. It's not something that is strange to each other. So all those areas that education are not really, encouraged or they are underserved, you discover that those kind of attitude of insecurity, thuggery, terrorism, hooliganism, cultism, those things, they fester.
Well, Ms. Agnes has a lot of things to say, but before you speak, we'll go on a break to listen to spoken words and commercial timeout. We'll be right back with more conversation from the grassroots.
Listen, there was a time when a neighbor's child was everyone's child. When one voice called for help and 10 hands showed up. But today, doors are locked tighter, hearts are guarded deeper, and neighbors pass each other like strangers sharing the same streets. Unity did not disappear overnight. It faded in silence, with broken trust, with whispered rumors, with my problem replacing our problem. And when unity is lost, progress slows, projects stop, and peace begins to tremble. Because a divided community is like a broom with scattered sticks, unable to sweep away its challenges. But listen, strength returns when hands join again. Trust grows when voices speak honestly. Progress rises when people stand together. We are stronger together because unity is not just an idea. It is the power that builds communities.
Hello, we are Prime Multi Studios, a complete television, media, and print production company. With professionalism and experience, we apply the highest level of creativity on every single project. Every single sound we produce speaks to your mind, your heart, and your senses. With our sophisticated equipment and vibrant team, we are dedicated to creating compelling stories that tells your visions and aspirations. We are Prime Multi Studios, transforming your imagination into reality.
Welcome back from the break, and thank you for staying with us. Dr. Agnes, though Mr. Salami mentioned poverty, how do you think factors like that and unemployment, probably the lack of education, like you said, how do they contribute to this problem?
Precisely, he spoke well. But from my home point of view, I'm not picking poverty as the real cause of insecurity in Nigeria where we find ourselves. Poverty lines up. There is one topmost that we have been ignoring as a nation. This is the deprivation of our royal fathers, their right to exercise their authorities over their lands. Over time, the policies were made in Nigeria when the constitution was adjusted that royal fathers should be subjected under their local government chairman, thereby depriving them from having access to execute their powers over their community. This has gone a long way. We made our mistakes and then they felt neglected. They weren't rated as the first in the community anymore. So they felt the person that comes into political seat, that comes and go, that child is now my senior. Okay, let's see how it goes. So this created a kind of discouraging factor in them, giving the government, okay, do it the way you want to do since you know the community better. But if we want our security to work, let's start by visiting this royal father. Include them in the policy making, make them feel better again. Pick them from where they were kept and place them where they should be. They know the entering point of their communities. They know the visitors that comes in.
That's true. Well, that's another perspective because the royal fathers actually know the communities better and they have more control on the people in the community. Well, Mr. Salami, these insecurities, how do they affect our families in the communities, our businesses, even our education?
Okay, yeah, thank you. When you come to insecurity, the act of terrorism is just one of the insecurity. There are other, examples and application of insecurity. But the greatest effect it has is the displacement of the people from their own land. You see it all over Nigeria where this insecurity like terrorism, kidnapping fester. There are some communities today that is completely empty. People are not there. So it affects them because, number one, it displaces them from their ancestral land. So you are not able, and your ancestral land is where you have the connection, is where you can farm, where you can do business. That's where you were born. That's where they have the attachment, but they are displaced. So there is a psychological effect to that. And also you see families, they are not able to come together again. The daughter is another place, the father is another place. Even the education of the children, some of them, they are writing WAEC at this period. But you discover that because of this act of insecurity, some of them are not able to write. In fact, they are affected. So it has a way of affecting them. What about the, possibility of making money economically and let me tell you, it also affects those even in the city because the food that we are eating, they bring them from the villages.
And as it affects agriculture, it
affects agriculture, it affects us. And these people, the villagers, they are not ready to go. They don't want to go back because why will I go back to a place where I will plant and they are not going to do anything, but when it is time for harvest, they show up. So you discover that it will also affect the food security all across the country. So it has a way, it has multiplicity of effects on the entire state of the nation, and also every family, not only those who are directly affected, but those who are also feeling as a result of the economic impact of what insecurity has caused.
Any addition, Dr. Agnes?
The effect has affected a lot of setback for us as a nation. Yes, because why investment possibilities is under average. And children lives in fear. In fact, it has become like in skits today. You see children gathered, before you know someone will skit them and say, they are coming, they are coming, they are coming. The next thing everywhere is in disarray. It affected some of our children, secondary school children who were driving peacefully from their schools. They closed, and before you knew it, they saw others that were running towards them. Somebody skitted them, and before you know it, they drove against themselves. 3 died just on their way home, and it wasn't bandit attack. So when we start fixing our homes, I'm telling you, the foreign support will just be little to only help stabilize our security measures.
Well, let's fix our homes and surely everything will be better. We'll go on another break to harvest public opinion and commercial time out. Don't go anywhere. The grassroots continues in a moment.
So restoring back the love and unity we had then is a conscious effort. People need to understand that for whatever thing that we do, it is best we live at peace. Peace is all that matters. I mean, what do we gain if we actually, have this hatred, have this chaos? So I think for us to actually, even if we can't restore it back 100%, there is need for us to see one another as we see ourselves. I think that's the best way we can actually restore back that love and unity. When you see your neighbor as yourself, when you love your neighbor as yourself, we'll all live in peace and unity.
My name is Garba Abdullahi. I work with budget and the state officer for FCT at Tracker. I want to give a small hint about how we need to settle peace in our community. One thing we want the world to know is that peace begins with us, and if our state of mind is at rest, that is when we have peace. And if we don't have that peace in our state of mind, we will not be able to have that peace inside our own house, and inside our community, and inside our environment, inside our country, and even in the international organization. So I want to urge the audience and the community people, the nations that are watching this, to keep watching Grassroots.
Welcome back from the break. If you are just joining us, this is Grassroots. Today, we are discussing insecurity and safety of the community. Mr. Salami, how do you think families and communities, what responsibilities do you think they can have in order to guide our youth to maintain security and peace in our communities?
Thank you. Starting from the family. Yes. The family is, let me say, the primary point where value is being built or delivered. You see, before this, we were discussing, and she was pointing out some things, how, in those days, somebody was saying that you can actually keep some things somewhere and come back to find it there. Yeah. How did we get to this point? That you can actually, you can keep your bag on the street and somebody will pick it and take it to maybe the community head, and you still find it back, because we were built on a foundation whereby the value system was being upheld. So it's something that was part of the family. The parents were able to impact it on their children. We're able to teach their children. We're able to tell them what is wrong. We're able to call them to order. They understood discipline.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agnes. How do you think starting from the families can make changes in our society?
Precisely, the family has a lot of role to play, because from the family we transcend into the community into the state into the nation into the larger world. Now, our mothers and fathers, we have a great role, but we are being distracted by the means of survival. A lot of parents hardly spend time with their children. The father is somewhere surviving, the mother is somewhere at the marketplace or at the office, traveling here and there. Whom do we leave our children to? Who talks to them? Who takes care of them? Who checks on them? So many parents in our community, I will use my community as an example because I'm a grassroots woman. Most of them don't even ask their boys where they slept last night. These children goes out and comes back at times 2 a.m. into the house. And yet they will open the door, or they will leave the door open so that when they come in, they will be the last person to shut that door. Now, what has that child been doing? Why will a responsible child be coming in at 2? Then this has affected us a lot, and in our environment today, we see drugs flying. They are even selling it like all these small containers now. These are drugs. Now women are taking them, men are taking them, they are going crazy. These are the people available for evil negotiations. So when these kind of people found them wanting, they will negotiate with them because they needed money to buy their snuffs. So when they give them, okay, can you go and destroy a place? And they say, why not? And this thing makes them high. They don't even see human beings as relevant anymore, because their own life, there's no relevancy. So when we start talking to our families, our children, prayers, number one, let their praying life be intensified. Talk to them about their values, not to lose values and culture. And then with that, always ensure that as parents, as you are hustling to look for money, please ensure that your primary responsibility is the upkeep of your children. The children you breed for us tomorrow will transcend into the society. And if they are not well bred, I'm telling you, we're going to have problems. And that is what is happening. Thank you.
That's true. Thank you very much. Well, we're rounding up. Okay, you want to say something?
I think the architecture of trust has been eroded in Nigeria over the years. In fact, on the scale of 1 to 10, I'll put it at 2. The people no longer have trust in the government. The people no longer have trust in the security, agencies. How can the government rebuild this trust? It has to start today. If the government wants to gain the trust of the people, it can start today. In the case of extrajudicial killing of people or a criminal, creates more mistrust amidst other people. Why will I see a crime scene and be eager to film me with my phone, with my smartphone, and send it to TikTok, than picking my phone to call a security agent? So now you see that it is not something that starts today. You see our youths, they can do a lot. You see all these things online. They prefer to video it and send it online and make a jest of it than to make a call. So because they are afraid. Let me tell you, there are communities today that if they see a policeman coming with uniform, if a mother see a policeman coming with, she will run inside. Meanwhile, in advanced countries, they embrace them, they call them, they speak to them, they give them information. They are the first to call the police, they are the first to call the military. So our government needs to do a lot by coming down to the level of the people. How can we build this trust? And I'm telling you, if we can build this trust, insecurity will be a thing of the past. Because as these guys are moving around, somebody will see them. As they ride on their back in the bush park, somebody is farming and is seeing them and is making a call to say, look, some people are coming. And the information will get to the security agent on time. So the government needs to do a lot by building the trust, by making sure that the people can trust them. People having the feeling, oh, I trust my government. God bless Nigeria. God bless this government. God bless this country. That sense of trust bring about that. And when they see anything, they report it. And with this, I know the government will succeed.
Thank you very much. Well, we've had it all. The government cannot do everything, but they can do a lot. And us as people need to look out for each other so that our communities can be better. Security is not just the responsibility of the government. It is a shared responsibility that begins with trust, cooperation, and collective action. Well, to our guests, Mr. Williams and Ambassador Agnes, thank you very much for your valuable insights. Also to our viewers, remember, when communities stand together against violence and work for peace, safety becomes stronger, development becomes possible, and hope is restored. Don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms for more grassroots conversation, updates, and exclusive content. Until next time, I remain your favorite voice of the grassroots. Stay rooted, stay grounded, and keep building from the grassroots.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel, and to
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future warning or a distant threat. One of the most pressing environmental issues of our time is plastic pollution, be it in a visible form, microplastic or nanoplastic. What role do you see government policies or public awareness playing in the future of waste recycling in Nigeria and in Africa by extension? How exactly is rising temperature and extreme weather condition increase diseases in this climate? Please stay safe and healthy until we return.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa.
Experts seek stronger border security mechanism to enhance national peace and stability.
National stability rests on how we are able to deal with our borders.
An integrated border management system that enhances coordination among security and regulatory agencies.
Digital switch over, Nigeria at final stage of consultations.
I'm glad that today this stakeholder engagement is leading us to the first phase of the implementation, which is going to happen by God's grace tomorrow.
Our federal government partners to strengthen health security within expanded Abuja medical warehouse.
It's equipped with HVAC system, which guarantees a 24 hours cooling system.
Good evening and welcome to the Network News. I am Olajide Bello. Joining me from Lagos is Adeola Komi Akere. Benny Adams will be keeping us up to speed with happenings in the business world. Benny, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, cherry news for investors in Nigeria's capital market. Though the market closed bearish, it's an opportunity for new investors to come in. Also, cherry news is the fact that we have a recognition, global recognition for our ports. That is talking about imports and exports. We'll give you details in the course of the bulletin.
Many thanks, Benny. And of course, Bade Adele will be a guide on sports update. Bade, were you expecting an early goal from the France-Senegal match that the first half just ended?
Very correct, Olajide. But you know what? Senegal are currently giving France a good run for their money. So a big result could be in the offing for Africa.
All right, many thanks, Bade. Remember, you can watch this broadcast live on our website, nta.ng/live, and on our other social media handles displayed on your screen. Now, ahead of the June 17, 2026 digital switchover, stakeholders have agreed to reconstitute the digital team and strengthen consultation to accommodate constructive opinions in promoting national interest. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says digital switchover project remains the best project in the media industry. Saliu Abdullahi Gwanara reports.
All is set for the launch of the Nigerian digital switchover, addressing the decade-long wait a missed opportunity. On the invitation of the National Broadcasting Commission, among critical stakeholders here to deliberate the way forward for the DSO project are representatives of licensed broadcasters, signal distributors, set-top box manufacturers, content producers, Digiteam Nigeria, and other industry stakeholders. After an engagement behind closed doors, the following issues came out prominent as part of their resolutions and plans to advance the implementation of digital switchover.
Everyone is asking a question. When are we going to have full digital switchover in Nigeria? I'm glad that today this stakeholder engagement is leading us to the first phase of the implementation, which is going to happen by God's grace tomorrow. And it will provide us an opportunity to move over while we continue to make adjustments and corrections where necessary. The fact that we are going to have this tomorrow doesn't mean that it ends tomorrow. This is work in progress, and we will continue to do that so that this industry is given what has long been expected.
The National Broadcasting Commission agreed to review stakeholders' concerns relating to implementation frameworks, technical standards, and carriage agreements in consultation with relevant stakeholders as part of ongoing consultations. Number 10, stakeholders were assured of measures taken by NICE to ensure satellite reliability and continuity of service for the DSO platform.
It was also agreed that local content development and local manufacturing should remain central objectives to the DSO implementation to create jobs, attract investment, and expand opportunities for Nigerian broadcasters and content creators. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Now let's switch over to the judiciary, where the Court of Appeal court sitting in Abuja has ordered a stay of execution of the judgment of the Federal High Court verdict ordering INEC to deregister 5 political parties. The parties affected are African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, and Accord Party, AP. The Intermediate Court frowns at the actions of Justice Peter Lifu over his Monday judgment that INEC should deregister the 5 political parties. They averred that Justice Lifu exhibited judicial rascality by making the order despite the order of the Court of Appeal and the pendency of the matter before the court. Justice Lifu in the verdict said the parties did not meet the constitutional threshold of Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution and Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution gives the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the power to deregister parties that fail to meet the constitutional threshold. Also, a Federal High Court sitting in Katsina has sentenced the female arms carrier Hawa Mukhtar to death by hanging after the Department of State Services DSS successfully prosecuted her for conspiracy to commit terrorism and aiding and abetting terrorism. Justice Abbas Wale gave the order having convicted Hawa Mukhtar, who was arrested by the DSS on September 16, 2023 at Jibia Motor Park, Katsina State, while attempting to transport 438 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition to one Ado, a notorious bandit kingpin operating within Dumburum Forest, Zamfara State. The sentence to death by hanging is in accordance with the Penal Code Law of Katsina State 2021. And from terrorism and other proliferation of small arms and light weapons to other transborder crimes, Nigeria continues to face security challenges that undermine national stability and socio-economic development. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that, seeking lasting solutions, stakeholders are converging on the 15th National Security Seminar 2026.
Nigeria shares land borders with 4 countries spanning about 4.047 kilometers alongside 853-kilometer coastline along the Gulf of Guinea. These borders are strategic gateways for trade and investment, supporting economic activities. But their porous nature has also fueled security threats, including proliferation of arms and other transborder crimes.
National stability rests on how we are able to deal with our borders, because often people say some of these bandits and insurgents come from outside the country.
A key strategy for Nigeria's border security architecture is the full implementation of an integrated border management system that enhances coordination among security and regulatory agencies.
Border security can also help deter transnational criminals and reduce crimes such as smuggling, human trafficking, and the proliferation of small arms and light weapons.
I sought to know what has been the impact of the last seminar on the nation's security.
Seminar for last year was not particularly on fiscal security. It was on human security. So for me, it's an ongoing process. The outcomes will become manifest as we move on.
Heads of security and intelligence agencies also stress the need to develop and man the nation's vast ungoverned space. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
And meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu commends the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies involved in the successful operation in Kogi State that led to the elimination of notorious bandit kingpin Ibrahim Dapsuji. The president described the operation as a significant blow to criminal networks terrorizing communities in Kogi and neighboring states. The president also commended the troops for another successful operation that led to the rescue of the widow of late former Chief of Defense Information, General Rabi Abubakar. He said the rescue demonstrates a high standard of professionalism and the needed determination to confront forces of evil. The Senate Committee on Drugs and Narcotics has assured the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, of its full support in its ongoing offensive against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. The assurance was given when the newly appointed chairman of the Senate Committee, Senator Joseph Ikpea, paid a courtesy visit to the chairman's chief executive officer of the agency, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, at the NDLEA National Headquarters in Abuja to familiarize and establish new partnership, agreeing to sustain the drug supply reduction and drug demand reduction efforts across the country. While you're watching the network news, more reports when we return. To stay with us.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we continue to celebrate the commissioning of landmark projects and flag off new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President. On Wednesday, the 17th of June 2026, the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will commission judges' quarters for the Federal High Court judges in Katampe District, Abuja. Venue, Judges' Quarters, Katampe District. Time, 12 noon. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the tracks, on the road, at work, because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodinma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feel like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, Guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
You're having a big promo here. Let me check.
With purchases of the 10 million naira, you receive a free medical checkup.
There's one more thing.
Dining coupon from Istanbul Cafe and Restaurant.
Sir, just a moment.
You also receive complimentary facial cosmetic treatment.
Also,
a luxury cutlery set for your home.
One final thing.
Because your purchase is 10 million naira and above, you also qualify for our car prize draw.
Wow. Only came here to buy furniture.
Vento Furniture.
Tasty, something to fill my belly. I want my golden penny noodles full of flavor, good picket. I want what I want. Golden penny noodles is sweet though. It was made for me. I want what I want. Golden penny noodles is sweet though. It was made for me. I want what I want.
Imagine having the power of television, movies, news, and entertainment right in your pocket. Welcome to Free TV App, Nigeria's all-in-one digital TV experience. With Free TV App, you get access to over 100 live TV channels, breaking news, sports, movies, kids shows, and more. All from a single mobile app. No decoder stress, no complicated setup. Just download, open, and start watching. To get started, simply search Free TV on the Google Play Store or Free TV NG on the Apple App Store, or scan the QR code on your screen. Once installed, register in seconds using your phone number, email, WhatsApp, Google or Apple ID. Secure OTP verification ensures safe and seamless access. The live TV section gives you over 100 licensed channels with a program guide, pause, rewind, and catch-up features. Free TV is more than an app. It's a digital revolution in broadcasting. Download the Free TV app today.
Thanks for being there. The aspirations of Benue State, Nigeria's food basket, to emerge as the nation's digital basket has received a major boost with the inauguration of a new ICT community center in Ihiu Vandekia local government area of the state. Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, while inaugurating the center, says the federal government will continue to leverage on digital inclusion to drive socio-economic transformation in rural communities. State House correspondent Adeni Taiwo reports.
Vandekia, described by local legend as the rock settlement of monkeys, is a major agricultural hub located about 122 kilometers from Makurdi, the Benue State capital. Ihu, one of its sub-rural communities, is a beneficiary of a new ICT community center, another product of a collaboration between Renewed Hope Initiative and the National Information Technology Development Agency.
And to the benefit of our children, I hereby commission the Lucia Luho ICT Center.
Inaugurating the center, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says promoting knowledge of ICT is a significant tool for empowering communities, especially women, enabling them to break traditional barriers and access new opportunities.
By equipping themselves with ICT skills, women and girls can enhance their educational prospects, participate in global economy, and support their families. I urge members of this community to take full ownership of this center. The success of this center depends on your active participation and utilization of the resources available.
With this center, our farmers will be empowered with digital literacy so that they can use technology to capture soil data, to monitor weather patterns, and to use it for precision farming.
For the people of Benue State, the center is a seed of transformation.
The aim is to reduce the urban-rural education gap
The center will also promote entrepreneurship and incubation through workshops on business planning, financial literacy, e-commerce and access to digital marketplaces.
The project will also generally contribute immeasurably to the empowerment of our youth and women and in curbing youth idleness.
Before departing Vandekia, the first study announced a 50,000 naira business support grant to 1,000 women petty traders in EU and additional 1,000 beneficiaries in Makurdi under RHI Economic Empowerment Program.
Please, a round of applause for our mother.
She also inaugurated 10 township roads constructed by the state government in Makurdi. From Makurdi, Adini Itaiwo, NTA News.
Now, the Obinagu Junction axis of the Enugu-Abakaliki Federal Highway was once a nightmare for travelers. Now it offers a seamless driving experience. Jonathan Omajali has more on the project that changed the story as the presidential media team and Renewed Hope ambassadors arrive at Enugu for inspection of key projects.
Driving on the 23-span mega twin flyover bridge at Eke Obinagu Junction along the Enugu-Abakaliki Expressway offers more than just comfort. It offers a beautiful view of modern infrastructure. Here, the team made a stop for a closer look at the project, constructed by an indigenous company to decongest traffic along the busy Emene axis, reduce accidents, and improve connectivity with neighboring states, including Cross River and Benue. The 350-meter twin bridge has been completed, with only the installation of expansion joints left before inauguration. The team also inspected the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, a 61-kilometer dual carriage project. While work has been completed on one carriageway, plans are underway to upgrade the remaining 53 kilometers of the other carriageway to reinforce concrete.
I lived in Port Harcourt for the greater part of my adult life. At some point, it takes 5 hours to 6 hours to go to Port Harcourt, and you don't even use the expressway. You have to go in through the villages to get to Port Harcourt. But you can know if you ask people, it takes you just a little above 2 hours to move from Enugu to Port Harcourt this time around. We from Enugu State, we can't complain because at this point we have about 6 projects going on at the same time.
At Abakpa Junction, the days of traffic gridlock may soon be over with the ongoing construction of an interchange featuring a 100-meter bridge and service roads. In Enugu, Jonathan Omajali, NTA News.
Now let's talk health. In a significant boost to Nigeria's healthcare supply chain and public health infrastructure, the federal government, with support from the Global Fund, has inaugurated the newly expanded Abuja Premier Medical Warehouse, APMW. The investment is aimed at strengthening the country's health security framework and advancing progress towards the achievement of universal health coverage. Olusheye Adiagu reports.
For years, Nigeria's healthcare system has been challenged by inadequate medical warehousing, contributing to medicine shortages, supply chain inefficiencies, and difficulties in delivering essential healthcare services. That narrative is now set to change with the expansion of the Abuja Premier Medical Warehouse, a $4 million facility supported by the Global Fund.
This warehouse is a 3,000 square meter capacity with 2 large cold chain storage and several pallets and racking. It's equipped with HVAC system, which guarantees a 24 hours cooling system.
Stakeholders describe the project as a reflection of a strong and effective partnership aimed at improving access to quality healthcare services.
The commissioning of the Abuja Premier Warehouse expansion is intended to formally inaugurate the upgraded warehouse as a critical national health logistics asset and reinforce commitment to supply chain reforms.
I'd also say, though, it's not just about buildings, but with those buildings, you need trained and committed people, you need good management and governance,
Ultimately, the project represents a significant step toward addressing long-standing public health challenges. In Abuja, Oluseyi Adiagbo, NTA News.
And away from health, it was a moment of tributes, reflections and heartfelt memories as the University of Ilorin's management held a special Senate session in honor of its 9th Vice-Chancellor, late Professor Abdulgani Ambali. The event drew principal officers of the university and dignitaries from within and outside the institution. Mutiat Olushola reports.
Humble in life, gentle in death, a man with a golden heart, an exemplary leader, and a mentor to many. These were some of the emotion-laden tributes that resonated from speakers at the special Senate session held in honor of the late 9th Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ilorin, Professor Abdulgani Ambali, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ilorin, former Vice-Chancellors of the institution, and other speakers noted that the passing of Professor Ambali has created a vacuum in the Nigerian university system that may be difficult to fill. In his tribute titled The Collapsing Clause of the Unwanted Visitor, Professor Igbewole described the late Professor Ambali as a fulfilled man who lived a life of purpose and service.
As a nation, one of our best is God. But what we see in the palm of our hands is candor, courage, fighting spirit, and record of achievement.
He had comported himself with distinction, with dignity, and has proven to be a family man.
He not only gave a good account of himself, but also gave the university, host community, a very fascinating representation.
Wife and children of the late Professor Ambali were struggling to contain their emotions reflected on his life, legacy, and the significance of the special Senate session organized in his honor.
Very caring, very loving, dedicated.
We are strengthened and comforted by the memories shared and by the profound impact he made on so many lives.
The special Senate session was followed by prayers for the repose of the soul at the University of Ilorin Central Mosque. Mutiat Olushola, NTA News.
And away from that, the federal government has showcased Nigeria's digital national education management information system on the global stage at the 2026 annual conference in Oslo, Norway. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tuji Alausa, presenting Nigeria's education digital transformation journey, aimed at positioning the country as a leading reference point for education data implementation across Africa, highlighting Nigeria's efforts to put the education sector on the global map through digital innovation and evidence-based reforms under the Nigeria Education Sector Renewal Initiative. The minister says Nigeria has established a practical, scalable and replicable framework on how education data systems can be designed, deployed and institutionalized across Africa. Beyond the conference sessions, Nigeria's participation created opportunities to deepen international partnerships and strengthen collaboration in education, innovation, institutional capacity development, research and knowledge exchange, while projecting Nigeria's growing role as a continental leader in education sector reform. A time to head to the Center of Excellence where Adeola Komiakere is standing by. Adeola, over to you.
Olajide for joining us in Lagos. Ahead of Nigeria's upcoming election cycles, youths in the country have been urged to leverage their demographic advantage to achieve their desired inclusion in governance. Joel Kokwola reports that various groups and political analysts are urging the youths to replicate the same passion on the social media space in promoting their interests.
With over 60% of the population under the age of 35, experts say youth have to evolve from mere political spectators into a formidable electoral powerhouse. According to data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, young people make up nearly 40% of the country's registered voters, cementing their position as the largest single voting bloc in the country.
You want to say you want to see the youth showing up. Don't just say it by mouth. Give them access. Give them opportunities. Mention them in rooms that matters. Give us access to rule. Give us access to lead. Give us access to be able to do amazing things, because that is the only way we can change the status quo.
But experts believe for the figure to translate to political leadership, there has to be a reawakening of the political consciousness of the youths.
If your voice is going to be heard, it means you are not a noise, you are a voice to be heard. And when you miss the time, you become a noise. To be a voice, you insist on what is right, and when you do what is right, who is wrong and what is wrong will leave you alone.
For us as leaders to do is to channel the youth to the right direction. If you push them in the right direction, they will be able to come out. If we encourage them to come out to get their voters card, come out and vote, that would be great.
While experts advocate need for political parties to institutionalize youth inclusion, they charge youth to be more involved in the political process. In Lagos, Joel Ukbuola, NTA News.
Now, 6 months after the inferno that engulfed the Great Nigerian Insurance House and several other buildings on Martin Street in Lagos Island, commercial activities are yet to return to full capacity due to blockade of some parts. Joel Ukbuola again reports that the situation has become a thorn in the flesh of many traders.
Some Lagosians might have forgotten the GNI fire, but for traders at Balogun markets, the impact of the incident is still taking its toll on their businesses. 6 months after the incident, the market is still in limbo, with many traders relying on online sales to make ends meet. Martin Street is still under blockade, with a small passage created for the traders and their customers.
There is no market. Customers are not entering. For 6 months now, government is supposed to open this road, so it will pass through. People can be able to, business will continue move.
Many of them are losing patronage, and this has brought their businesses to a halt.
Traders come to the market only to come and go. They don't sell anything. They don't see people to come and buy anything because of this. And when you come to this area where we got the bond since 24th of December, all the closes, all the entrances that lead to the market are blocked.
Olakunle Oyewo, a tailor whose business is attached to the patronage from customers of shop owners around him, is facing similar ordeal. As long as the GNI building is still standing, business activities will continue to be on low key. Traders are therefore appealing to government to expedite action on the deconstruction of the building. In Lagos, Joel Ukbuola, NTA News.
And that's it from Lagos. The network news will continue with Olajide in Abuja after this time out.
Beautiful taste meets uncertain times. And then someone walks in with a vision. A place where elegance lives, where minimalist, royal, and luxury designs connect. For your home, kitchen, office, and your world. Celebrate LifeMate's 20th anniversary, June 1st.
History isn't just written in books. It's painted on the grass. Every generation brings its own stroke of genius. The legends paved the way, but a new class of icons have arrived. Ready to leave their mark. Ready to make a statement. Expect the unexpected. Breathtaking goals that defy gravity. Drama that stops time. This is where the world comes to play. 3 host nations. 48 countries, countless colors, but only one ultimate dream. The 2026 FIFA World Cup. Witness history unfold live right here on Sporty TV and NTA.
Golden Terra Oil. Get Gold promo is here.
Buy the 5-liter pack, get 100 Terra Gold cubes.
Free! And with the 1-liter pack, get 20 Terra Gold cubes. Free!
Buy Golden Terra Oil. Get gold. Golden Terra Oil. Get Gold promo is here.
Buy the 5-liter pack, get 100 Terra Gold cubes.
Free! And with the 1-liter pack, get 20 Terra Gold cubes. Free!
Buy Golden Terra Oil. Get gold.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. One cube, endless possibilities.
No worries, let's go make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you, they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money point, made for your progress.
Once upon a time, there was a land plagued by blandness. Food had lost its flavor and there was nothing left to savor. Just then, the tastemaker arrives to restore taste to this land of blandness. All she did was sprinkle, stir, and serve. And from that day on, they knew one truth. All they need is sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker.
My people, do you know that 1 is better than 10?
Better than 10?
Yes, so. Impossible. Let me show you that 1 is better than 10 with Harpic 10X. Toilets have stains, which bleach cannot clean. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives not 2, not 4, but 10 times better cleaning, leaving your toilet sparkling clean. Wow! You can now see that 1 is better than 10!
Would you even go for your shade of beautiful?
Many thanks for being there. Now let's do some business now with Benny Adams. Benny.
Thank you, Olajide. Now, the federal government has reaffirmed commitment to strengthening international partnerships and deploying innovative financing mechanisms to unlock investment in green development, support small and medium-scale enterprises, and accelerate sustainable economic growth across Nigeria. Speaking at a high-level climate finance and development workshop in Abuja, federal government delegations say Nigeria remains focused on creating policies and institutional frameworks capable of attracting private capital into strategic sectors of the economy. They explained that sustainable development requires stronger collaboration among government, development institutions, private investors, and international partners to address financing gaps, especially in emerging economies.
Guarantees generally have been proven to be helpful, and many institutions in the last few years that have used them.
The launch of initiatives such as EMERGE by the Solid Minerals Development Fund reflects our commitment to bridging financing gaps and developing bankable projects capable of attracting both domestic and international capital.
Evidence shows that guarantees can mobilize 5 to 6 times more private finance than many traditional instruments.
If we get this right, we will not simply mobilize more finance, we will mobilize investment that creates jobs, that expands energy access, that strengthens resilience, that accelerates industrialization, supports climate action, and improves the lives of millions of Nigerians.
Now, the ongoing reform and modernization drive championed by the Nigerian ports has earned international recognition, with the World Bank ranking the Tinkan Island and Apapa port complexes among the world's top 20 most improved ports. According to the Container Port Performance Index, which is the CPPI, both ports were listed in the top 20 port improvement category, underscoring the remarkable gains recorded in the operational efficiency and turnaround time under the current management. The latest recognition comes on the heels of the Nigerian Ports Authority's role in sustaining Nigeria's trade surplus through enhanced efficiency and improved port operations, leading to Nigeria's successive attainment of trade surplus of 7.54 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026. The managing director of the NPA, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, attributed the achievement to the investor-friendly policies of the present administration and support of the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola. Moving on to the market, today on the exchange, investors bought and sold about 535 million shares worth more than 36.7 billion naira. 19 companies saw their shares prices go up. Corn Oil and Prestige Assurance led the pack, with corn oil's price jumping nearly 10% to close at 230 naira per share. 37 companies saw their prices drop. Naimet Pharmacy and Pharmaceuticals as well as Vitafoam took the biggest hit, losing about 10% of their value. Sterling Bank there was the star of the day, with investors trading a massive 101 million of its shares. The above numbers actually show that investors are currently cautious as they tend to sell off shares or hold back, which pushes stock prices downwards. That is it on business at this time. Olajide, it's over to you.
Many thanks, Benny. And moving on, as Nigeria's digital economy expands, the need for every home, business and public facility to have a unique and verifiable address is becoming more critical. To achieve this, the Nigerian Postal Service, the National Population Commission and other relevant agencies are intensifying efforts to complete the country's modern national addressing system. Chimdema Ndubisi reports.
For some people living in certain localities, giving direction to a dispatch rider or a visitor can be cumbersome sometimes. Take that first turn, enter that first street, and then go down. No, in short, stay right where you are so I can come pick you. This is the scenario sometimes, right? Well, the federal government is trying to fix this by developing the National Alphanumeric Postcode System. The model is being validated to ensure that the divergent geographic, demographic, and environment settlements in the country are well captured.
The nation has to make sure that our postcode does not pass administrative boundaries and geographic differences. What we're starting here is a train the trainer program for the people who go into the state, train them for the validation at state and local government level.
This is one of the soft data set that is going to enable the $1 trillion economy that Mr. President has set as target for us by year 2030.
It directly strengthens logistics, enhances security, optimizes public administration, and drastically improves the delivery.
We also open doors for innovation in commerce, logistics, emergency response, and digital services.
This field validation exercise will assess the accuracy and practical applicability of the model while generating the evidence required for full-scale national implementation. In Abuja, Chimdema Ndubisi, NTA News.
Our Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has released results of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME mop-up exercise conducted for candidates who were unable to sit for the main examination due to technical challenges and biometric verification issues. In a statement, JAMB's Public Communications Advisor, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, urges candidates to check their results through the board's approved results checking channels. It disclosed that the board will immediately commence the ranking of candidates, a critical stage in the admission process. With reports indicating that up to 76% of Nigerian agricultural products fail to meet certain international standards, stakeholders are intensifying efforts to address food safety concerns and improve the country's export competitiveness. This is why the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security inaugurated a technical working group on agricultural produce residue standards to nip the challenge in the board. Yahanasu Hassan Barao reports.
For many farmers, pesticides and herbicides are essential in protecting crops from pests and weeds, helping to improve yield and secure livelihoods. However, experts warn that improper use of these chemicals can leave harmful residues on food, posing risks to human health and affecting the marketability of agricultural produce. As concerns over food safety grow, stakeholders say the solution lies in taking action from the point of production and monitoring the entire value chain from the farm to the consumer's table. It is against this backdrop that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security inaugurated a technical working group on agricultural produce residue standards aimed at promoting responsible use of agrochemicals.
We need to understand what is even available in the market and vis-a-vis the standard of those countries that are demanding this product from us. So we must marry everything together, come back in country, prepare a response mechanism, create a resilience framework so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to support our Nigerian farmers.
Stakeholders express optimism that the initiative will improve consumer confidence, reduce export rejection, and position Nigeria as a reliable source of safe and quality agricultural produce. Yahana Sahasambaro, NTA News.
Away from agriculture, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extends warm felicitations to Muslim Ummah in Nigeria and across the world on the occasion of the Islamic New Year, which coincides with June 16, 2026. In a statement through his special advisor, Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu urges them to reflect on the virtues of the Hijrah, which remain central to building a peaceful, just and prosperous nation. President Tinubu prays that the new Islamic year brings blessings, peace and prosperity to every household, and that Allah continues to guide our nation on the path of progress. Now another break beckons. The news continues in a moment.
Good, tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil? Every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
The world needs moms. With a splash of Golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
When malaria knocks you down, you can be sure parasites are having a party in your system.
Welcome to our new kingdom, guys!
Comel, an effective weapon against malaria. Attacking the parasite army directly to give you express relief and get you back on your feet effectively. Comel on. Malaria gone.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress. No worries, let's go make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Our bodies get serums, washes, lotions, cleansers, scrubs. But underarms only get deodorant? That's why our new breakthrough formula contains pure hyaluron and vitamin C to deeply care for your underarms for a softer and even skin tone in 2 weeks. With 72-hour sweat and odor protection, try the new Nivea Derma Control Natural Tone because your underarms deserve more. Nivea is for skin.
High swelling index, non-sticky, no stones. Big Bull Gold, the gold standard of rice.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform? Let's surprise that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
barbecue, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Glad to know you're still there. Over to Badi Adele for sport updates. Badi.
Many thanks, Olajide. Now, the president of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Abuja, has reassured of the committee's commitment to protecting athletes and creating a safe sporting environment for sports to thrive. Gumel made this known at the launch of the Nigerian Olympic Committee Safeguarding Policy Tuesday at the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa headquarters in Abuja. The safety of athletes as well as officials, he says, remains paramount to the Olympic movement, hence the need for the launch in Nigeria to align with other Olympic Committee member nations across the world.
This policy is fully aligned with the IOC consensus statement on harassment and abuse in sport and with the fundamental principle of Olympism enshrined in the Olympic Charter.
And if you don't come together as stakeholders with a binding instrument, a mechanism by which we can all speak against harassment and abuse in the force and say no, then we will have left our athletes, our children in the harm's way.
All right, let's turn our attention to football now, as Africa's leading representatives, the Teranga Lions of Senegal, are currently trading tackles with the Le Bleu of France in the opening Group I encounter of the FIFA World Cup. Senegal, who have been impressive, hit the post in the first half and also missed a sitter before Kylian Mbappe shot France into the lead in the 66th minute. The match is now in its dying minutes. Meanwhile, Iraq and Norway kick off their FIFA World Cup 2026 campaign later tonight at Boston Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. The action continues at 2 a.m. Nigerian time, with defending champions Argentina taking on Algeria in the Group J encounter, while at 5 in the morning Nigerian time, Austria face Jordan in the other Group J fixture. And of course, England have suffered an early setback ahead of their 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign, with Newcastle United fullback Tino Livramento ruled out of the tournament after sustaining a calf injury during training on Sunday. The 23-year-old, whose fitness was already a concern following a thigh injury that sidelined him for the final 5 weeks of the season, will be replaced by Chelsea defender Trevor Chalobah. And finally, American tennis legends Serena and Venus Williams have been handed a wildcard to compete in the women's doubles at Wimbledon. 44-year-old Serena continues her comeback after returning to action at Queen's last week, 4 years after her last major appearance at the 2022 U.S. Open. The 23-year-old, the 23-time Grand Slam champion and 7-time Wimbledon singles winner will partner her sister, the 45-year-old Venus, at the All England Club. While neither player received a singles wildcard, one women's singles spot remains available. That does it on Sports Tonight. Let's now return to Olajide.
Many thanks, Badi. Let's quickly talk politics. President Bola Tinubu says leaders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, are resolute to return Governor Biodun Oyebanji to office in the forthcoming governorship election due to his remarkable performance in his first term. The president, who was represented by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, noted this at the grand finale campaign of the APC for the re-election of the governor Biodun Oyebanji in Ado-Ekiti. Olukemi Sani reports.
Ekiti, the state capital, played host to leaders of All Progressives Congress APC across the country, who came to show their solidarity for the re-election of Governor Biodun Oyebanji for the second term in the governorship election come June 20. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who led other party leaders across the country on behalf of the President, described Governor Biodun Oyebanji as a unifier who has done enough to justify re-election as the fortune of the state has changed for the better in over 3 years in office. He called on Ekiti people to ensure his re-election to consolidate the developmental strides of his government.
He has worked with the council of a man who under power is alone from the people.
From the party national chairman to the Senate president and chairman National Campaign Council Committee, all described Governor Biodun Oyebanji as a peaceful, humble and gender-friendly governor.
Oyebanji is trustworthy. Oyebanji is humble.
Governor Biodun Oyebanji said his superlative performance will surely speak for him on the day of the election.
And you can see what we have done in the last 4 to 4 years. These are things that you can see, you can feel, and you can touch.
In Ado-Ekiti, Olukemi Sani, NTA.
And away from politics, the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has described the passing of the mother of the Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, Hajiya Fatima Musa Musawa, as the exit of a beloved mother, matriarch who worked to train great children. The First Lady, represented by wife of the Vice President, Nana Kashim Shettima, arrived at the Musa family home in Abuja, received by the Minister of Arts, Hannatu Musa Musawa, and the Minister of State FCT, Maria Mahmood. She delivered the condolences of the First Lady, assuring the Musa family of the federal government's prayers and support at this critical time. And that's it on the Network News. Many thanks for being a part of it. I'm Olajide Bello.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back those harrowing days.
So those who experience it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
The prestigious NTA Television College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAM score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information,
visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
History isn't just written in books. It's painted on the grass. Every generation brings its own stroke of genius. The legends paved the way, but a new class of icons have arrived. Ready to leave their mark. Ready to make a statement. Expect the unexpected. Breathtaking goals that defy gravity. Drama that stops time. This is where the world comes to play. 3 host nations, 48 countries, countless colors, but only one ultimate dream. The 2026 FIFA World Cup. Witness history unfold live right here on Sporty TV and NTA.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian.
This message was brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Nigeria is making significant progress in the digital application and economic space. This trend, backed up by relevant laws and institutions, is central to the nation's economic diversification and transformation. Wait a minute. There is a nerve that connects the dots of Nigeria's digital economy. That's the Galaxy Backbone, a federal government organization for ICT infrastructure provision. This is Reshaping Democracy. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. Let me take you to the galaxy. GBB, Galaxy Backbone, has for 2 decades established and maintained a unified ICT infrastructure and shared services platform for government agencies, eradicating operational silos, outrageous and disconnected technology systems previously used in ministries, departments, and agencies. As Nigeria strengthens its digital economic landscape, cybersecurity walls, and e-governance, Managing Director of Galaxy Backbone, Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju, will respond to citizens' questions on how the organization is playing its role in fulfilling the key priority areas of President Bola Tinubu and also reshape our dear democracy.
How is Galaxy Backbone ensuring the reliability of its ICT infrastructure and upgrading facilities to support the needs of MDAs and other stakeholders?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Abdullah from Bauchi, for the question. I think the first thing to start with is to say democracy is maturing in Nigeria, and we're actually reaping the benefits of democracy. And for the part Galaxy Backbone is playing, we are playing a central role because under the renewed up agenda, one of the pillars is accelerating diversification of the economy. And the digital economy is one of those areas for diversification. Going to the question, reliability of the services we provide to MDA, the first thing is to understand the infrastructure that we actually manage on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria. The infrastructure includes over 5,000 kilometers of backbone fiber across 28 states. We have 2 national data centers, one here in Abuja, which is a Tier 3 data center, and a Tier 4 data center in Kano. And with the data center, we actually provide cloud services, co-location, and similar services similar to what Amazon, Google, and the likes will provide. For technology, reliability is very important. And the first thing we do is to provide redundancy on all our services. So for example, on our backbone fiber, we have redundancies with partnership with the private sector to ensure that if there is any fault on our lines, easily our data or connectivity is routed through other lines that we subscribe to. In terms of data center, for every data stored in our data center here in Abuja, we have a replication in Kano. So God forbid there is any issue in Abuja, easily we can move straight to the Kano data center and continue to provide the same service. Another aspect in terms of reliability is that we subscribe to a couple of certifications. These are ISO standards that are internationally recognized. So we have certifications including the ISMS, that's 27001. So ISMS means Information Security and Management Service. We have IT Service Management, which is the 20,000. We have a Quality Management Service. We also have Business Continuity Management Service. We have PCI DSS and a couple of certifications wherein we have international auditors coming from international organizations to come and check that we actually maintain those standards. So we're not just looking at being relevant or being reliable nationally. Our standards actually match to what is available internationally. To also be reliable, we have a 24/7 customer service that ensures that when customers even have issues, there's always a staff of Galaxy in the customer service units attending to their issues and taking them through the solution. We also have what we call first responders. Now, our first responders are proactive. Now, the customer service are supposed to take escalations from customers, but first responders actually go to each of the MDAs where we provide services and find out, are there issues that you have not escalated, and take those problems and find solutions. If they're not able to do it within their own, they come back to other staff and ensure that those problems are actually solved.
What strategies does Galaxy Backbone employ to mitigate challenges for effective ICT support to MDAs, and how does it measure the success of these efforts?
Okay, thank you, Isa, for that question. The first thing we do is we have what we call a network operating center. Our network operating center operates 24/7. And from our network operating center, we actually monitor all our network. So in reality, before there are problems in terms of connectivity, because of the different tools we have for monitoring, we could actually detect and be proactive in finding solutions. We also have a cybersecurity operating center that ensures that our infrastructure is secured. And basically, there's also 24/7 monitoring to ensure if somebody's trying to hack somewhere. So we have those interventions that are ongoing. But in addition, there's the issue of scalability. In all the services we provide to the MDAs, we ensure that our services are scalable. There are times wherein the problems are actually not... There are times we've seen wherein an MDA will complain, I'm not being able to connect. And then we'd have to send in our field officers, our customer service managers. And some of those problems are actually minute. So we have direct engagement with the customers. But, oh, it's just a cable that actually fell that was supposed to be connected and is not connected. And that's why, so we have direct customer engagement. And what we tell our customers is that, as we know, customers are king, and we are here to serve them always. So their experience or their happiness is our satisfaction.
How does Galaxy Backbone ICT solution contribute to the transformation of the civil servant, and what roles does it play in promoting digital governance?
Okay, thank you, Emeka, for that question. Galaxy Backbone is central to the government's digitalization agenda because of the role we play in the digital sector, especially for government agencies. We work directly with the head of service on ensuring that the ministries, departments, and agencies are digitalized. We have two products I can talk about. There are others. The first one is we came up with what we call the GovMail. The GovMail is it's an email platform which accommodates all civil servants today. And the interesting thing about the GovMail is that it's actually an in-house product. Now we have our own in-house built mailing platform that can accommodate basically all civil servants within Nigeria and beyond. So that's one service that ensures digital communication. Each civil servant can have a personalized email for official purpose. So the expectation is that with our GovMail, you shouldn't be getting official mails from non-government mailing platforms. The other part for digitization is what we call our One Government Cloud. Our One Government Cloud is a platform for electronic content management system. So basically, we're talking of moving from papered office to a paperless office. We're talking about automating our workflows in terms of ensuring that the different workflows are identified. People that should have access to the workflows are given access, and those that shouldn't are not given access. We're looking at memos coming in electronically and being assigned to different people in the organization to work on within the organization. And one of the biggest advantage in the digitization is that at any point in time, you could actually trace the log of where the files have, or the document, electronic document have been, who is delaying. So there's a bit more of transparency. You could actually say, oh, this thing has been sitting on your desk or on your profile for 2 hours, for so many hours. And there could be agreed timelines. Okay, this has to be treated within 24 hours once you're assigned to it. So that's the advantage of having a digital platform to ensure that things move a bit faster, things are more transparent. And one big advantage of having a digital platform also is that there is less corruption because things are more transparent. Your file, you don't have to meet people to take your file from one place to the other because it's a digital platform. So people are expected to just do their work and assign to the next person. In terms of the role we play in digital governance, we also work with the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. We are working on this concept of what we call the digital public infrastructure. The whole idea is to have a platform that brings together all the digital infrastructure from government and a bit of the private, such that we have interoperability within governments. We have seamless communication across governments. And even for the citizens, the DPI ensures that when citizens are giving data to government, they give it once. So you can imagine at the moment when we register for a driver's license, for a national ID card, for our passports, even for voters, there are lots of data that are collected multiple times by different government agencies. So DPI ensures that we have harmonization of data, and once you collect data once from the citizens, then it could be used across different agencies. So Galaxy is involved in that. We'll be managing what we call the data exchange, Nigerian data exchange, that ensures that information can be passed from one agency to the other seamlessly. And we are involved in other projects, including what we call the Government Service Portal. The Government Service Portal is a portal that brings all government agencies on a single portal. So for citizens, they don't have to memorize the websites of different agencies. They can go to a single platform and be able to even do a lot of things. You want to get your national ID card, go to that platform. You want to get your voter's card, go to that platform. You want to get your passport, driver's license, you're looking for tax clearance, and that's the government service portal, which we're working on with our partners and our development partners, that's COICA.
So what steps is Galaxy Backbone taking to harmonize ICT platforms across MDAs, and how does it ensure seamless integration of systems?
Okay, thank you, Shamsuddin, for that question. Now, harmonization is very important for governments. In the past, we've had different government agencies working in silos. And as part of the Renewed Hope agenda, it's very important to be able to bring government agencies together. Now, at Galaxy Backbone, we see ourselves as, we actually have 3 terms we use. We are an enabler, we're a platform, and we're an aggregator. So we're an enabler because we provide opportunity for enabling ICT services within the public and the private sector. As a platform, we have a cloud platform that allows people, we can host different applications for government and even private enterprises. Now, I think that the last one you're talking about, it's more to do with aggregation of services. Harmonization has to do with ensuring that government agencies can talk to each other. We have harmonization of data. Now, one of the products we have in Galaxy is the One Government Cloud. The One Government Cloud allows seamless communication in terms of official memos within the government. What it provides is it serves as a document manager. So rather than keeping our documents in paper form, we could keep those documents in electronic form. It serves as a means of approval. So basically, every person that's allowed to log into the platform has a secured ID, and the person could actually sign. So we know who actually digitally signed a document for approval. So we could have approvals on the go. For me, one of the advantages I see is you don't have to, of course, there's one disadvantage because you work 24/7. You don't work from 9 to 5 or 8 to 5. You can work on the go. So even when you're not sitting at your desk, the work continues. And that makes government more efficient. We also support the Renewed Hope agenda in terms of the accelerating diversification. And we believe this platform is very important to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in terms of approval for official memos within government.
My name is Omotoye Simeon. MD, sir, what efforts are on by Galaxy Backbone to expand its services to meet the growing demands of MDAs and other stakeholders? And what new services or initiative is it exploring?
Yes, thank you, Omotayo from Akure, for that question. Like he said, there is a need to increase the services we provide to governments. Now, the first thing I'll start with is that one of the things we've done in Galaxy Backbone is that we've increased the bandwidth. Now, our bandwidth subscription to government has increased 4-fold. So we've moved from about 12 gig just within Abuja to close to 50 gig now in terms of the internet access that the MDAs can use. So what that means is that they can browse faster, they can process things that have to do with digital, their processes faster. The other thing is we're also supporting digitization of services, of course with the support of the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation. Now what that means is that a lot of agencies or MDAs are coming on board into our platform, the One Government platform, and ensuring that most of their services are digital rather than manual. And that ensures that people can be held more accountable. In terms of extending our services, we have the National ICT Infrastructure Backbone that currently covers 28 states. So there are about 8 states that are not currently covered. We are hoping before the end of the year would at least cover another 2 states. So we're looking at Bayelsa and Ebonyi to be covered, hopefully, within the next quarter. And that ensures that they can also enjoy high-speed internet using the national infrastructure backbone. We are improving broadband penetration. One of the new initiatives we're doing under this management is that we are looking at connecting federal secretariats across the nation. Now, there is basically in every state, you have a federal secretariat. But one of the things we observed is that those federal secretariats, even though we have a point of connection very close to them, they are not connected. So one of the things we've agreed with the head of service is that at least for this year, we'll connect a couple of federal secretariats to the national infrastructure and ensure that civil servants that are working in those federal secretariats also have access to high-speed internet. The other initiative which we're working on with the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy is what we call the fiber to hostel. So there is a gap we noticed because students in their hostels have to provide internet by themselves. So under the guidance of the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, what we're doing is we are doing what we call fiber to hostel. We are starting with a few federal universities to connect their university hostels to high-speed broadband internet. And we've started with University of Lagos. We've done University of Abuja. We're looking at least 4 other universities, including University of Jos, I think University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and a few others, to be connected through our national ICT infrastructure backbone, that students in the hostel, while they're in the hostel, could also have access to fast high-speed internet.
Can you discuss the nature of Galaxy Backbone's collaboration with private sector companies and digital service providers, and how this partnership enhances its service delivery?
Yes, thank you, INE from Akure, for that question. The first thing I will start with is our collaboration with the private sector is very important. Like I said earlier, one of the ways we ensure reliability is redundancy. And one of the ways we provide redundancy is by working with the private sector. And it's a symbiotic relationship because just like we use them for redundancy, they also use us for their own redundancy. So we work with private sector players like currently we're providing fiber backbone for companies like Airtel, Wyok, Mafab, Phase 3 Telecoms, and of course within Abuja we have a main one now called Equinix. So it's a symbiotic relationship that ensures that they can rely on our infrastructure and we can also rely on their infrastructure if there are issues. In addition to that, we also have we also provide services to private sector. So we have a few banks actually in our data center for co-location, for cloud services, and among others.
MD, sir, how is Galaxy Backbone working to ensure the security, integrity, and availability of data stored in its data centers? And how does it manage data backup and disaster recovery?
Okay, that's very important. We can't overemphasize security. Thank you for that question. So the issue of security, I think that the first thing to understand is that we have a state-of-the-art cyber security operating center, and that center works 24/7. We have a lot of automated systems in the data center, in our cyber security operating center, that ensures the security of our data, the integrity, and confidentiality. Now, our approach is that we actually have a multi-layered approach. The multi-layered approach ensures that we have different layers of cybersecurity to ensure that even if you, for any reason, escape a particular layer, there's an additional layer. So we're talking of about a couple of layers, not less than 6-7 layers of different cybersecurity tools to ensure security of the data in our data centers. In addition to that, we work with a couple of government agencies that also deal with cybersecurity. So the first one is we work with ONSA. ONSA is the Office of the National Security Advisor. We work with they have a National Cybersecurity Center and the NGSAT. We work together to ensure cybersecurity. We worked with our sister agencies from NITDA, and NCC, as well as the cybersecurity arm of the Nigerian Police Force. So we have a forum wherein we discuss cybersecurity and we share best practices.
MD, sir, what measures are in place for firewalls, among others, to safeguard national digital asset and protection against cyber threats?
Yes, so thank you, Godson, for that question. I would say firewalls is one of the layers in terms of the multi-layer approach to cybersecurity. We have other layers, so we have edge protection, we have firewalls, we have at other different levels as well. So I can assure you that Galaxy has cybersecurity tools, including firewalls, to protect our data 24/7. And we've not just been doing it, we've been doing it in the past. One scenario or case that I could give was during the last election in 2023. We had quite a number of, because the understanding was, we're holding the national ICT infrastructure, and therefore INEC was probably hosting their servers here. Therefore, we had quite a number of attempts on the infrastructure, but we were able to protect the data center securely, and we continue to do that, working with our partners, working with the other government agencies, and working on actually improving our staff in that arena.
Now, you know, GBB is in charge of our nationwide network backbone, providing quality services including data centers, internet connectivity, and cloud solutions to government institutions and businesses. As Nigeria evolves a digital public infrastructure to boost efficient service delivery across boards, Galaxy Backbone is central to interoperability, shared data, and digital payment platforms. As the digital economy in Nigeria thrives with startups and unicorns, creating newer opportunities, the Galaxy Backbone tightens every knot, pumps fresh air of digital inclusion to not only sustain it, but deepen its foundation for a prosperous digital ecosystem. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. We will be back same time next week. Stay digitally connected. The galaxy is bright. It is our backbone for digital transformation. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. This is NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stober. Investment and innovation in agriculture are vital for building sustainable food systems, particularly in regions facing severe food security. Targeted funding for agricultural research, climate-smart farming, and improved supply chains effectively reduce hunger and poverty. Now, strategic investments ensure food availability and long-term stability for vulnerable populations. The intersection of financial investment and technological innovation is central to achieving zero hunger. To understand the dynamics, NTA Tuesday Live will focus on food security, investment, and innovation. But before we go into the conversation, let's get to see this report put together by correspondent Musa Baba Aliyu.
Agriculturists classify soil, seeds, water, and sunshine as the four fundamental components of traditional crop farming. These elements are often regarded as the basics of agriculture. However, in principle, many crops cannot thrive on these four factors alone without essential nutrients such as fertilizer. Despite this, farmers continue to record low yields, which environmentalists largely attribute to climate change. In Nigeria, agricultural output has dropped significantly in recent years compared to level recorded 5 decades ago. A survey by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency (NIMET) reveals that rainfall patterns have changed over the years, with rising temperatures adversely affecting both crop and livestock production. Research has shown that Nigerian agricultural institutions have successfully developed several improved seed varieties.
Climate change is real. A number of our farmers are suffering. There's erosion, degradation of land, and so on and so forth. So we also responded to that. But the first thing is to say, okay, all our research institutes, we need you to go back and begin to look at varieties that are short duration, that are drought tolerant, and are also resistant to so many disease conditions that may be emerging. And the research institutes have done tremendously well in that aspect, where we have more than 40 varieties of various crops, ranging from maize to rice to even pepper for the first time, and even tomato, because of the tomato Ebola, and many other varieties that our research institutes have released.
However, the major challenges remain access to these seeds and their acceptability among the farmers.
Strengthening our seed system is therefore the next critical step. The Seeds for Renewed Hope program, supported by the Presidential Catalytic Seed Fund, is a national effort designed to modernize and scale Nigeria's seed industry. The program aims to expand the production of quality seeds, upgrade testing and certification capacity, strengthen last-mile distribution, and support the growth of local seed enterprise.
Access to fertilizer is another critical issue, as the price of a bag has become unaffordable for most smallholder farmers. To address this, the federal government has introduced a major intervention through the Nigeria Agricultural Development Fund, which is selling fertilizer to farmers at a 70% discount. As the 2026 rainy season farming activities commence, farmers are seeking answers to the following key questions. How will the government ensure timely, affordable, and transparent access to quality inputs like seeds and fertilizer? How will the government address insecurity issues such as farmer-herders conflict and banditry? What concrete steps are being taken to revitalize extension services, agricultural research training, and market linkages?
All right, that report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. Let's go ahead and introduce our guests. We'd like to welcome to this program tonight the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund, Mohammed Ibrahim. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're also joined tonight by Ayodeji Oludare Shotirin, who's Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Bank of Agriculture, BOA. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Right. Let me also introduce Muhammad Magaji, President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good to have you join us. And we have also with us Dr. Samuel Anzaku, who is Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Right. Okay. All right. So, well, as is usual with this program, at some point in time, the program goes interactive. It means you can join in the conversation, but when it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedure. But for now, let's begin to look at the issues at stake regarding food security, investment, and innovation. And so to start off, let's first of all take a broad view of the situation regarding the current state of food security. What can you tell us?
Thank you very much. Since the declaration of the emergency on food security by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu almost 2 years ago, I think there's a lot that has been done. Progress has been seen, as you've seen with the different programs that have been rolled out by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and agencies like ours and the BOA that are associated with the agricultural sector. There's been a lot of challenges, no doubt, but I would say that at this point in time, majority of those cumbersome challenges have been abated, and growth is where we're focusing on now.
All right, fair enough. It's all about investment and innovation. So it's up that we have with us the MD and CEO of the Bank of Agriculture, but from the bank's point of view, the state of food security.
Thank you, Mr. Cyril. I would interest you to know that this is the first administration that would actually take agriculture as a business serious. And this is the way we can actually remove that conversation about multidimensional poverty amongst, the citizens of Nigeria, which obviously 70% of them are farmers. Again, as my colleague, the ESNDF, has said, Mr. President declared food emergency in country 2 years ago. We swung into action and we started to finance farmers, but financing them correctly for the first time. It means that we worry about the type of seeds we give to the farmer, the type of fertilizer we give to the farmer, and the type of crop protection we give to the farmer. So we are looking at how we still farm the same hectare of land, as you mean 5 million hectares, but rather than get 1 to 2 tons per hectare as yield, we're now bringing improved hybrid seeds to get 5 to 7 tons per hectare. It means 5 million tons of food grown on 5 million hectares can now morph into about 35 million tons of food. So this is the right way you achieve food sovereignty in country. And we're not doing it just by, mere conversations or talk or just giving farmers money. We're doing an input financing program on the rails of, technology. So everything has been digitized, and we found a way to democratize, this system. Rather than give farmers funding directly, we finance them now through farmer aggregation companies who are liable and who hold responsible in, better agronomy practices, giving them extension services, also ensuring that we also provide, another level of monitoring and evaluation with different partners in country. So this is how we're able to increase, the production of food for Nigerians, and we're hoping that with all the other schemes, that are available to us, we'll be able to stabilize, price of grains in country. Thank you.
All right. Good enough. We'll explore further some of the matters that we've raised here. But let's go to the ones with the hands-on and the farmers themselves, with the president of AFAN, the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, being with us here. You're a good one who can speak about food security and the current state right now, from all the activities of your members as farmers. How would you describe the situation?
Well, as a matter of fact, I can describe the situation as far as we are concerned as for now we are food secure as far as Nigeria is concerned. Considering the fact that this time around most of our farmers are getting more than what they were getting before, especially in terms of yield per hectare, as rightly said by the Managing Director Bank of Agriculture. Before, 60-70% of the rural farmers, whom I believe are those cultivating what we require and what we eat, normally get about 1.5 to 2 or maximum of 2.5 tons per hectare. But this time around, we are getting more and more, 4 or 5 tons per hectare. Despite the fact that there are a lot of security challenges here and there are places that you cannot go to your farm, but notwithstanding, the other places that are really complementing what Nigeria needs. That's why today the cost of food items is not up as compared to last 2-3 years or before the coming of this administration. But notwithstanding, there are certain things that are very expensive, especially like the cash crops like pepper and the rest, and everybody knows the reason why. But as a matter of fact, for now, we have sufficient food for Nigerians.
All right, we'll look at that much later because the dynamics, if you have sufficient, to find out is if prices are coming down or if they're remaining high. So if you have enough, again, there are challenges with pricing, but we'll come to that much later. Let's hear from the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to speak strictly from the perspective of the livestock sector. First of all, I want to put it on record that the livestock sector has never had it this good. It has been consumed, in quote, under the former Minister of Agriculture, and that is why we must thank Mr. President for really taking livestock and creating the Ministry of Livestock Development, because there are a lot of challenges as far as that sector is concerned, with a lot of impact, not just on food security, but on livelihood. And with the creation, there are a lot of interventions that the pioneer minister of the ministry, under the directive of the Mr. President, with the supporting staff of the ministry, are working assiduously. Are we talking about, we know about the conventional breeds that we have, traditional breeds that we have in this country? What quantity of milk are they producing? Little or nothing. The incessant farmer-siders clashes as a result of water, feeds, and other resources. Now the ministry is aggressively taking some of those steps towards breed improvement. Remember, even the issue of trade. Nigeria is a big market for red meat industry, but we're not able to access to most of these international markets because of what? The preponderance of transboundary animal diseases. And what the present administration is doing is to actually curtail the occurrences of some of these diseases that even have public health importance. So beyond the investment we're talking about, we're even talking about public health, the nutrition security, and to my mind, a lot has been achieved. For the first time, we don't even have the issue of pastures. For the first time under this administration, about 4 or 5 different crop varieties for pastures have been released into the market. And the idea is to actually improve the availability. We've also done a lot of things on livestock extension, women empowerment. I'm sure you will agree with me that just not too long ago in Oyo State, 100 heifers were distributed to several women and youth, all aimed at improving livestock production and productivity. Now, the target is to actually reduce dependency on importation of dairy and dairy products. And a lot of things are really happening. Is it, like I mentioned, the issue of farmers' graders, which has a lot of implication. Today, I think it's good to let Nigerians know that a groundbreaking ceremony was done in Wase Grazing Reserve to really ensure that the pastoralists are settled, they embrace modern way of the ranching system, and all the associated benefits with it. So this is just one among so many. A lot has been done in Pekokore in Abuja here, the Kawu Grazing Reserve. And just let us know, this is the first time that the government is really converting some of these idle lands into productive ventures. And I think it is all aimed at improving the availability of products of animal origin. And I can assure you, just now, because of the good standing of this present administration, I have the singular pleasure of, on behalf of the minister, to receive international experts from the World Organization for Animal Health. They are in this country to look at what we are doing in this country in line with global standard. So you can see the livestock subsector is really opening up, and we believe in the next 10 years, there will be a lot of improvement in terms of livelihood, in terms of contribution to the national GDP. In fact, as my minister will say, the livestock subsector will be the next petrodollar. Thank you very much.
All right. So, I know the MD of the Bank of Agriculture has spoken about numerous initiatives that have come in now, treating agriculture as business. And one of the biggest issues in the past had to do with financing. And today, with all these initiatives that have been put in place, what can we say about the impact? How do we measure the rate of success of these? In other words, what's the population, the farming population that has been able to access financing?
I'll state categorically figures because it's one thing we all shy away from. We don't want to mention figures, but it's taxpayers' money for taxpayers to access. The president allocated 250 billion, which is $250 billion, to smallholder financing under the presidential smallholder financing and value chain program, and used to finance about 500,000 farmers who are engaged in primary production over the 2026 wet season. Currently, we're disbursing to 320,000 farmers. And again, the problem is usually not access to capital alone. It's also the cost of capital, right? We are still doing single digits because Mr. President feels the pulse of the farmers, where you say a typical farmer who's expected to get a facility from a microfinance bank because he can't pass, credit checks of, the tier 1, tier 2 banks, would get financing at minimum 40%. There's no way the farmer can farm, break even, and be able to, repay his facility. So you'd find all sorts of things happening. They would turn to other means of survival. So at the Bank of Agriculture, we've methodically designed, I'd say, a thorough process to onboard farmers in our system. Part of the criteria is, you need to open an account with us, meaning you need to have all your unique identification number, which is NIN, BVN, coordinator of your farm, coordinator of your house, because we're ready to trace you to your house. Whilst we do that, we finance the farmers through the farm aggregation companies, and these are big companies like Thrive Agri, Kazik and Norma, Afex, Norma, and likes of them, who've been doing this for a while. So they aggregate the farmers. Some of them are, we categorize them as tier 1, some are tier 2, some are tier 3. And our desire is to have more aggregation from aggregation companies. So we graduate the tier 3 by taking the risk on them to tier 2, meaning if you support 5,000 farmers, now we can support you to finance 50,000 farmers. And we do it in such a way where it's input financing. So we get you the best products. Because if you think about it, our food system that we complain is broken. Under we have our input system, which has foundational problems. So you're talking, seed, you're talking agrochemicals, you're talking fertilizer, you're talking even agronomy practices, right? And all these things are foundational problems that we are trying to fix. How do we ensure that, this whole aggregation of these problems and solutions that we apply to them can actually give you increasing yield in productivity, which is what we need in Nigeria. A typical Zimbabwean farmer will do 9 tons per hectare for grains. In Nigeria, I think an average of 2 tons. So for us, we keep hounding on the fact that if we work together as a collective within the sector, NEDF, BOA, all the research institutes, with our parent ministry, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, we can solve the problem of, low productivity. If we can solve the problem, it solves a myriad of many problems: banditry, insecurity, multidimensional poverty, and all that. So that's really what we are really working on. And gone are those days of the old BOA where monies go out to farmers and they think it's government largesse. We call it BOA 2.0. We will track you. We know everything about you. This is the first time in the history of the country where we say we're not an agency of government, but we're a bank owned by government. And I'm proud to show you that all farmers are now entitled to even their own cards, where Nigerians can now all pick up cards from Bank of Agriculture. This is my debit card, for example, and this is all I use for all my transactions. Mr. President has his own cards. Everybody will get their own card. So for all the farmers, this works as a perfect, I would say, tool, because with this card, I have your NIN on there. I know exactly when you take your inputs. I know when you pay for, everything. So, with technology, everything is seamless and easy. And it was done by this administration. It's never been done before, ever, for 55 years.
I wonder, Afan President, you have one of those too.
Yes, of course. Not me alone. A lot of my members are having the same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
On the average, how would you describe the access of these cards among your members?
Well, access, you mean access of the card? Or
yes,
what?
well, how many have responded to that and are keen
in? I cannot give you the exact number of those that got in the card, but we have a lot, honestly speaking, because you see, in each of the branches of Bank of Agriculture nationwide, our members went there, opened their account, got their, and I think it's about 3 branches per state. Or so 4. In 4.
Yeah, some are 5.
So yeah. So in each of the branches, you see our members going there, having their account, having their documentation, everything. So I believe as of now, we have a lot of members that have this card.
For the NADF, what are you doing differently? What has changed in this application here?
Great. So the NADF is a development fund, as the name implies, and our focus, a short-term focus, is in seeing how we can make investment-ready pipeline projects. The whole focus of what we're doing is to see how we can bring in that required private patient capital. So before capital flows into any activity, not just agriculture, there are certain things that have to be done. There are certain risks that have to be mitigated. So we do a lot of first loss activity. We fund studies, we do a lot of those kind of things that would attract private capital. The second thing that we're doing is to see how we can embed blended finance into the agricultural sector. It's not just relying on concessionary funding of government, but then what does concessionary funding of government does? What does it do? At what point do we now bring in commercial credit? At what point do we bring in development partner financing? We need to do projects of scale. We're a huge country, 200 million plus people. We have the potential, but we can't keep talking about potential. We need to do projects of scale. And to do projects of scale, you need to have huge capital. You need to have huge capital layout. And we are focusing on those difficult things. Agricultural infrastructure is one. Agricultural input is one. implements and mechanization is the other. So a combination of bringing in blended finance, private capital, going through, looking at how to get money from the capital market, looking at how to attract, whether it's VC funding, whether it's PE funds and stuff like that into the sector. That's what is needed. So government is a catalyst. We utilize despite the paucity of the public funds that we have, we utilize it to catalyze more financing. Cases, an example, are the sultry funding that we've been able to catalyze. We funded about 51% of that, and then we brought in a development partner, IDH, and the foundation. The other foundation, apologies, MasterCard Foundation now funded 49. And we are beginning to see a lot of those kind of partnerships. Currently, we have about 18 banks that have signed on to our on-lending agreement. We have 3 microfinance banks that have signed on, and then we have now international development partners that have also signed on to our on-lending agreement, so that we can have different pockets and different tranches of funding agriculture. Including BOA. Right. Including BOA. We have 2-3 partnerships that we're doing with BOA, all with the means to catalyze, so that we have every sector plays its role. We're a wholesale lending organization, we're a development finance, they're a bank. So by the time that we blend the two, what he's talking about, we're also intending to, within certain things that we're doing, the interventions that we're doing, not to reinvent the wheel. So where BOA already has technology embedded, where we do not need to go and pre-qualify or look at data of farmers, then we work with them to ensure that. And then we hope to transit to a system where majority of our funding goes through the Bank of Agriculture. Majority of our own customers go through the Bank of Agriculture.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, in addition to the discussion here in the studio, we have a couple of reports. Let's get to see this one from Duty.
Agriculture has for decades remained the backbone of Jigawa's economy, providing livelihoods for thousands of families and contributing significantly to the state's development. However, climate change and rising food demand have prompted the state government to introduce reforms aimed at boosting productivity. As part of these efforts, agricultural support has been extended beyond rural farmers to include civil servants and other working-class citizens, encouraging wider participation in agribusiness.
By involving more civil servants in agriculture and expanding cultivatable land, we affirm our belief that public sector workers are crucial to sustainable development.
These interventions include the provision of improved seeds and fertilizer, expansion of irrigation farming, promotion of mechanized agriculture, access to extension services, and improve access to agricultural finance.
In the olden days, when you said you will produce irrigated crop around area of megatari, many people may say it is not possible. But now, so with the support of this government, there is pilot irrigation schemes in megatari at Lalashi village, which was solar powered, and the farmers were supported with production inputs and the extension services. They are now producing crops like vegetables and even rice.
A lot of the research will be how to first conserve water and first and secondly apply water so efficiently in such a way that the farmer will be able to make profit.
To ensure sustainable production, the state has also encouraged climate-smart farming practices, including efficient water management, adoption of improved crop varieties, and modern cultivation techniques capable of withstanding changing weather conditions. Beyond production, Jigawa has strengthened agricultural value chains through support for agro-processing, improved storage facilities, and better market access for farmers. These efforts have positioned the state among Nigeria's leading producers of wheat and hibiscus, while ranking second in rice production, demonstrating agriculture's vital role in driving economic growth, job creation, and food security.
Right. Okay. Well, we will have one or two others join us in this conversation as we go on. But when we're able to establish those links, we'll introduce. Okay, I think we do have joining us on this conversation the founder and national coordinator, Nigerian Women for Agriculture Development and Progressive Initiatives, Farmer Omolara Svensson, and she joins us via Zoom from Ibadan. If you just are able to adjust your camera a little bit, yes, okay, all right, we can do with that. You probably heard the initial comments by the guests we have here in the studio. And let me start off with you on the same level to assess at this point the food security situation of the country. That's on the one hand. And in his opening comments, the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria mentioned that more women and youths get into the business of agriculture. And you are a farmer yourself. You use that title as Farmer Omolara Svensson. So tell us about that as well.
And thank you for having me here once again. I'll start with the food situation in the country. This administration, like I said on this platform a couple of times, we've never had it this good when it comes to support from the government to the farmers, especially women and youth in agriculture, and of course, the creation of the livestock ministry, and also the method at which the BOA, Bank of Agriculture, is now lending money to farmers. This helps us to see a lot of improvement when it comes to our input and output in terms of farming and cultivation. With that being said, we've also seen a huge improvement in women and youth not just coming into the agricultural sector, but they are having interest, having the passion, unlike what it used to be before that, farming is for the poor, farming is for the ugly looking people that just wants to work themselves out and not really get anything out of it. So the situation has increased positively, significantly, because of this, the way this administration had approached the challenges that we've had in the agricultural sector.
All right. Significant increase in women's participation beyond the old drudgery of farming that we used to know. More women are catching on and adopting the business module of agriculture. But let's go back to the question of livestock and the development of that sector itself. Yes, in the past it wasn't, it grappled with a lot of issues when it comes to breeds and yields, especially in dairy products. Now with these interventions, and again, we have seen the other side of it. Let's talk about the investments that are going into livestock at this point in time.
Thank you very much. Just like I mentioned earlier, there are so many interventions that are actually really going on. And I'll just mention a few. Remember, I mentioned the issue of breed improvement, introducing indigenous breeds into this country. And I must tell you, in the last 1.5 years to 2 years, because of Mr. President's personal commitment, he has visited Brazil. There's this presidential committee on facilitating the importation of animals from Brazil. Our ministers, the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Livestock, have also gone to Brazil. You recall also late last year, the Vice President of Brazil came into this country. A couple of agreements have been done. And I, as the Chief Veterinary Officer of the country, have signed import permits. Animals have been brought in here. And now we're even going to the stage of importing embryos, because we're not going to wait for the traditional breeding methods. We're in a hurry. And the idea is to really kickstart this revolution, especially the dairy industry. The poultry industry is already well established. But again, like I said, because of the problem of avian influenza, and the government is really tackling it. I also mentioned the issue of, as I talked to you, the livestock project, ELPRESS project, a World Bank project that is supporting the livestock sector, has been doing a lot of tremendous work. A lot of veterinary hospitals and clinics have been, all over the country. I can mention a couple of them. Adamawa, Enugu, Edo, Borno, so many on the ELPRESS project. And the idea is to actually make service available to the pastoralist. Gone are the days where people will have to travel miles upon miles to access veterinary services. Secondly, yeah.
Well, in all of this, let's okay, just how about the back of your mind, the matter of fodder as well?
Yes, like I said, even the fodder development, for the first time, you cannot talk about livestock production without feed and water. So, and like I said, I think a couple of 4 or 5 breeds, varieties of pasture seeds have been introduced into the market, and the idea is to be able to have pastures. In fact, the goal is not just to feed pastures to our animals, but to even export. It's a very big business. The models have been introduced in Jigawa, and the idea is that farmers can make a lot of money from just pasture production. It's a hotcake all over the country, outside the country, and many private sectors are already doing that. So pasture is another critical area. Then the issue of water infrastructure. That the grazing reserve, I will tell you, it's a complete component where you have both the pasture development, water, prototype dams and water that provides water for the animals, perimeter fencing, veterinary services, human clinics, and everything integrated. And that's the model that's actually been unveiled in Wasi today, for example. We've done the same thing in Sokoto. In January, the minister went and did that under the ELPRESS project. So there are a lot of interventions, like I said, all aimed at really making livestock as a business. It's no longer the issue of people keeping 2 or 3 animals, but really having some form of improving this. It's not just keeping the number, but what does the number give you? But the issue of breeding. And let me just tell you, Mr. Cyril, just recently the government of Nigeria they're in cooperation with the Indonesian government, where 15 experts have been trained in Indonesia, and it's not just federal, of the government of Sokoto State, Kebbi State, with the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, and FCT, being trained over there on artificial insemination. And the idea is that they're going to go into the next phase of training, the issue of embryo transfer. Again, there's also a sector cooperation between the Danish government, Denmark. And the idea is that, like I said, one of the critical deliverables of the ministry is to really reduce the import of dairy products, because it has a lot of implications on nutrition and food security. Reducing the foreign exchange that is really draining the resources of this country. So, like I said, these programs are not just done in isolation. It's a targeted program encapsulated in the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy. We've never had this strategy in this country before. But under this new administration and under the guidance of our Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary, we have this, and it has 10 pillars. And I don't want to jump the gun, but to tell you that even the investment, the innovations are well captured in that strategy. It was not designed by the ministry. It was all inclusive. Development partners were involved. The private sectors were involved. Now, private sectors are always coming to the country. They want to invest in livestock in Nigeria because they've seen that it is a very productive venture. And I dare say, even more productive than the crop sector. Thank you very much.
Oh, well. Okay, if we just go back to the AFAN president, how have all of these contributed to better access for inputs and at affordable costs? That's one of the complaints of many farmers across the board, is the matter of inputs, agricultural inputs. And with all of these innovations and these interventions, how has that impacted on inputs?
Well, thank you very much for this very important question. Honestly speaking, I thought I wanted the ES to start on that input given to farmers, Nigerian farmers, especially the smallholder farmers. In fact, we never had it like this time around. The Oil Farmers Association of Nigeria, right from the military regime of Abuja up to today, I'm telling you, Nigerian farmers have never gotten what they got this time around. Free of charge, get it clear. As I said, I thought the years will start with it, but notwithstanding.
Oh, he will have his time.
He will.
Chip it on
you
that.
See, as far as we are concerned, we have been getting a lot of input especially from the NADF and other agencies. But that of the NADF is entirely different. Why? Because number one is just free of charge, and small-scale farmers, smallholder farmers, and then you get their data from one state to the other, especially the 25, 26 benefiting state. Then to add to this, and the most important thing is this, normally, we know it very well, when you launch or flag a distribution of input, or whatever it is, either agrochemicals, fertilizer, seed, and what have you, mostly you flag up today, then you start distribution in the next 1 or 2 months. But this time around, you do the flag up today, while the stock and the required number of fertilizers that are promised by the NADF to the farmers is there on ground. As I'm talking to you, in all the 25 states and FCT, we have the number of fertilizers that NADF promised to give to the farmers. With the, as far as we are concerned, we have 3,040 members of our association from AFAN, that of the state government, but the fertilizers are there in the state. As I'm talking to you, we have gone far in distributing to our members whom already collected their data and submitted to the NADF, which I believe this is very, very important, and it will make a lot of impact to our farmers. I have so many members of Nigerian farmers, especially my members, whom earlier said they are not going to farm this time at this year, but they are calling, we are going back to farm for one reason or other, because giving a farmer 4 bags, it has a lot of impact. Don't think of the only being four only. No, it will make the fertilizer to go down. Even now, in just last 3 days, from 45,000 naira per bag of urea in Port Harcourt or Lagos, these two companies, Indorama and Dangote, now is 35,000 naira. Reduction of 10,000 naira per bag, just 3 days. Why? Because of the flag off of this free fertilizer to the Nigerian farmers, whom I believe is going to affect the farmers positively. And with this year, you will see, as I earlier said, number of farmers were saying they are not going to farm this year, but they have already decided to go back and they are waiting to collect theirs. So I believe by doing so, and even before then, I was one of those who visited Sokoto when NADF did the same thing, and they assisted our members in onion production, the same thing in Kaduna, the same thing in so many places. So we have a lot of input that we are receiving from both the NADF, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and other agencies, especially these two, Federal Ministry of Agri and the FDA, Federal Department of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Agriculture, and the NADF. So with this, I believe we are going to see a lot of changes and a lot of improvement in terms of production.
Well, he did say he wanted you to speak a lot on that, and now you'd have the chance to do that. The question of inputs. I also see that there's been a nationwide distribution of fertilizer, bags of urea and NPK. 25 states on the FCT. He says it's a departure from the past where you flag off and you only get to do it a month or two. So let's talk about that from the NADF.
Yes. So the program we have is called the Farm Input Support Program. Essentially, what we do at the NADF with this program is that we look at market dynamics, what distortions have been created within the market, and then we try to design interventions that will help support or will do some correction activities towards that market. With the FISP in particular, we did a pilot last year where we saw that the distortions were mainly with agro-processors. At that point in time, a lot of agro-processors had produce, but market prices were much lower than their cost of production. So we looked at agro-processors that had backward integration models, and we provided inputs. This was hybrid seeds, fertilizer again, and then CPPs. We worked with agro-processors within the value chains of rice, maize, cassava, and soya beans, this for having the most in-country processing capacity. And then we provided subsidized inputs to them for delivery to their smallholder farmers. The correction here was to see how we would keep strengthening the ecosystem between the farm and the factory, as we've always said. The second iteration of the FISP is now looking at what the market dynamics are showing. Currently, smallholder farmers are the ones that are complaining the most, and it's about fertilizer. It's about fertilizer. By sheer coincidence, we're doing two other activities within the fertilizer subsector that I will discuss with you immediately after I finish this. So we now designed this produce by, first of all, identifying crops of natural endowment, which crops have comparative advantage in all the states of the Federation. And then we sat down with AFAN and then looked at their farmer list and then decided to bring in state governments. So we partnered, it was a tripartite between the NADF, AFAN, and state governments, and each of those participating states, we looked at two crops of comparative advantage. What crops grow best in that state? What do the farmers in each of those states grow? We then added a vegetable, because that is also one subsector that has a lot of distortions. So for certain states, it would be two crops and a vegetable. For some states, it may be only crops. And then with this farmer list of 5,040, we now decided to provide a grant of 4 bags of fertilizer for each smallholder farmer. And we keep saying we are not just distributing fertilizer for distribution's sake. We would like to see that the right input gets to the right farmer and at the right time. We started this and had hoped to finish this process we are doing of flags off and distribution in the month of May. Even now, we are at the very end of it, so we're pushing to finish. We're doing 7 of these flag-offs, 1 in each geopolitical zone and the national in Abuja. 3 are down, and we are now going to go to the northwest, the northeast, the southeast, and the south-south to flag off, all within the month of June, so that these farmers get this input at the right time. The other activities we are doing around fertilizer, we cannot overemphasize the importance of fertilizer in any agricultural setup. Is we've also looked at how do we transit to providing, again, the right fertilizer, this time around for the right crop on the right soil. The Farm Input Support Services, a department in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, has the mandate for fertilizer and all inputs. So in the past 9 months, we have been working with FIS, as the department is called, and 3 research institutes. We have chosen priority crops, again, maize, rice, soya beans, wheat, and cassava, to look at, okay, what input is best required for each of these 5 crops. And then if you're planting cassava within an agroecology, what's the difference for one planting in the other agroecology? So we've we've presented the first draft to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security of a unified national input manual, so that our farmers know the right input that they would put for the right crop, depending on where they are located in Nigeria. As we continue to do this, the formal launch of this would also come in sometime in June. The editorial committee has made the draft, and then we're looking at others. The third activity we are doing within the fertilizer ecosystem is about extension. It's not just about providing fertilizer, but then extension services goes hand in hand with inputs. So we've just launched a digital extension service. This we're working with the FDAE, the Federal Department of Extension, and the NERES, the National Extension Research Liaison. This is domiciled at ABU Zaria, and we've developed a digital tool and also a curriculum for digital extension. We will be providing 1,100 extension services, extension service providers, and another 774 food specialists, food security specialists located in every local government that will have digital tools so that the entire agricultural sector cannot have dependent. When we are doing M&E for the projects that we do, then we may not need to go out and bring out companies. Then we'll have people in the field. And then this curricula is also now being translated into Pidgin, English, Hausa, and Yoruba. So it's already in English, and then we're putting up. This will come in next month, in the month of July, so that it's not just about providing the input, but also extension services is now digitized. Extension services is strengthened. Extension services has a curricula for each and every crop that is being done. With the farm input support program that AFAN president has spoken about, we have, as I mentioned earlier, launched in national launch today. We've launched for the North Central in Mina and also for the Southwest in Ekiti. And what we are trying to do is to ensure that this input goes to the farmers at the right time. So as we launch, each state, in every geopolitical zone, there are 4 states that are partaking, except for the Northwest, where 5 states are partaking. So the distribution goes simultaneously. And the data is derived from the state government and AFAN. We, along with our technology partners now, look at the data and try to make it more readable, more credible by sieving out duplications, by attaching their NIN number and their phone numbers and ensuring that these are people that exist. So each fertilizer is branded not for sale, and each bag of fertilizer is now mapped to a farmer and seen. I know that it's been done before.
Yeah, it's been done before. Effectively, not for sale. And,
not for sale. But beyond the distribution, we are also saying that agriculture should not be measured by pre-season activities. We want to see outcomes. We want to be able to measure outcomes. We want to be able to see growth. We want to be able to see, okay, what yields, what are the improvements that have been done with every intervention that we've undertaken. And that is the transition we are going through.
All right. We'll talk about that in greater detail, but let's quickly go back to Farmer Omolara Svensson, who's in Ibadan. I wonder if she's still there. Yes, what we would like you to look at this is de-risking agriculture so as to attract more funding. Agriculture, yes, we know it's a high risk sometimes, and sometimes it's not a quick yield thing. It takes time. So
this is a very important question that you've asked me. First of all, with what we have with this administration, we ought not to be complaining again about food insecurity in Nigeria. If our farmers have had the right sort of orientation and training and sensitization before now. And this is why I try to talk to my women and my youth that the progress that we need to make in the agricultural sector is just starting, and it's just started about 3 years in this administration that we have. So we have all of these beautiful initiatives, all these supports that farmers have gotten from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Livestock and what have you. But what we are still lacking as farmers is the right sort of training and the right sort of orientation so that these efforts that the government is making and the support that they're giving to us, we farmers can maximize this opportunity and this support. And I'll give you a very simple example of why the risk in agriculture still affects most farmers. Of course, we're not talking about the insecurity in the country. That's another conversation. You see, like the inputs that NATFund has been given out, the fertilizer that NATFund has been given out, which is a beautiful thing, and all the farm equipment inputs that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture had shared last year to the 36 states plus FCT, which I was part of, as the essay to the Honorable Minister of State. You then still see our farmers still holding these free input that's been given to them for free for reasons that I'm not even comfortable saying on national television. And then you look at it, you're like, you know how they say that you're being penny wise, pound foolish. But you really can't blame, especially the small older farmers. You can't give what you don't have. And that is why we keep advocating that while the government is doing all of these initiatives, all of this support they're giving to us, we need more sensitization. We need more training for our small, sometimes not even the small scale farmers, for our farmers, both in the livestock and crop farmers, on how we can at least reduce the risk and the losses in the agricultural sector, especially for some sensitive farm produce.
Oh dear. All right, we lost that link at a very critical moment, but not to worry. We'll re-establish those links and we'll conclude, get back to Farmer Molara to conclude that session. Yes, Afan President.
Okay, last when the ES was talking about the coding of the bags or the customization of the bags, you are laughing and you are trying to say there are some, you have that experience, but yet they still go to the market.
I mean, Farmer Molara has just reiterated that.
But let me tell you, it's going to be different because it's going to be different with this time around. Why? Because normally, or especially when you come and give a farmer fertilizer in July, August, September, or October, or you give a farmer seed, agrochemicals in September, October, what do you expect him to do with it? He must sell it in one or the other. I'm telling you, because we had an experience. If you give a farmer 5 bags or 10 bags or 20 bags at the onset of the season, the man will definitely, or the farmer will definitely use it. But you give it to him after, in fact, by the time he doesn't need it, as I earlier said, you flag off in your state, then you wait for another 2-3 months. So this time around, I'm telling you, it's completely eroded.
So the timing here is
it's
key.
Very important, very important. Right. That's why the Nigerian farmers, especially the small-scale farmers, are very proud of this, and they are going to utilize the fertilizer released by the NADF. I'm assuring you.
All right. Well, we're getting to where we'll take a short break now. But just a note on something which the Executive Secretary of NADF mentioned, that this should not be all about pre-season activities, pre-farming activities. The basic thing, I mean, the goal is the outcomes. And for millions of citizens, the outcomes would be food on the table that's not just only nutritious, but affordable. And so in the next segment, this is the direction we'll be going into, and we'll be asking the questions with all these interventions and inputs. When are we seeing the impact? When will the food become affordable? So stay with us. We'll take a short break. When we return, there'll be more on security, investment, and innovation, talking about food.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than destination.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
NTA Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, this is the segment when the phone lines are open and you can call in to ask a question or make a comment on the issues at stake. The numbers to call will be on the screen. We encourage you to take advantage of those numbers and call in with your questions or comments. And we say this every Tuesday. If you're calling in and your call gets through to the studio, do us a favor, turn down the volume of your TV set. That's the way to avoid the hurlback or the echo. We also encourage you to go straight to the point so that others can also get a chance to get on the platform and air their views. One thing we always say is don't bother too much about the greetings. Just a simple hello would do. And one way to know that your call has been passed through to the studio, you'll see your name appear on the screen. Once you see that, it means you're on. Just go ahead and raise whatever issues or questions you want to, and our guests would be willing to address them as they come. So thanks for staying with us. We'll start off with another of our reports, this time from Abuja.
The Ogun State government provides various forms of support to farmers, including access to agricultural loans, improved seedlings, fertilizers, herbicides, irrigation equipment, mechanization services, and capacity building programs designed to enhance productivity.
In Ogun State, we have what we call Ogun State Farmers Information Management System, OGFIMS. Under this platform, we have registered 160,000 farmers so far. Apart from farmers, we have registered input dealers, input suppliers, aggregators, off-takers, mechanization service providers, and what have you. Under the State Economic Transformation Project, OXTEP, we have been able to do capacity building program for over 42,000 cassava farmers, having registered about 89,000 of them. How to practice climate smart agriculture. Having done this, we also give them 65% discount when it comes to land clearing.
Government has also rehabilitated farm settlements, upgraded processing facilities, and procured modern agricultural equipment to boost mechanized farming. On risk management in post-harvest activities, the commissioner said that government has invested in storage facilities, processing centers, irrigation systems, and rural infrastructure to ensure farm produce is preserved and transported efficiently to markets.
We have mitigated the risk across different value chain in Ogun State. And the way we have mitigated the risk is to ensure that our farmers are, number one, they're all linked to extension officers who go to their farms to visit them on how to follow best economical practices. Number two, we have ensured that our farmers are linked to off-takers.
Farmers are also encouraged to take advantage of government's programs, embrace modern farming techniques, and participate actively in agricultural cooperatives and digital platforms designed to improve market access and productivity.
Right. Stemming from that report and back here with our conversations with an eye on the goal, let's look at post-season activities with regard to post-harvest losses, storage value chain, and of course the rural infrastructure. This last report talked about linking farmers with off-takers. You do need the road infrastructure, and you know how it is like in the rural area. So let's talk about that. Attracting investment, innovation in how to evacuate, storage. Let's begin with you.
Post-harvest losses and irrigation are the two focus areas within the agricultural infrastructure ambit that the NADF is focusing on. There is a larger post-harvest loss strategy from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Within the NADF, our focus is how do we attract investment into those sectors. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at doing first loss activities. We are working with, from the information available to me right now, about 6 state governments where we are funding studies that will bring in private sector funding for post-harvest losses. As you know, these losses affect different strata and also different value chains. For some value chains, as high as 60% of produce is lost to post-harvest losses. So we cannot overemphasize the importance. But then we cannot look at just one subsector without linking it to all the others. You know, it's about market linkage. So it's agricultural infrastructure as a whole. And looking at it from an investment perspective, agricultural infrastructure has turned out to be it's long-term, it's a profitable venture. However, we still are yet to get to that level in Nigeria, and that's the direction we're focused on. That's what we're trying to do, to see how we can continue to catalyze funding into these sectors, especially irrigation and post-harvest losses. Beyond the natural issues that we've been facing, new challenges have come into the sector. Climate change is one. Land degradation is the other. Water management is the third. That has now made agriculture, by and large, in other climes to look at composite infrastructural programs, not just taking one, but looking at it as a whole. And we've seen programs like the SAPZ that comes in as a whole, programs that some state governments are doing as an integrated value chain that combines everything. We've seen what is happening in other climes, and that's the direction we want to go. Just keep doing those first loss activities, keep catalyzing finance to bring in solutions to those issues.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Phones are already ringing. And we have our first caller, Olusegun, calling in from Akwa Ibom. Hello.
And we have our first caller, Olusegun, calling in from Akwa Ibom. Hello. And we have our first caller, Olusegun, calling in from Akwa Ibom. Hello.
Olusegun, I did say to you, okay, you know what you're going to do for me? Just turn down the volume of your TV set. You'll have to do better than that. You'll have to turn down the volume of your TV set, or otherwise we can't hear you. I can hear the hurlback from your set. Well, we might have to skip that call, right? Okay. Again, let's say this. Once your call gets through, turn down the volume of your TV set. That's the only way to avoid the hurlback or the echo. I could hear the echo right from Olusegun's TV. There's no way we'll hold this conversation with that going on. So do us a favor. We'll say this every Tuesday. Once your call gets through, turn down the volume of your TV set or just move away from the set. That's the way to avoid that echo. Right. So back here in the studio, still on the matter of post-harvest losses and investment in infrastructure. Well, I talked about the agriculture infrastructure.
Okay, from the perspective of the Bank of Agriculture, we see process loss a bit differently, right? And rather than just the buzzwords that we like to use, preservers losses, and we see all the, I'd say, media hullabaloo about 3 to 5 trillion losses within that sphere. We think about it from the perspective of how you fix logistics problem, not necessarily logistics from the farm gate to the markets, but actual logistics from the farm to the farm gates. As you know, most of our farms don't have proper roads. They're not really motorable. And a woman who just harvested her vegetables can only move, or potatoes, can only move maybe 20 to 30 kg, maximum 50 kg from her harvest on the field, outside of the field. So even if she has Okada, like we normally call a motorcycle, we can't really carry much. It wasn't designed to carry much. So for us at the Bank of Agriculture, we're looking at how we fix logistics from the farm to the farm gate using a very, I would say mundane technology, which is cargo tricycles. And we fix it from a financing or refinancing aspect, right? Where you finance cargo tricycles for farmers or logistics providers for farmers. And those cargo tricycles, they range between 2 to 5 tons. The trailer at the back, meaning you can do between 3,000 kg and 5,000 kg at once. So the point is, if I finance that for 10,000 farmers, it means 10,000 farmers spread across 36 states plus the FCT can actually, at one instance, move almost 3 million kg. Am I correct? 300,000 kg? 300,000 kg every day out of their farms, right? If they do that, it means that you reduce the journey time between the farm to the farm gate, journey time from the farm gate to storage or the market. Now, when you talk about investment into the sector, aside investment into this storage, this logistics that I talked about, which are quite cheap, you're talking 4 to 5 million naira per one, and they pay back itself. We would ask maybe 10-15% and would finance it over a period of time, maybe over like 3 or 4 seasons. And we don't ask you to pay us every month like every conventional bank. We can say, why don't you pay us back with, harvest, with commodities. When you harvest your commodity, there's a price tag to it. Yeah. It goes into the warehouse, the issue warehouse receipts, and it's tradable. So for us, that's one aspect. The second aspect is...
Okay, let's ask you just to pause a while with the second aspect and take this call if we can. Mohammed calling in from Jigawa. Hello. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead.
My name is Patrick Powell. I'm from the I want to ask about applying the fertilizer. For our farmers, we have a farmers in the state. 95% of our farmers will not go to farm this year or this season because of the scarcity of fertilizer. Therefore, I need to inform our leaders to help us and supply fertilizer in time before the season will go. Therefore, that is my last
all right.
discussion. So I'm going to thank you and to help us.
Right. Thank you, Mohammed from Jigawa. Well, the Afghan president will comment on that just as soon as Mr. Shutinyeri rounds up on the other aspect of
correct.
this.
So, like I was trying to say, investment into storage, which everyone believes is a solution to reducing post-harvest losses. You can categorize them in different tiers. So you have, small storage solution, maybe solar powered for, clusters of farms, right? We are doing it in such a way where we create hubs in different states. Tractorization program, you have some in those hubs. We also have impute centers where you can buy imputes from. Now, we also put storage solutions like solar reefers. They're not very expensive. They're like 20, 40 foot containers, right, where you can store stuff. Now, in terms of the big investment that everyone likes to hear, we are going into partnership with, two different companies from 2 different countries. Sojitz in Japan, it's a $4 billion, turnover company in Japan. And the second one is CIBC in China, where they invest $100 million with us.
Right. Okay, we have Ada on the line. Ada from Jos. I believe it's the same one who was a regular caller. We haven't heard from you in recent times. Hello, Ada.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Ada, calling from Jos Plateau State. Very important and interesting conversation. Well, I heard one of the statements from from the discussions, and that one it struck me. We have sufficient food for Nigerians. This is a political statement and mere propaganda. My consolation is every propaganda has an expiry date. So long as we don't address this issue of general insecurity headlong, there will be food insecurity. There's a between food being available, but it's not affordable. You can tell a blind man that there's no oil in the soup, but not salt. Today we are told that by World Bank that President Tinubu's reforms are working, and that's exactly what people are saying there, your discussion. But poverty is increasing. That's what the World Bank said. I didn't say it. President Tinubu's reforms are working, but poverty is increasing. Any reform that does not factor in so much infrastructure and human capital development, as far as I'm concerned, is useless. There are so many political farmers. I'm happy somebody phoned in before me. I was talking about fertilizer. They don't get it. And whenever these fertilizers are given to political farmers, they sell them. That is just the truth. There's so much corruption in Nigeria. Nevertheless, let's not give up on Nigeria. It will get better.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ada. Well, let's go back to the issue Mohammed raised from Jigawa regarding access to fertilizer. He says 95%. Well, I don't know what to make of that statistic, that 95% of farmers in Jigawa didn't go to farm this season because of fertilizer. Perhaps the president of AFAN would enlighten us on that.
Well, that's what I said earlier. I said number of farmers or number of our members intended not to go back to farm this year, but because of the initiative of NADF and the federal government, by giving this fertilizer 4 bags for a farmer at this particular time, they intended to go again farming. As Mohammed said in Jigawa, the fertilizer is, he was mentioning, while he was saying scarcity of fertilizer. No, one can say the cost of fertilizer is high than saying scarcity. If you need 200 tons of fertilizer, today you can get it in Jigawa State, but the price. But as I said, the price is coming down gradually, and I think the ES have just said by Saturday, this Saturday, we are going to Katsina for the flag of the northwest zone, and I believe after flagging of a day after, we'll start giving the fertilizer to our farmers, those whose names are already with us. With this, the price will continue going down, and this Mohammed may be one of those that in fact, in one or the other, he may be one of the beneficiaries. So with this, I believe people will go back to farming as much as possible compared to what Mohammed said.
All right. We have Abdullahi calling in from Abuja, I believe. Abdullahi on the line. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And everyone in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
My question goes to the President Farmers of the State. Mr. President, how much sensitization have you done, or your organization, to our rural farmers? Because most of these programs, many of them don't even know about it. And like you're doing this program now, many of them, they may not be even right there, or they don't even understand the language of it. So it's the work of the organization to go down to the grassroots, sensitize this farmer. This is what is happening. This is how he's going to get it. Not just on the TV and radio. No, here work. It's a good program. We are happy about it. But many people don't know. Please, go down to the, more especially in the north. And there are people don't understand so many programs that is going on. They are good things. We are happy about it, but please do something. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Abdullahi. Okay. Let's take the matter of this fertilizer to Farmer Omolara Owell. Okay. Okay. We'll see if we can re-establish those links. But again, we will shift from the fertilizer matter and go to the livestock and perhaps return to it. Here, again, our focus will be on increasing particularly dairy production. You've painted a picture of what it used to be in the past. And with all the interventions and the innovations, bringing in breeds, new breeds, and expecting high yields, are we beginning to see that? You advocated a reduction, a drastic reduction, and I've heard some people say, look, we don't have any business importing dairy products. We can be self-sufficient. How close are we to that?
Sorry, I think I would differ from that statement. There's still a very huge gap. Very huge gap, I must admit. Because under the traditional pastoral system, you cannot be talking about bridging the gap just like that. We're talking about an average production in our traditional system of about 2, maximum 3 liters of milk per cow per day. But improved breeds, we're talking about 25 to 30 liters per day. But we must know, and I think one of the things that the minister is trying to do is for people to know investment in livestock is not like investment in crops. Okay. It takes some time. The average gestation period, for instance, a cow that is pregnant, you're not going to get any calf for you to get milk in less than 6 and 9 months.
Right. So long term.
It's long term.
Okay, let's just pause a while there and get this call in from Yusuf, calling in from Bauchi. We'll return to you shortly. Yusuf from Bauchi. Is Yusuf still on the line?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, it's still on the line. Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Please, I want to make a contribution here. We take farming as a business, but how do you expect to go to a business that is going to be a 50-50 ratio? Because you don't expect to gain, or if you gain little, because the cost of inputs are high compared to the output. For instance, the cost of fertilizers is high, the cost of insecticide is high, and with the current trend of the economic situation, the labor is also high, but the end products, the prices are going down. So how do you subsidize the fertilizers for the common farmers to see that they are able to see that you can get your own return on investment? Because farming now, you are going like you are losing because you're spending more and you are gaining the price of food is coming down. Thank God for that. But the farmers are not gaining. So how do you do that to improve that situation? We say fertilizer is coming down, but the percentage of the fertilizer coming down, maybe it might just be 0.5% or 1% compared to the output. You see the output will be maybe 15% of just coming drastically. So how do you do that, please?
Right. Thank you, Yusuf. This question that, yes.
Thank you. That's my contribution.
All right.
I'm happy to answer that question. Fertilizer prices have come down minimum 25% in recent times. Again, they were about 45,000. Currently it's about 35,000. It's still going down. And two, yes, cost of input is at a certain price, but the most important thing is your output, the outcome of your planting. If you're able to increase your yield, normally if you get 1 to 2 tons per hectare, you probably make 700,000 naira. If you're able to get 5 to 6 tons, 6 tons per hectare, instead of that, you're making almost 4 million naira, right? So it sort of, it covers the delta of your cost of production, and you have much more. You make over 100%. It's very difficult to say on TV, but we have demo farms that we can prove this. We've got demo farms in Kaduna, for example, and Jigawa State.
Let me return to a matter that the caller Ada from Jos raised earlier on, and ask the FN president to comment on that. And easily, she says, without security, general security, then you can't talk of food security. Saying that quite a huge percentage of the farming population are still staying away from farms because of insecurity. Even well, today on the news waves, we heard stories of farmers in Sokoto, I believe, who are being threatened and told to stay away from their farms except they comply with certain directives being given to them by bandits. And that if they ventured to their farms, they stood the risk of being kidnapped. Now, this you hear all the while. With all of this going on, the key thing is, you say so many of your members are returning to farms. Would that be that the situation has improved with regards to security? Because we hear of all of this going on every day.
Well, I really appreciate the question by this lady from Plateau State, from Jos. But let me make it very clear that when I'm talking about our members who initially said they are not going back to farm this year, I mean in those areas where we have peace and. Okay. But as a matter of fact, even in that particular area, like in Sokoto, Zamfara, and the rest, it's just very unfortunate the way things are going now, especially in that areas. But the areas where we have peace, the farmers are becoming more and more aware of the importance of going back to farm, especially considering the fact that always they consider what they are going to get after harvest. The only thing people doesn't know, there are some farmers that whether there is gain or not, whether you fail or not, whether you are going to lose or not, they just have to go back to farm. And they are the larger in number as far as we are concerned, because they have nothing to do other than farming. Like the MD, if he go to farm this year and he lost, maybe he may likely not go next year. But the large number of our small-scale farmers, they must go back to farm whether they like it or not, especially where there is peace. So I want to tell you that, or I want to tell our viewers that the farmers we are talking about those in those areas where we have peace. So with this, I believe, considering the fact that as of today, maize is about 25,000-30,000 per bag, but there, I believe now, based on what the Bank of Agri released just about a week ago, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, about the guarantee minimum price, which is very, very important to our farmers. The guarantee minimum price is very important. That's what we have been yearning for. We have been calling for the GNP. Now it has been given by Mr. President through the Bank of Agriculture and the Minister of Agri. So this number of our farmers have made calculation whereby if I produce a bag of maize, assume the cost of production is about 30 or 35,000. I know, as far as I'm concerned, I know the minimum guarantee price given to us by the federal government through the NADF is more than 35,000, more than 30,000. So I can go back to that. So one of the factors that make our farmers to quickly go back is this guarantee minimum price.
Okay. All right. We said we'd return to you on livestock, and so to take off where you left off.
Okay, but just to also make...
okay. Sorry. All right. Another caller on the line. Okay, we'll ask you to still hold on. Joshua from Kaduna, I believe. All right.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, Joshua, go on.
Hello.
Joshua, your name is on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Cyril, can you hear me?
Yes, your name is on the screen, so go on.
Let me just go ahead talking.
Good.
Yeah, what I want to ask, as you are hello?
Go on.
As you are discussing, it's about local food storage. The MD of a Bank of Industry has started talking about this local storage.
Bank of Agriculture.
We have this problem. Major problem comes from our local farmers, who are the largest producers of grains or food in the country, all over the world even, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. I know that to have good storage, our farmers organizations or producers organizations need sensitization, training on governance, on accounting, on risk management, on all this disaster management, and proper orientation of our warehouses, right? I don't know what the what's his name? The president of All Nigerian Farmers Organization is talking about when we are talking about insecurity. Our farmers now cannot go to farm. For instance, in Kaduna now, in Kachia, in Lere, where we produce the highest grain, the highest grain producers or maize producers in Nigeria. In Benukwari axis, even in Funtua Dantume area, our farmers cannot even go to farm because of this insecurity. And even when they go, they farm this. Now, a price of fertilizer is more than what the president is talking about. How many people have access to this fertilizer? And you have a bag of maize now. It's about 25 to 35,000. And how many bags of maize will you sell to buy one bag of fertilizer? You understand? Where our youth even cannot even go back to farm because of insecurity and because of this mining activity. They make fast money from this mining activities. So we are losing manpower on this on the food production, and in the same manner, food security. You understand that? Now we have so many warehouses now. Let's say in Lere, there's one farmer that has more than 30 trucks of maize in his warehouse, but he cannot sell because the market and the importation of maize has been lifted, right? So we are discouraging our farmers from even going to farm. Do you understand that? And tell me, how can this person having this kind of maize go to farm next year? And what is the storage? The storage facilities are not there. The training of storage facilities are not there. I would like to visit even the Bank of Industry tomorrow by God's will, or Bank of Agriculture, since I'm here in Kaduna.
Bank of
I want
Agriculture.
to meet the MD or whoever is in charge of storage facilities tomorrow.
Thank you. All right. The MD of the Bank of Agriculture is here. He'll respond to that. Yes.
Mr. Joshua, I feel the burning passion in your voice. And again, we're not here to, to be political in any way. We're talking about real life solutions that this administration is providing for the agriculture sector. The guaranteed minimum price that the President Afan has mentioned is actually real, and it's for every farmer in Nigeria, not for aggregators, not for traders, but for real, genuine farmers. Because Mr. President has seen the concern about low prices of farmer and the import parity between, the grains. And that 30% delta is what we're covering. For every farmer who's produced, you mentioned that prices are over in between 25,000 to 30,000 naira per bag. We are making a promise that by tomorrow, every grain that this particular farmer you've mentioned has in his warehouse, we will buy for a higher price. We will take on that delta. And this program is for, every farmer in Nigeria. We're not saying it is a program that will be misused or mismanaged. We're just saying for this particular period where we have, a problem with, price of commodity, we would buy from everybody and give them better pricing. When the prices are going too high, we release this, grains into the market for price control, for stability, for stabilization. So this is what the government is trying to do. We're trying to create a full-on, well-covered ecosystem where we have input financing at a very cheap, cost of finance. We also have mechanization as a service, because we now have over 1,200 tractors mechanized in every part of the country through the mechanization program that the president has done. We're also saying for sustainability of this program, we're building service centers across the entire country. Again, these are commercial but developmental in nature, because we prioritize impact first before profit at the bank. Now, the last thing we're trying to do is to say, when farmers go to farm through funding we've given to them or the inputs we're giving to them, we, as the Bank of Agriculture, we guarantee that we'll buy everything from you and give you better pricing. If prices are up and prices are good, there's no point, buying the grains at a higher price. But if prices are very low, then we would always step in to give, that guaranteed minimum price mechanism that the president so desires. So this administration has thought about everything from, the perspective of a farmer, not a big farmer alone, but, even smaller farmers, to ensure that, you put monies in the hands of the farmers and you ensure that farmers go to farm at every season. So we employ every farmer in Nigeria today that go back to the field and plant, and we guarantee that we will buy everything from you. We have 110 branches across the country, 4 minimum in each state, giving us the closest proximity to the farmers. We will buy from you. That's a guarantee. And we work through the farmer aggregation company to our station in different warehouses. They open a bank account for you. The monies get credited to your bank account directly, as long as we have your detail. So those are sort of the things that we are using to ameliorate I'd say the issues or the challenges within the sector. Thank you.
All right. So that takes care of that. The Bank of Agriculture office in Kaduna will definitely uptake this. This farmer he talked about, who has a warehouse full of grains. That is a done deal.
It's a done deal, guaranteed.
Well, Joshua, if you're still listening, there you are. You know what to do. You did say you were ready to go to the office of Bank of Agriculture in Kaduna, so just do that. Okay, right. I think we have Farmer Omalara back online. We were going to go to you because a lot has been said about inputs and fertilizer and the cost of it and how many people really have access. So we wanted to ask you from the perspective of your women, how tough has it been accessing inputs? Oh, yeah. Just unmute your, yes, good. Unmute your audio if you will. Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me back, and apologies, I had to change location for better service. Assessing input and the cost of input are actually two different things. The inputs are there in the market. The issue we have is the cost of input. This is where we have the problems when it comes to farmers having access to the inputs that they need. It's not that the inputs are not readily available in the market for our farmers to buy. But as I speak to you today, I think the president of AFAN already told us that a bag of urea is between 35 to 40,000 naira. Now, we all know that it's not all small, older farmers that can actually afford this. And not being political, like the MD of BOA said, in as much as the impact is not, we're not seeing the results yet. We're not where we were 3 years ago when it comes to getting support from the government. So what I would like to appeal that the government needs to do more in this regard is to look at more subsidized prices for our farm input. And this goes beyond fertilizer. I mean, fertilizer is important, we must have fertilizers, but there are so many other farm inputs and agrochemicals that are very expensive for our farmers to purchase in terms of them having the right input and the right quantity of input for their farm activities. And I also like to quickly touch on what I was discussing earlier, because you see, they say knowledge is power. All of this support that we're getting from the government, in order for this support to actually yield into the right results, we need to reorient ourselves as farmers. The government needs to really, really come up with programs that will sensitize our farmers. Like, again, let me give a very simple example. 2 years ago, we did some research and some field work with NAIC. You know, it will shock you how many of our people still do not believe in agri insurance. Regardless how much education they have, how much you try to pitch this to them that, okay, look, we know that there is a force majeure aspect of it, but it's very much important for you to have your farm produces, the ones that can be insured. Something as basic as that. Most farmers do not believe in it. Most farmers still would rather go with the traditional way of farming, like, oh, it's rainy season, so I'm going to cultivate maize. When we are already, the world had advanced beyond that we do no longer do seasonal farming. And I could go on and on like that. But the thing is, you can't really blame our grassroots farmers that are thinking and behaving in this manner. It is because there is where the government has focused so much on, oh, let's give inputs, let's give farm equipment, which I'm not saying we don't need that. But at the same time, in order for us to have the maximum result from all of this support that we're giving to our farmers, we also need to train our farmers. How many grassroots farmers knows the right ratio and how to apply their urea or any other form of fertilizer with the right quantity, the right method, and what have you? You know, so this is the aspect I feel that the Federal Ministry of Agri and the government, I mean, the Federal Ministry of Agri, with all the agencies attached to it, NATFund and what have you, we need to also focus on that, to train our farmers, to sensitize them so that they can unlearn and relearn practices that will maximize the support that government had put in place for us.
All right, so this takes us back to the whole question of enlightenment. How much has gone into enlightening the people who should benefit mostly from these interventions, what capacity they have, question of extension services, which the Executive Secretary of NADF started talking about. Says that's digital now, but in fact, back to the basics. How many of the farmers, the farming population, how many of Alhaji Muhammad Magaji's members are quite conversant and are up to date with methods, the enlightenment, what is available for them? The matter of insurance, well, it's not just agricultural insurance. Insurance is a tough call in these parts, as anyone would tell you. So, who would like to go first on that?
Okay, so thank you very much, Amalara, for for all the comments. The issue is what you've said, Cyril. Because farmers do not understand, do we remain static? Because our farmers are not attuned to digital tools, do we just stay where we are as a nation? Agriculture should be our foremost economic driver in this country. And being static, always relying on because our farmers are not able to, will not take us anywhere. We want to attract a new tier, an ecosystem of real agri-entrepreneurs. We're a nation of many youths that have nothing to do. We have the land, we have the potential, and we need to bring in innovation into agriculture. We need to digitize a lot of things that we're doing in this country so that it becomes attractive to the teeming youth. We also need to, the orientation we need to give, for me, first is that agriculture or farming is not a culture. It is not a traditional, it is not my grandfather's business only. It is a business that every youth, every woman, everybody in Nigeria should aspire to. Right. So we should make it at par and we should make it as modern as it can be so that it is across all. Some of the challenges we are facing in this nation is that we've relied on one system for too long, and we need to democratize those systems. As much as we have smallholder farmers, we need to have commercial farms. Right. We need to have mid-level, we need to have lower levels, and we need to now aggregate so that everything that is done at this different status comes into our food basket.
So we're winding down now. So this will form part of your closing comments. Let's hear you, MD.
I mean, the Executive Secretary, my colleague, has said it beautifully well. We cannot continue to talk about problems and not profess solutions to those problems. Exactly. Which is why all of us are working 18-hour days to find solutions to these problems. And part of it is giving the farmers the right inputs, also mechanizing agriculture. And I'll give a typical example. You heard about the 2,000 tractors from Belarus. Typically, Nigeria would give out 2,000 tractors to 2,000 farmers. Those days are over. These 2,000 tractors are going to 2,000 mechanization service providers because we believe one tractor should be able to do 600 hectares of land per year, per annum. And we're saying for 2,000 tractors, we want to farm 1.2 million hectares of land to support 1.2 million farmers with 2,000 tractors rather than 2,000 farmers. So for that, it means we're applying technology to, we're applying new thinking, innovation to what we're doing. It means we can now we're selling them, even to the discounted, the monies we're getting back from these tractors, over 1,000 has gone, as I said. Right. Monies we're getting back from the tractors, we're going to buy more. So we can revolve these tractors for Nigerians to use and the Nigerian farmers to benefit from. So for us, innovation is the most important thing in agriculture. Thank you.
Madam President.
Okay. As rightly said by the ES, you see, this lady was making point on the importance of extension services, and she made mention of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Extension services is just being taken care by the state government under ADPs. They have their extension officers, they have their extension agent there and then. So often, as an association, we normally work together with the state ADPs and the extension officer there. They are the people who used to go to our farms, tell our people what to do, give them the modern practice of agriculture, like As soon as we receive a report from the NIMET on the climate change, we quickly call our members from one local government to the other with the extension officers of the various ministries. So therefore, the extension service is being done by the state governors, by the state Ministry of Agri and directly under ADP, not by the federal government. So we are working collaboration with the extension services, the extension staff of the different ADPs nationwide.
All right. Dr. Azaku?
Yes. So let me just thank you very much for this opportunity. And specifically on extension, in our ministry we have the livestock extension and business development. And the idea is that, just like my other speaker said, even livestock production really is a business. And efforts have been made, like we have the NARIS in Abuja and other extension agents, some in National Veterinary Research Institute, where innovations that have been brought on board are taken to the farmer, the pastoralist. The government is making efforts to upscale, for instance, the National Veterinary Research Institute from production of about 120 million doses of vaccines to about 850 million doses. Remember, Nigeria is strategically positioned, supporting our contiguous countries, and is the center of excellence as far as disease control is concerned in sub-Saharan Africa. So, but these farmers need to know all this information, and efforts have been made by the ministry under the present leadership to really get across to the farmers. We used to have the other extension programs in the past, radio programs, where people have been told on what and what to do. So it is a key. And I also dare to say, post-harvest laws, I needed to mention it, it's not only in crops. The ministry is already into partnership with private sectors. Abattoirs have been developed. And meat haulage system. Meat vehicles are provided for cooperative groups, butchers association, for them to be able to transport meat appropriately to the populace.
Thank you so much. And one quick final comment from Farmer Molara. She's still there. Yes, I'll rope it in with the question to all of you, just one. Are food prices coming down in spite of all of this?
Sorry about that again. Sadly, food prices are not coming down as it should be. And like I said earlier, this has a lot to do with the situation of farmers in terms of insecurity. Food prices are not coming down, not because the administration had not supported farmers enough or had not provided farm input and what have you. But like the caller that called earlier said, a lot of our farmers are displaced. A lot of our farmers cannot visit the farm. And in places where there is actually security, the fear that has been created is restricting a lot of farmers to go to the farm. So like you see, like the high cost of tomatoes, it's not like we didn't have farmers who cultivated tomatoes, even in the southwest, the south side, and what have you. But the challenge is how many of them were able to go back to the farm and harvest, or how many of them actually saw the process through. So what I would like to say is to, again, plead with the government to please look into this aspect for us when it comes to security and safety for our farmers on the farm. And also, I'd also like to speak with my women and youth in agriculture that keep learning, have an open mind. Like the MD of POA said, agriculture these days is about innovation, and it's not just one person's business, it's all our businesses. And there is enormous wealth in agriculture.
All right. So we'd like to thank you very much on that note. Farmer Omolara Svensson, founder, national coordinator, Nigerian Women for Agriculture Development and Progressive Initiatives, who joined us via Zoom from Ibadan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and so a big thank you also to Dr. Samuel Anzaku, Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria. I'm sure many Nigerians would want a situation where a kilo of beef would no longer be going for as high as 8,000 naira. Well, let's hope that all these reforms will come in. I'm sure you would appreciate that too. Right. Thank you so very much, President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN, Mohammed Bagaji. Thank you for being part of it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks also to Mr. Ayodeji Oludare Shotiri, Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Bank of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarah.
And Thank you very much. Executive Secretary, National Agricultural Development Fund, Mohammed Ibrahim. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
All right. So that's our program today. I always say no one program can take care of all the issues. We hope we'll revisit this issue sometime in the future, but here's thanking you all for being part of it. Next week, we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stover. Bye for now.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Wherever you go, go with your heart. On the program today, we are celebrating people's performance and moments that inspire us to live passionately and embrace the beauty of creativity. Hello, amazing people. Welcome on board your favorite event blog, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. This is Sociologue. I am Funke Oyeyele Ashaleye. I'm delighted to have you. Stay with us. Let's get started. Birthdays are special milestones celebrated in different ways, especially for individuals who have attained remarkable ages and made significant contributions to society. For former Senate President in the Third Republic, Senator Ame Ebute, his 80th birthday celebration was an opportunity to give thanks to God and rejoice with family, friends, and well-wishers.
Former Senate President Senator Ame Ebute deemed it important to return thanks to God for the gift and preservation of life at 80. The Thanksgiving service held at the Holy Name Catholic Church in Ubokolo coincided with the celebration of the Pentecost Sunday as well as the 64th anniversary of the church, making the occasion even more significant. In his homily, the officiating priest, Reverend Father Peter Ogbe, emphasized the importance of the gift of the Holy Spirit and urged Christians to use those gifts in service to humanity and the growth of society.
Confirmation na amana no alewa alekela no mia ikoku confirmation na abano bioje yuklonia oge kulipodo glipoi ipoe kano so enche oche jovuli la no alekela no mia eklano imalea kogwalo yuklo.
At a reception held at his country home, family members, political associates, friends and well-wishers gathered in large numbers to celebrate the elder statesman, widely regarded as a political icon in Benue South Senatorial District. His contemporaries described Senator Ame Ebute as a courageous and influential leader whose contributions to politics and community development remain outstanding.
He doesn't like any dirty doing. He's a very straightforward human being. Since we met in 1981, this is when I met with him after my retirement from military. So I met him and we've been doing politics together. He's a very straightforward politician.
He's very understanding. He takes messages from people and he's accommodating.
He's a father. He's a loving man. He's caring to everybody. And as a woman leader of the party, I want to stand on behalf of all my party faithfuls and tell the whole world that His Excellency, Senator Ame Ebute, is the best that Benue State ever had.
He's our father, he's our mentor politically. He started a journey. They are the pioneers of democracy. So as such, he's endowed with a lot of experience.
His children, filled with admiration and gratitude, describe him as a loving father, mentor, and hero.
My father is a very patient man. He does not rush things. He doesn't go for things just like that. He waits for his own and it comes to him.
He's a visionary and principled father. Very principled man that cares and caters for his community, that cares for the well-being of his people. My father, Senator Ame Ebute, is a great man to be reckoned with.
For the celebrant, honesty, patience, and dedication remain the guiding principles that have shaped his life journey over the decades.
By the grace of God, my journey so far has been of success. I've not experienced any failure at all. So that is why I'm extremely grateful to Almighty Father who created us.
Many residents of Ugbokolo, Okpoku local government area, and the entire Idoma nation say Senator Ame Ebute's legacy of leadership and service will continue to be remembered for generations.
Congratulations to him. Wow. Longevity is what we all pray and long for. Now for our second story today, the stage remains a powerful platform for storytelling, bringing real-life experiences and important social issues to the forefront through drama and performance. Now up next is Alima, a captivating stage play filled with resilience, hope, and pursuit of dreams.
A thought-provoking stage production has lit up the Transkar Hilton, drawing theater lovers, cultural enthusiasts, and art lovers. Before the curtain rose, the venue was already buzzing. Guests arrived in style, walking the red carpet in an atmosphere that blended glamour with anticipation and walking through the exhibited pieces, a fitting prelude to an evening of powerful storytelling.
Stage play is about the struggle. And art, like one prominent artwork we have there, is about the struggle of the emancipation of Africans through the security trials, which is linking it again back to the stage play as it relates to us in our current life. So many of the pieces here are related to the connection between art, the placing through arts, the connection between our lives and the security system we have in the country now.
Comedians warmed up the crowd, setting the tone for what will become a deeply moving night. But beyond the glamour and laughter lies a story that would leave many in deep thought. The play, titled For Halima's Sake, follows Halima, a resilient woman who sells akara in her northern community to support her family, and her brilliant daughter Aisha, whose hunger for education is her greatest hope. But hope is shadowed by danger. Halima is molested and murdered by the associates of the wealthiest man in the community, a man whose power has long shielded him from the consequences of the terror his circle unleashes on locals. Her death leaves behind a grieving family and a community burdened by fear and silence. But while Halima's story ends in tragedy, her daughter's story is only beginning. Driven by grief and determination to seek justice, Aisha leaves her community to study law in the city. Years later, armed with knowledge, courage and purpose, she returns to confront the system that failed her mother and countless others. She rallies her father, the villagers, and the traditional ruler to challenge the culture of silence and demand accountability from those in power. Despite attempts to erase painful memories through gifts and public displays of generosity, the community refuses to be silent. 2 years later, the case is reopened.
Forgiveness is between a man and Allah. But justice is between a man and the people he has harmed. You can never, ever outsource justice to forgiveness. I rest my case here.
In the gripping courtroom finale, the culprit is found guilty and sentenced, a moment that brought the audience to
guilty and sentenced to 75 years imprisonment.
Audience members were visibly moved, with many describing the performance as riveting, and the story resonated deeply with current realities across the country.
And I enjoyed every bit of it, and it actually reflects what's actually happening in the society. And there's a need for the government and also for the citizens to step up and actually make things happen.
Everybody, we all need to secure Nigeria. Everybody. So let us all find a way to secure Nigeria.
For the cast and crew members, the play is more than entertainment. It is a deliberate call to conscience, a mirror held up to leaders and the nation at a time of growing insecurity.
It's our story, to be honest. It's our story today, right now. So that we just thought, how can we remind ourselves of who we are in this season? So let's tell a story that connects us all.
For Halima's Sake is not just a story of one woman or one community. It is a question asked of every person in a position of authority. How long will the powerless wait for justice? As the curtain falls and the audience rises in applause, one thing becomes clear. A reminder that justice may take time, but the pursuit of truth must never end. And through Aisha's courage, Halima's voice continues to be heard.
For Halima's sake.
The stage play did not only entertain the audience, but also deliver powerful lessons. If you're just tuning in, this is Sociologue, where we bring you events as they unfold. Now we're moving the spotlights to the food basket of the nation, where children were hosted to an excursion by the management of Tito Gate, Makurdi, Benue State.
100 participants got a masterclass in where milk, yogurt, and big ideas are brought to reality. Tito Gate, the company behind Tito Yogurt, hosted a Children's Day excursion titled A Journey of Discovery, but this was not the conventional celebration. The children traded the classrooms for the ranch, where they met Messi, a 650-pound bull named after a soccer legend. Messi is a first-generation crossbreed between a Frisian bull and a Fulani Bokolo, bred to improve the herd's milk yield. The participants learned firsthand how to make a cow and how eggs are incubated and hatched, amongst others.
I feel very happy coming here. I learned that the cows are very friendly animals, and they don't attack people without any good reason. I also learned how they milk cows, and there's a machine for milking cows.
Good table water here, and at the same time, Tito Yogurt.
They then stepped into the production factory, where staff guided them through the yogurt making process, explaining each stage from processing to packaging.
We have 3 major items we use for treatment. Number 1, we have what we call alum, which is also called aluminium sulfate. Secondly, we have something we call chlorine. Thirdly, we have something we call lime. I wasn't even expecting it to be this fun, but today I have learned how a cow is milked. I've seen how eggs are incubated. I have known the number of days that they are kept in an incubator, and I've learned how milk is processed, and I'm still having a lot of fun. The fun is not over yet.
At Tito Gates Eatery, the children got a practical look at how the business operates. Some assisted with welcoming guests, while others served customers under staff supervision. One participant was selected to act as CEO of the day, giving them a chance to experience a leadership role.
Today we are going home with new knowledge, happy memories, and lots of excitement. Thank you for making our Children's Day special and unforgettable.
President of Tito Yogurt Limited, Asiwaju Isaac Akinkumi, said that on a day like this, the best gift you could give a child was a glimpse of what they could become. He added that it meant opening doors, sparking curiosity, and teaching real-world skills early.
In the course of organizing this event, we discovered, very unfortunately, some young teenagers that had never seen the 4 walls of a primary school. That's a big concern to me personally. A young girl of about 14, 13 came to look for work on our ranch. You don't go to school? No. They don't go to. Why are you not going to school? I don't have father, I don't have mother. And you have never been to primary school? It touches me very deeply. I want to look at a way of doing something about it.
There were also games and gifts and activities to close out the day. By letting these children experience entrepreneurship up close, Tito Gate is taking it a step further by investing in the next generation of innovators, farmers, and business owners. In Makurdi, Simbiat Agbaji, NTA News.
Indeed, an exciting and educational adventure for the children. Music has a unique way of bringing people together, lifting spirit and creating memories. Let's see this.
She's different, Afro-caustic, you know. I love her infusion of culture and rhythm and different, you know, showcasing. You know, it's about Africa, you know. Celebrity Fish is about culture. You know, we are transcultural, you know, from Africa to America to Asia. So we are bringing the world together through fish and entertainment. If you happen to be alive, why can't you come and enjoy yourself? So that's why we are creating an environment, a community of enjoyment. So it's a community of enjoyment, you know. So they say all work without play and make jolly a dull boy. So we are making sure people are not dull. You know, we are just adding our own quota to the economic building of the country.
Enjoy your life, shop your money, now that's the way they are alive, now in the song mathematics. Enjoy your life, oh, shop your money, now that's the way they are alive, now in the song mathematics, oh.
We're out here tonight to chill with the Afro-acoustic queen, Asian. You know, I mean, what can I say? The voice speaks for itself. Asian is a fantastic singer. Her genre of music is exceptional, and she is doing great works. And this is the first edition of Afro-acoustic Chills, you know, and it has been a very, very relaxing atmosphere. Is a blend of the African sound. We talk about percussions, drums, conga, djembe, all of that, mixed with the acoustic guitars. So that gives you Afro-acoustic. Now, there is a word I coined, so that's my sound, Afro-acoustic. For me, my music is conscious music. I'm talking about the society. I'm talking about the things I can see around me, the things I want to change, the thing I want fixed. If I feel something is not right, I think it should be right. I'll sing about it. I have a song that says fire, fire. So I do conscious music basically. Yeah.
That's how much we can take. Thank you for being part of today's episode. Remember, every moment of joy, every story shared, and every dream celebrated reminds us that life is meant to be loved with passion and purpose. And as always, stay safe and God bless.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future warning or a distant threat. One of the most pressing environmental issues of our time is plastic pollution, be it in a visible form, microplastic or nanoplastic. What role do you see government policies or public awareness playing in the future of waste recycling in Nigeria and in Africa by extension? How exactly is rising temperature and extreme weather condition increase diseases in this climate? Please stay safe and healthy until we return.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Norlene Ebel-Ame. Let's begin with the headlines. UK to impose new sanctions against Russia in a bid to pressure Moscow into halting war against Ukraine. Stakeholders agreed to reconstitute digital team and strengthen consultation ahead of June digital switchover. Court revokes Omoyele Shore's bail, issues arrest warrant over his absence, just as court sentences female arms courier to death. Seven newly accredited ambassadors and high commissioners to Ghana have presented their letters of credence to President John Mahama in Accra. During separate engagements with the envoys, President Mahama highlighted Ghana's ambitious economic transformation agenda aimed at creating sustainable jobs, expanding opportunities for young people, and building a resilient economy. He encouraged the diplomats to use their tenure in Ghana to deepen bilateral relations and facilitate investment opportunities from their respective countries, to support the nation's development goals. Here is the report.
The envoys are Ronald Mikhailov, High Commissioner of Malta, Andrei Odash, Ambassador of the Russian Federation, Michał Sigan, Ambassador of Poland, Bambang Suharto, Ambassador of Indonesia, Lisbeth Kuel Messier, Ambassador of Panama, Armen Saxian, Ambassador of Armenia, and Celestine Gavaz Kakela, Ambassador of Tanzania. President Mahama reaffirmed Ghana's commitment to international cooperation and pledged continued collaboration with partner countries for mutual development.
Ghana today is pursuing a bold program of economic transformation aimed at creating sustainable jobs, expanding opportunities for our young people, and building a resilient economy. Through our 24-hour economy initiative, agricultural modernization agenda, industrial programs, digital transformation, and energy sector reforms, we are creating an environment that supports investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. We invite businesses from your respective countries to jointly invest with their counterparts in Ghana in areas of opportunity such as agriculture, in manufacturing, in mining, in energy, infrastructure development, technology, logistics, tourism, healthcare, and education.
The president has stated that he is championing a new development cooperation framework, the Accra Reset, and invited the new envoys to engage Ghana on the initiative.
I'm leading a new paradigm for development cooperation known as the Accra Reset. I invite your engagement with us on this initiative. Ghana will continue to advocate peaceful resolution of disputes, support climate action, promote economic justice, and champion reforms that make global governance institutions more representative and responsive to contemporary realities.
The president touched on the insecurity in the Sahel region.
The world today faces unprecedented challenges: climate change, conflict, terrorism, violent extremism, cyber threats, food insecurity, irregular and illegal migration, and economic uncertainty are but a few of the dominating headlines. These challenges demand our collective action. In our region, the deteriorating security situation in parts of the Sahel continue to threaten peace and stability. And Ghana remains committed to working with ECOWAS, the African Union, United Nations, and all our international partners to promote peace, security, democracy, and sustainable development on this continent, but in all other parts of the world too. We believe that international cooperation, dialogue, respect for international law, and strong multilateral institutions remain essential to addressing the challenges confronting humanity.
The engagement underscores Ghana's renewed push for stronger international partnerships and shared development priorities.
Consumers can expect some relief at the pumps as fuel prices are projected to decline significantly in the second pricing window of June 16, despite the removal of government interventions, which lasted for 2 months. Going by the projections by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, petrol prices are expected to fall between 7.23 and 9.31%, while diesel prices could drop between 0.151 and 1.65%. LPG prices are also projected to decline slightly between 0.20 and 0.52%. The report.
The projected reductions are being driven by a sharp decline in crude oil and refined petroleum product prices on the international market. Crude oil prices fell by about 12% in mid-June, dropping from over $110 per barrel to just about $97 per barrel. Analysts say weaker Chinese crude imports, record high U.S. oil exports, and continued release from strategic petroleum reserves by member countries of the International Energy Agency have helped keep prices below the $100 mark despite disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. On the international petroleum products market, LPG recorded the steepest decline at nearly 20%, followed by petrol at more than 15% and diesel at just over 10%. The cedi also posted a slight depreciation against major trading currencies during the pricing window, but this was not enough to offset the impact of falling global fuel prices. Under cash purchase agreement, petrol is projected to sell at an average ex-pump price of 14 cedis 42 pesos per litre, diesel at 16 cedis 56 pesos per litre, and LPG at 16 cedis 90 pesos per kilogram. The National Petroleum Authority (NPA) also announced new price floors for the June 16 to 30 pricing window. The price floor for petrol reduced from 15 cedis 20 pesos per litre in the first half of June to 13 cedis 39 pesos per litre. Diesel's price floor dropped from 15 cedis 49 pesos to 15 cedis 11 pesos per litre. The NPA directed industry players to comply with the new price floors, meaning no oil marketing company is expected to sell below the approved rate. Floor price is part of efforts by industry players to help reduce fuel prices at the pumps, especially now that government intervention on diesel has been totally scrapped.
3 years after the launch of a United Kingdom-supported initiative to protect Nigeria's fragile mangrove ecosystem, tangible results are emerging from coastal communities in Cross River State. From restoring degraded forests to creating sustainable livelihoods and strengthening climate resilience, stakeholders are now assessing the impact of the intervention and charting a pathway for the future. Charles Alpha reports.
Nigeria's mangrove forests, among the largest in Africa, play a critical role in protecting coastal communities from the devastating effects of climate change while supporting livelihoods through fishing and other economic activities. Recognizing the growing threats posed by environmental degradation and climate change, the United Kingdom, through the UK Pact programme, partnered with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the Cross River State Government to implement a 3-year project aimed at restoring mangrove ecosystems and improving the welfare of coastal population. At a dissemination workshop in Abuja, which also marks the end of the program in Nigeria, stakeholders reviewed the outcomes of the initiative, which reached 50 coastal communities across Cross River State.
For us, important to be able to invest in something that has both environmental but also economic value and see that value realized both in the mangrove but also outside.
It is a big milestone. The minister mentioned and others, the journey starts now. We did not finish yet. So I think sustainability of the project is key. Communities now have the tools and they have the instruments, the policies, and the FAO is ready to walk the journey again with the communities and ensure that the project will be sustainable.
The project trained over 4,800 beneficiaries in climate-smart agriculture, forestry and fishery practices, established cooperative societies and savings groups, as well as promoted alternative sources of income, including aquaculture, beekeeping, mushroom production and improved fish processing.
Mangrove ecosystem has been depleted for some time, but with the intervention of the FAO UK-backed, most of these things have been restored.
They gave us big dryers to dry the fish instead of going to fall the trees.
Minister of Environment Balarabe Abbas Lawal commended the partnership, noting that the intervention aligns with Nigeria's commitment to climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development. He stressed the need to sustain the gains recorded and replicate the model in other coastal states.
We always start very good projects. We do it very well, but when we exit, it becomes a problem. So that's why I'm insisting that this is the beginning of the program, not the end of it. And we must find ways and means of staying. And I believe that I am putting this on three structures. First of all, we, the Ministry of Environment, will support it. And secondly, the progressive government, from their commitment we have seen clearly, they will support it. And the community. That's why I'm glad that they brought in some members of the community who are benefiting from it already to come and testify before everybody that it's working well.
We take this very seriously. We will keep it up. Although we're not happy that it's coming to an end, but to assure you that Cross River State is going to take the work from there in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Environment.
The dissemination engagement also showcased policy frameworks and governance structures developed under the project to support long-term conservation and sustainable management of mangrove ecosystems. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
United States President Donald Trump says there is no obligation to invest in Iran even after its deal with the Islamic Republic to end the Middle East war. Francis Udojo reports.
He said America is not investing any money in Iran.
The one thing that's happening that's of note, frankly, the only thing that really matters to me, is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it, they're not going to buy it, they're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences.
Trump said at the G7 summit in France after talks with the Emir of Qatar, adding that the main focus of the deal was that Iran would not acquire a nuclear weapon and that all hell will rain down on the country if it did. Trump said that Russia should make a deal to end its war against Ukraine after meeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the G7 summit in France. Trump said he had a meeting with Zelensky at the summit in the spa town of Evian-les-Bains, and more talks were planned later in the day as the G7 group of leading world powers seek to increase pressure on Moscow to end more than 4 years of fighting.
Look, Russia should make a deal. Russia's lost tremendous amounts of people, and so has Ukraine. Last month, they lost 35,000 soldiers between the two of them. Think of it. This is on a monthly basis. They averaged 25,000 people, mostly soldiers, young, beautiful people.
He pointed to the high casualties on both sides in the conflict, a toll he described as ridiculous.
Francis Udojo's report there. Now, while significant progress has been made towards actualizing the European Union support projects aimed at promoting a sustainable reintegration of internally displaced persons in Yobe, Adamawa, Benue, Kano, and Sokoto states, humanitarian actors and other key stakeholders are advocating strengthening of institutional capacity and coordination, as well as an accelerated implementation approach. These formed part of the recommendations at the initiative's first project steering committee meeting held in Abuja. Chikunonsonga Bueze reports.
With about 40% of internally displaced persons living in sub-Saharan Africa, improving the living conditions of these vulnerable groups become even more imperative for all key players. This convergence of development partners, implementing agencies as well as humanitarian actors At this first project steering committee meeting for the EU support for internally displaced persons in Yobe, Adamawa, Benue and Kano states, SIDPIN, as well as EU support for protection, assistance and durable solution in Sokoto State, SPARTS, is to review progress and strengthen partnership towards advancing sustainable and durable solutions for IDPs and host communities across the 5 states.
No one should be left behind in the long journey towards dignity. The momentum for durable solution is growing in Nigeria, and it must continue to grow stronger, both at the federal and state level.
I take this opportunity to say, let's review all our livelihood intervention and the development project to see how they can contribute to the purposes of durable solutions.
Where humanitarian interventions remain indispensable, experience has shown that durable solutions require a more integrated approach that bridges humanitarian action, development efforts, and peace-building initiatives.
We are particularly committed to strengthening institutional frameworks, improving coordination mechanisms, and supporting policies that enhance the welfare and protection of internally displaced persons and vulnerable host communities.
Through a multi-sector consultative approach, Adamawa State proudly developed a homegrown durable solutions action plan to guide our efforts in restoring the lives of forcibly displaced persons.
With sustainable development investments that goes beyond humanitarian assistance being canvassed at this engagement, the project's final draft governance framework, terms of reference, was adopted by the meeting with a charge to members to relay recommendations and resolutions to their state governments, as well as intensify awareness campaigns on the importance of various host communities to embrace the initiatives, especially in the area of land provision for its implementation. NTN News.
News ahead of the June 17, 2026 digital switchover. Stakeholders have agreed to reconstitute the digital team and strengthen consultation to accommodate constructive opinions to promote national interests. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Muhammad Idris, says digital switchover project remains the best project in the media industry. Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara reports.
All is set for the launch of the Nigerian digital switchover, addressing the decade-long wait and missed opportunity. On the invitation of the National Broadcasting Commission, among critical stakeholders here to deliberate the way forward for the DSO project are representatives of licensed broadcasters, signal distributors, set-top box manufacturers, content producers, Digiteam Nigeria, and other industry stakeholders. After an engagement behind closed doors, the following issues came out prominent as part of their resolutions and plans to advance the implementation of digital switchover.
Everyone is asking a question. When are we going to have full digital switchover in Nigeria? I'm glad that today this stakeholder engagement is leading us to the first phase of the implementation, which is going to happen by God's grace tomorrow. And it will provide us an opportunity to move over while we continue to make adjustments and corrections where necessary. The fact that we are going to have this tomorrow doesn't mean that it ends tomorrow. This is work in progress, and we will continue to do that so that this industry is given what has long been expected.
The National Broadcasting Commission agreed to review stakeholders' concerns relating to implementation frameworks, technical standards, and carriage agreements in consultation with relevant stakeholders as part of ongoing consultations. Number 10, stakeholders were assured of measures taken by NICE Concert to ensure satellite reliability and continuity of service for the DSO platform. All right, so number 11, there will be at least a quarterly stakeholders meeting to ensure alignment in the DSO implementation.
It was also agreed that local content development and local manufacturing should remain central objectives to the DSO implementation to create jobs, attract investment, and expand opportunities for Nigerian broadcasters and content creators. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullah Higuanara, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. It's time to take a short break. The news continues shortly.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Thank you for staying with us on the news on NTA International. Africa marks the International Day of the African Child, a day set aside to remember the courage of thousands of school children who took to the streets of Soweto, South Africa in 1976 to demand quality education and equal rights. 50 years later, the focus has shifted from the classroom alone to another basic necessity of life: access to clean water, sanitation and hygiene. Justin Bemui reports.
The theme for the 2026 commemoration is ensuring universal access to water, sanitation and hygiene for every child in Africa. The theme highlights a growing crisis facing millions of children across the continent, many of whom still lack safe drinking water, decent toilets and basic hygiene facilities. While Africa continues to make progress in education and child welfare, water scarcity, climate change, disease outbreaks, and displacement caused by conflict are placing many children at greater risk. In some communities, children walk long distances daily in search of water, often missing school and exposing themselves to danger. The African Union and child rights advocates say access to clean water is more than a development issue. It is a fundamental child right and a critical factor in health, education, and overall well-being. The 2026 theme aligns with the African Union's broader agenda of securing sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems across the continent. As governments, development partners, and communities reflect on the legacy of the Soweto children, the message this year comes bold and clear: that no child should have to choose between learning and fetching water, or between survival and dignity. On this International Day of the African Child, the call is not only to remember the struggles of the past, but to act decisively so that every African child can grow, learn, and thrive in a safe and healthy environment. Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
Still on the African Child Day, in our earlier news broadcast, the Executive Director, GCEL Network, CIC, and founding partner, African Scholars Care Initiative, Joy Ononmajuru, joined my colleague Stella via Zoom from the U.S. to speak on the day.
I would say that the reality of this access to clean water, sanitization and hygiene is not merely a development issue, it's also a fundamental child rights issue. As someone who advocates for education, children, and most importantly, energy access, I often say that no child should be left without their basic needs met. So far back in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, we ran a campaign as African Scholars Initiative with our funding partners like the banks. The campaign was primarily on running water is a must. Remember, in 2020, schools were shut down across the country. Yes, the world was in standstill, but academic learning was really, really impacted. So I would say that accountability must be a collective effort for governments, even if the government have the primary right. So the collective effort should say everybody, all hands should be on deck. We need to get support from the government, development institutions. We need to get, the community also plays a key role by protecting and maintaining projects that are already deployed. Like in 2020, all the projects we deployed, all the borehole projects we deployed for schools when we did the Running Water is a Must project, NTA was very on ground to cover those activities. How many of them are well maintained? So there's no accountability metrics, even at community level. So all hands must be on deck, the government, development partners, corporates. People should enhance activities on the CSR commitment.
Okay, Joy, speaking reality, like you just said, speaking reality, what are the real-life consequences for a child who spends hours every day fetching water instead of being in school in terms of education, health, and future opportunities?
Okay, I'll take this now from being a girl child. Most importantly, every hour spent searching for water, every hour lost going to thousands of miles to get water for children's sanitization, especially young girls. It's an hour lost in building the human capital that Africa needs for its future. So it is important that we take this issue seriously because it limits opportunities and reduces the productivities that we are supposed to use for our economic development. So why don't we take access to clean water seriously, especially for schools? So this it's a comprehensive, it's not just access to clean water. The basic amenities, infrastructure projects should be ready for basic institutions, and that's our advocacy.
Okay, to address some of these anomalies, what urgent and practical steps should governments, communities, and development partners take now to ensure universal access to these basic amenities?
If we truly want to honor the legacy of the Soweto children, we must move beyond just commitment and commitment without implementation. So one thing, my message is simple here today, that access to water, sanitization, education, and energy infrastructures are not just a privilege. They are fundamental rights and essential investments for Africa's future. So collaboratively, we should all put our hands on deck and ensure that children have rights to this thing, especially for basic institutions in our society.
Okay. My colleague Stella and our guest Joy Onumajiro, they're talking about African Child Day. And meanwhile, First Lady, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says all hands must be on deck to build child-friendly communities, strengthen public health systems, and create safe, healthy environments where every child can thrive and reach their full potential. In her message marking 2026 Day of the African Child with the theme Ensuring Universal Access to Water, Sanitation and Hygiene for Every Child in Africa, the First Lady joined Nigerians in advocating for child's rights, noting that access to clean water, proper sanitation and good hygiene is essential for the well-being, health, dignity, education, and future of children. She says children, regardless of their background, should have access to the basic amenities needed to grow, learn, and thrive. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Nikolai, will represent President Bola Tinubu at the 11th Our Ocean Conference, OOC 11, in Mombasa, Kenya, starting Tuesday. Nigeria will speak on blue economy, maritime security and ocean health in the Gulf of Guinea. The three-day conference from June 16 to 18 bring together heads of state, ministers, private sector and civil society to push measurable action on ocean sustainability. OOC has tracked high implementation rates since 2014, unlike dialogue-only forums, with 38 African countries on the coast and over 50 million jobs tied to Africa's blue economy. OOC 11 focuses on threats like illegal fishing, plastic pollution, warming seas, and limited marine protection. Nigeria will highlight its activities as a major maritime nation. The summit includes investment forums, a Blue Tech Expo, youth leadership platforms, and policy clinics on climate adaptation and regional cooperation. Talking security as conversations continue on ways to checkmate insurgency and banditry in parts of the country, security experts are advocating legal backing for the Joint Doctrine and Warfare Center to serve as a unified operational hub for the armed forces. This was at the resumed public hearing organized by the House Committee on Defense on 5 bills seeking to strengthen military operations. National Assembly correspondent Mitaire Ipeng reports.
The Joint Doctrine and Warfare Center Establishment Bill 2026 seeks to provide institutional and legal framework for the existing center to make it a permanent national security think tank rather than an entity established solely by administrative directive. Security experts at this public hearing emphasized the importance of addressing the country's complex and evolving security challenges through strengthened military cooperation and knowledge sharing among the armed forces.
Unfortunately, there's not been a coordinated doctrine. And so when today we say our joint doctrine and joint operations are not delivering very well, perhaps one of the reasons is because we've not had that joint doctrine that coordinates this.
What the bill gets right include the need for joint planning, because no one service now can win a modern warfare. You need all the services working together, joint doctrine development necessary, future warfare studies, operational lessons. All these are critical requirements for modern military.
Also considered were bills to establish the Armed Forces Medical College, FCT, as well as establish the National Defense College of Nigeria to serve as a high-level center for professional military education.
If we continue with the National War College Act, it is no longer appropriate for the status of the National Defense College that we are requesting for.
We are not talking of doctors being trained to go and take care of the civil population. We are talking of battle-ready medical doctors who have been trained with their colleagues. In fact, in the previous bill, we are proposing that Health Sciences Center as a specialist facility that even the medical college can attach itself to for clinical practice.
On the proposed model for Armed Forces College of Medicine, the Nigerian Defense Academy welcomes the proposed establishment of the college. Its establishment will facilitate the training of a larger pool of medical personnel, of which the Armed Forces of Nigeria is in their need.
The House Committee on Defense is expected to aggregate the submissions from the experts on the bills to promote operational efficiency, gender inclusion, and improved welfare in the armed forces. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ipeng, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian armed forces and other security agencies involved in the successful operation in Kogi State that led to the elimination of notorious bandit kingpin Ibrahim Bastuji. The president, in a statement issued by his special advisor, Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, described the operation as a significant blow to criminal networks terrorizing communities in Kogi and neighboring states. He noted that Bastuji's reign of violence, kidnapping and attacks on civilians had caused untold hardship for residents, and his neutralization will restore confidence and give respite for residents of the area. The president also commended the troops for another successful operation that led to the rescue of widow of the late former Chief of Defense Information, General Rabe Abubakar. He said the rescue demonstrates a high standard of professionalism and a needed determination to confront forces of evil. President Tinubu reassured Nigerians that the government will continue to provide the armed forces with the resources, training and support needed to end banditry, kidnapping and all forms of violent crimes. He urged citizens to continue cooperating with security agencies by providing timely information and necessary support. Our second break beckons at this point on NT International News. Stay tuned.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Thank you for being there. The Court of Appeal court sitting in Abuja has ordered the stay of execution of the judgment of the Federal High Court verdict ordering INEC to deregister 5 political parties. The parties affected are African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action's People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, and Accord Party, AP. The Intermediate Court frowns at the action of Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the judgment delivered on Monday, which ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister 5 political parties. The appeal court averred that Justice Lifu exhibited judicial rascality by going ahead to hear and make the order despite the order of the Court of Appeal and the pendency of the matter before the court. Justice Lifu, in the verdict, said the parties did not meet the constitutional threshold of Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution. Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution gives the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the power to deregister parties that failed to meet the constitutional threshold. Meanwhile, the 2027 presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, has expressed satisfaction with the decision of the Court of Appeal to stay the execution of the Federal High Court judgment seeking the deregistration of the party and 4 other parties. In a statement, Atiku submitted that the Independent National Electoral Commission initiated the court request for a stay of execution is of great significance. The former Vice President of Nigeria added that the judiciary should uphold the rule of law and the Constitution at all times. In other news, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has revoked the bail granted to human rights activist and African Action Congress's presidential candidate, Omoyele Sowore, and issued a warrant for his arrest following his absence from court. Justice Muhammad Umar gave the order following Sowore and his counsel, Marshal Abubakar, failure to appear for the scheduled proceedings. During the hearing, counsel to the Department of State Services, Kehinde Akinlolu, SAN, informed the court that Sowore was fully aware of the hearing date, but did not appear in court. All right. A federal high court sitting in Katsina has sentenced a female arms courier, Hawwau Mukhtar, to death by hanging after the Department of State Services, DSS, successfully prosecuted her for conspiracy to commit terrorism and aiding and abetting terrorism. Justice Abbas Bawale gave the order, having convicted Hawwau Mukhtar, who was arrested by the DSS on September 16, 2023 at Jibia Motor Park, Katsina State, while attempting to transport 438 rounds of 7.62 ammunition to one Ado, a notorious bandit kingpin operating within Damburam Forest, Zamfara State. After evaluating the totality of evidence, witness testimonies, attended exhibits, and final addresses of both prosecution and defense counsel, the court held that the prosecution had proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, finding Mukhtar guilty on the 2 counts. Justice Bawale subsequently sentenced the convict to death by hanging in accordance with the provisions of the Penal Code Law of Katsina State 2021. The court held that the successful prosecution is a significant milestone for the DSS, demonstrating its capacity to not only intercept criminal actors, but to follow through with decisive legal action that results in landmark conviction. Vice President Kashim Shettima has flagged off the distribution of farm inputs under the Renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program, a major initiative aimed at strengthening food security and boosting agricultural productivity. The program, driven by the National Agricultural Development Fund, is a key component of the Tinubu administration's agricultural agenda. Musa Baba Aliu reports that VP Shettima was represented by the Minister of State for Agriculture, Aliu Sabi Abdullahi.
This is a symbolic flag-off of the distribution of fertilizer at 70% discount under the Renewed Hope Support Program. Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, representing Vice President Kashim Shettima. The program centers on distribution of subsidized NPK fertilizer, which is locally produced, traceable, and clearly marked not for sale. Among the first beneficiaries in the FCT are farmers with special needs.
Through the first phase, we at the National Agricultural Development Fund are supporting 128,980 smallholder farmers across 25 participating states and the FCT with 515,920 bags of fertilizer. Each farmer will take 4 bags of fertilizer.
Vice President Kashim Shettima said the program emphasizes timely delivery of appropriate inputs in collaboration with states and other stakeholders.
This coordinated approach is essential to scale impact, strengthen supply chains, and deliver inputs on time to farmers in every part of the country.
As governor, we remain committed to align with national priorities while implementing context-specific solutions that address the unique need of our farmers.
The provision of quality farm inputs will not only increase crop production or yields, but also strengthen the resilience of farming communities across the FCT.
The initiative enjoys the support of indigenous fertilizer producers, agro-processors, and marketers. Handover documents have been signed between the Minister of State for the FCT, the NADF, and the All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Our last break on this bulletin because at this point, stay with us on the news on NTA International. Thank you for staying with us on NTA News International. Bridging Nigeria's infrastructural development gaps and connecting the electorate with people-oriented projects remain critical in the renewed hope initiative of the present administration. First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu made the declaration in Makurdi during her one-day state visit and inauguration of key projects in Benue State. Moses Ajaode reports that the First Lady was received by the state governor and supporters across party lines.
Before the coming on board of the present administration, intra-city connectivity and floods were part of the challenges encountered by residents of Benue State, affecting farm produce and causing devastating impacts on lives and property. It was to address these needs that the state government embarked on the urban renewal and rehabilitation projects across the state with more than 40 roads at various levels of construction.
This road in place and that channel, EJ Vandika Street has not been recording flooding. And that was not the case 3 years before this road was constructed. So you can see that those are, benefits that are there that are coming out themselves.
It's a lot of difference. We have not seen that for all the other governors before him.
Governor Hans and Aliawai applauding Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for the visit, pledged to deliver more dividends of democracy to the people, in line with the renewed hope initiative of the president.
And his commitment to improving infrastructure across Nigeria. His renewed hope agenda continues to inspire efforts in Benue State as we work to deliver democratic dividends to our citizens.
The First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, expressed satisfaction with the commitment of the Benue State government in turning the tide and promised to continue to partner with the state towards achieving the needed development.
I commend His Excellency Governor Isaac Alia for his visionary leadership and commitment to delivering the dividends of democracy to the good people of Benue State. These projects clearly demonstrate the practical implementation of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, through investments that directly impact the lives and livelihoods of citizens.
The newly constructed roads include Mamman Baterem Alia Street, Dabo Plaza to Fashion Hub Street, Sir James Yopo Street, and Senator Oluremi Tinubu Road, amongst others. The First Lady's visit to Benue State is a second in less than 1 year. In Makurdi, Moses Ajao Udi, NTA News.
Talking health now, the global fight against malaria got new backing in Abuja as the chief executive of the Rollback Malaria Partnership met with the Malaria Consortium to speed up Nigeria's elimination drive. Nigeria still carries 27% of global malaria cases and deaths, with children under 5 and pregnant women most at risk. At the meeting, both organizations agreed to expand access to prevention, diagnosis and treatment, and to strengthen partnerships with government and communities.
If a child is using SMC, is using NET, and is using malaria vaccine, the coverage or the prevention goes almost over 90%. And that's why we are reflecting that in Malaria Consortium we are doing SMC. People are already doing it, we're encouraging them. So what seems to be missing is the vaccine. What is the problem with us being able to scale?
So I think this is the time to say, how do we look at who's best at doing what, and how do we then empower them to be able to do it on behalf of the ecosystem. There's no point in another organization trying to do the same thing in the same state, in the same community.
The consortium say it is already supporting prevention and community health programs across several states, but more funding and innovation are needed. Both groups say stronger collaboration between government, donors, and health agencies is critical if Nigeria is to meet its target of a malaria-free future. Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment and Development Partners, convened a stakeholders workshop on nutrition and the International Labour Organization Chemical Hazards Convention questionnaire aimed at integrating nutrition into occupational chemical safety standards, strengthening health and well-being of workers in Nigeria. The meeting brought together government agencies, labor unions, employers, and development partners to provide technical input into Nigeria's response to the ILO questionnaire on nutrition and chemical hazards in the workplace. A major highlight of the workshop was the growing recognition of nutrition as a critical component of occupational health and safety. Experts noted that adequate nutrition helps improve workers' resilience, strengthens immunity, and supports the body's ability to cope with the effects of chemical exposure.
Of labor and employment. Having nutritious food is the best thing that can happen to any individual, whether as a people, or as a person, or as a community, as a workplace, or as a government, because a healthy person is a productive person.
Head of Policy and Advocacy at again, Joyce Akpata, stated that poor nutrition undermines the development and productivity of societies, adding that investing in proper nutrition is essential for building a healthy and productive workforce. She explained that GAIN is committed to improving access to nutritious and safe foods, particularly for vulnerable populations.
Today, well, it's very important because a connection has been shown between how much exposure workers typically would get from harmful substances in the course of their work. And
with a growing concern about challenges within the housing sector, government says strategic plans are ongoing to ensure delivery of affordable housing in Nigeria. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde Oladimeji Ojo, on a live media chat outlined the agency's effort and reforms aligned to help realize the federal government housing agenda for Nigeria. Francis Udojo has the details.
Speaking during the interactive section, Oyetunde Oladimeji Ojo highlighted the Federal Housing Authority's commitment to the federal government's Renewed Hope housing program, pointing at reducing the nation's housing deficit through the construction of affordable and accessible homes nationwide. He noted that the digitization of land and property records have significantly reduced cases of double allocation, document loss, and fraudulent transactions. Ojo also disclosed that the authority is accelerating housing development projects across the country, with several estates under construction and others nearing completion.
When I came in, I did 140-something to 50 building approvals in 1 year. They made 500 million. I made 2.8 billion.
About land administration, the MD and CEO maintained that the authority remains committed to due process and has strengthened measures to protect government lands from encroachment and illegal acquisition. He reiterated FHA's zero-tolerance stance against land grabbing and emphasized that all land transactions must follow established procedures.
We will check. Those who were building will check your plan. And in fact, most of them were given one floor approval. So they've shortchanged the government on site they are building 4.
The FHA chief further called on Nigerians to take advantage of opportunities provided under the Renewed Hope Housing Program by applying early through approved FHA channels and participating in available mortgage schemes. The FHA managing director also spoke extensively on efforts made by the current administration to set nation's economy, security as well as infrastructure, among others, on the right trajectory.
Mr. President is devoting more money into security. The battle now is air bombardment. But the cost of getting this thing, the availability of it, those are the kind of technology we need. But we don't produce it. That's why our defense corporation, Mr. President, is looking into us.
The assurance from the media guest to Nigerians was that the Federal Housing Authority will continue to pursue reforms, strengthen partnerships with state governments, while making delivery of infrastructure, quality and affordable houses its priority to Nigerians. Francis Udojo, NT News.
And that concludes the news on NT International at this time. Thank you so much for watching. I am Norlene Ebel Ame. Bye for now.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area. It's another beautiful day on your favorite culinary program, Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure, showing on the largest TV network in Africa, the NTA. I'm your regular host, Sarah Churi. Today, on the program, we'll be showcasing another beautiful culinary artistry through Chef Fatima, our delectable and fantastic chef, whom I told you last week will be gracing, the program with yet another classic. She says it's refreshing and packed with flavors. Chef Fatima, I'm glad to have you once again on the program.
Say namaste.
Namaste. Oh, we're going to India today.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me once again.
Come on. It's a co-hosting. I'm always
Thank
glad
you.
to be in your kitchen, and also always very happy to have you on the program.
Thank you so much.
So what is it we're having today?
Okay,
I
today.
see a plethora of ingredients. Take us through.
Okay, so here we have yam, peeled yam, cut into cubes. Then we also have plantain, ripe plantain, but not too ripe, just medium ripe. Yeah, then we have some salt, we have CFC, and of course, which is Chef Fatima condiment, my signature. I have the garam masala powder. I have some seasonings. Then we have fresh egg. We have vegetable oil. We have chopped onion. And of course, I have crushed peppers. So this pepper includes pepper bells, red pepper bell, red jalapeno, and of course, red scotch bonnet. That is tatasai, shombo, and atarodo, okay? Then here I have corn flour. Please, this is not the one for fufu. This is the silky corn flour. Then we have breadcrumbs.
And last but not the least.
Yes, last but not the least, we have chili pepper. Yeah, to go with, just to give it some extra
spice.
Yeah.
All right,
so
Fatima. Now with this, what are you preparing?
We are making plantain yam balls. Yes.
Plantain
yam ball.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Do you know how to make it? If you're like me, let's follow Chef Fatima. Let me
but we're going to make it spicy, so we can call it spicy plantain yam balls.
Interesting.
Yeah. So because
don't go away.
We are rich in Africa, but you discover people who have all this thing at home, but how to bring them together, get a fantastic recipe out of it becomes a problem. Yeah, we know plantain has a lot of fiber, and of course the yam has starch. So we bring them together to balance up the whole thing.
So it's going to be a marriage in our mouth today.
Yes. And we have protein, which is egg. We have the vegetables.
Balanced meal.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't go away, my esteemed viewer. We'll be back in a jiffy. For putting the plantain there with the skin.
One, you get it intact, okay, because that skin serves as protection as well. Then, second, you also, after cooking, it's easy for you to peel out.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you might be thinking we are eating with the skin.
I was wondering.
No. So now, my yam goes in.
Watch your hand.
Yeah. I cut the yam into smaller cubes, because it's going to soften at the end of the day, and we perform some process also there. Yep. So now I'm going to be adding some salt. So to this, I'm going to be sprinkling some salt, just to give it a nice taste at the end of the day. Then here we go. We cover the lid. You boil this to tender. Make sure both the yam and the plantain becomes tender, because at the end of the day, we're going to mash it to get out what we want.
And that should take like how many minutes?
At least 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Culinary industry has been an amazing journey for me in particular, because I started very small. Well, I got the inspiration from my mom. She's a medical practitioner, also own a restaurant. And growing up, we do go to like her restaurant to like walk after school. We come, we enjoy doing that. They send us, we wash plates, we do some menial jobs. And at the end of the day, we discover we got paid. And while I finished primary school, secondary school, going to university, I actually wanted to become a chef. But instead, I got a different course to study in the university. But that doesn't stop me. Immediately I finished university, I started all over again to become a chef.
And I've acquired a lot of certification, both home and abroad. But I tell you, it's been an amazing journey for me. I love doing what I'm doing. I create a lot of inspiration to a lot of young people. I became mentor. I mentor a lot of people, and so far so good. I've trained well over 90,000 persons today in the culinary industry in different fields, name it, confectionery, pastries, different cuisine, continental, intercontinental, Pan-Africa, and now we are working on Afrofusion. Afrofusion is infusing Western food into African cuisines. And it's been an amazing one because you traveling from Nigeria to other country, you discover you can actually eat whatever you find on your way there, because a lot of chefs today are engaging on Afrofusion, and I encourage each and every one of us, being as a chef, you need to infuse a lot of things, be creative, okay? Let it not be regular, because food has gone beyond what we ever think. Yeah. I'm going to run water on it. So, just help me try it. You're good? Yep. Yeah, then the first thing we're adding is vegetable oil, because we need to fry the sauce. Please, you don't allow it to be too oily, if not it will affect your production.
Next.
You allow the oil to heat up a bit before you build up your flavor. So I'm going to be using my onion to build the flavor, including the spices. Then you can as well add, like we have these spices here. You can as well add some ginger to it, yeah. But garlic, please make sure persons taking it are good with garlic. If not, I don't really advise people to add garlic to general cooking, yeah. So now we add the onion to develop flavor. And please, when you are using a non-stick pan, it has to be a non-stick spoon or wooden spoon, so you don't mess up your cooking tools. So I'm going to be adding the CFC, just about a half teaspoon. Then the garam masala powder as well, half teaspoon. So let me check my nutmeg masala so that I can just top a little bit to it, because it really gives me that unique flavor.
You're not yet getting what
yes, I'm not getting what I want, because I'm still trying to, like I say, this is a unique food whereby anybody can actually eat. And I make it in such a way that we have a lot of yam at home, plantain, but we don't know how to give it a twist. So that is just what I'm trying to create out of this. I got some nutmeg masala.
The aroma has suddenly changed.
Yeah. So next, I'll be adding the crushed peppers.
All of that?
Yes, please.
Ooh,
because it's not going to be too hot, because 40% is scotch, 40% is red bell pepper, another 40% is red jalapeno, only 20% is scotch bonnet. Yeah. So it's not going to be too hot. Then we have the chili to spice it up. This is what we are using to spice it up. Yeah.
And to give it more color.
Yeah, to give it more color. And this can be really, really, really good for breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah, or if you're having a party, you want to create that fusion. So next.
Even adults that have ulcer.
Yeah, but it's not really that too harsh. So we're adding our seasonings.
Mixed?
Yes, mixed seasonings.
I love the aroma.
It's adding some extra.
I'm suspecting ginger.
No.
Okay.
I didn't add, but I said you can add. Right here and there, we are good. So I'm going to be testing this just to know if we are on points before we start adding the yam, because the yam is going to go inside and the plantain, and I'm going to mash everything together.
Interesting.
Yes, before we start doing the final touches. Yeah. At this juncture, we are good to go.
Beautiful.
So, now our yam and plantain are coming in. So we are going to add, you help me while I add
the yams.
Yeah.
Are we peeling the plantain?
Yes, while I mash the yam. So you can just take your time to do this. So I think we are good to go. You can see it's properly mashed. If you mashed it too much, you might not feel that plantain. We still want a situation whereby you can still feel the yam and plantain.
Okay.
If not, you should have pound.
Okay, that's correct.
Yeah. So, now, I'm going to use my hand now because I'm adding the egg.
Oh.
Yeah, because eggs serve as a binding agent.
Yes, that's correct.
So it's going to bind it together. You see the reason why we need to be on hand gloves. Then the corn flour comes in. It's time for us to start molding, so I'm going to be transferring this into a bowl. We have it here.
This one?
Yes, please. And I have another bowl over here. I'm just going to lift it up. Put it here. Here we have another bowl, and on this bowl I'm going to be adding breadcrumbs.
Okay.
Yes. And here is the breadcrumbs. It's part of the recipe from the beginning. So, yeah. Now, you mold into balls. Then we drop into the breadcrumbs.
Is this fine?
Yes, you coat it.
Is it okay?
Yeah, you cut and we drop there. So while doing this, we have to make sure our oil is being preheated. So I have my pan here. Then add some reasonable amount of oil to the pan.
Deep frying?
Yes, we are deep frying.
So Fatima, am I getting it right?
Yes, but you need to mold it properly to smooth. Yeah. So some persons will like still take it back to like egg, coat it first, but I don't want it to look as if maybe we are making yam ball. And that is why we are only using breadcrumbs so that the back will look crusty. Yeah. I'm gonna be using this spoon to drop.
Okay, it's ready now.
Yeah, it's ready. So we can start dropping one at a time. Or you can even use your hand, but you have to be careful with the oil.
Won't it front, Chef?
You said?
Won't it front?
No. So you fry this to golden brown, and you discover that the back is really looking crust because of the breadcrumbs. Yeah.
Well done, Chef.
Thank you. Okay, so here we go. So let's
our
move.
spicy yam plantain balls is ready to serve.
Yeah. Okay, Nigerian cuisine, what makes it unique is that we have a lot when it comes to, in fact, in the whole of Africa, when it comes to food, we are blessed. And of course, infusing traditional flavor or modern flavor into traditional flavor is just giving it a twist. We are not going out of the originality. It's just to bring out that chef in us. Yeah. I think one of the cooking show, I have several cooking show experience. Yeah. One of it is, of course, the one with the NTA, and also the one with Brekete family. Yeah, because that is how I started my cooking show career with them. And NTA, AIT, CGTN, just name it. I enjoy every bit of it because I discovered the content I create for each of the station has nothing to do with each other. It's totally different. Yeah. Be yourself. Do research, because as we are talking, a lot of people are on the internet trying to Google what you are trying to say, whether you are right or wrong. So in order for you not to be caught aware, have the certificates in your head, not just the certificates. So I have this.
Presentation time.
Yes, I'm going to, this is a sweet chili sauce. You spread it.
There you are.
So the sauce actually goes with the plantain, yam.
The spicy plantain.
Yeah, the spicy plantain yam balls. So like I said, it's actually crispy. Oh my God, the plantain does a lot of magic to that. So I can dip, can use it as a dip, you know, and we done our presentation already. Okay. I can help you with one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can use this as a dip.
Ooh, it's still hot.
The sweet chili sauce really, oh my God. Oh my God.
So this is really fantastic.
Yeah.
I like what I'm eating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fatima, this is awesome.
And this, pairing it with this.
You can actually enjoy this with any dip of your choice.
Yes, please. You can make a cocktail sauce. You can make, yeah, cocktail sauce will really go well as well. You can use chili sauce, you can use ketchup, you can use cocktail sauce for this. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm always glad to be with you.
You're welcome.
And this masterpiece right here can contest with whatever it is from, you know, any other chef could boast of from other clients. For the record, caterers, this is another beautiful recipe.
Yeah, for appetizer.
Small chops.
Yeah, for small chops.
You may wish to add it to your plethora of offerings for events.
Events, yeah.
Well done, chef.
Thank you.
Now this looks really beautiful. Presentation really makes a difference. We have tasted it, and I have to tell you that it is savory, crusty, and all the flavors, you know, hitting the right spots in my mouth. You need to try it all out at home. I love the bright red-orange from the pepper, which affects the flavor as well in a positive way. And of course, thank you so much, Chef Fatima, for always having us in your kitchen. I have learned a lot, and I know my esteemed viewer has also done same. It's a wrap, folks. See you again next week as we bring to you another beautiful package of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. Have a fabulous day.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experience it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
Onitsha traditionally consists of 9 villages, otherwise known as Ebo Etenani. These are descendants of the progenitor Umezechima, comprising Isuekwe, Olosi, Umwazeroli, Oke, Bonabo, Obikporo, and Ogbeota, whose claim origin from Igala in Kogi State, Awada, Obankpa, and Odumegu.
The name Onitsha is derived from the ancestor, Onishe, the younger brother of Oduduwa. They first settled at Ile-Ife, and Onishe took off, leaving his brother Oduduwa at Ile-Ife, and settled in Benin. Left Benin through his son Ezechima in Benin, known as Ehime. He wanted to settle across the river Niger. Ado in Benin language means border. So he was heading for a place of settlement. He came to this part of the world and is known as Onitsha Nidu.
Being one of the major towns in Anambra State, Onitsha has a viable traditional institution which is headed by the Obi of Onitsha. The Obi is assisted by the Indiche, who are titled Red Cap Elders and First-Class Chiefs, Indioko, Second-Class Chiefs, and Indichi Okwareze, Third-Class Chiefs.
My responsibility as you know, I'm the right-hand man to the Obi of Onitsha. And anytime he's away, I deputize for him. Anytime he's out of town, I deputize for him. And also, I try to organize the niche so that they will be effective in their duties. And then I report to Abogli any issue that requires his attention.
From 1500, when Ezechima became the first Obi of Onitsha Kingdom to date, the kingdom is witnessing the reign of the 21st Obi. The last 3 Obis of Onitsha were Igwe Chukwebelu Okori II, who reigned from 1935 to 1961. 1962 to 1970 saw the reign of Obi Joseph Okodili. The predecessor of the present Obi is Igwe Alphonsus Ofala Okechukwu. He reigned from 1970 to 2001. The status of all the past Obis dotes the palace of the Obi of Onitsha, giving it unique beauty and keeping history alive. His Royal Majesty Nnameka Alfred Achebe, who became the Obi in 2002. He was born on the 14th May 1941. He is a direct descendant of Ezeroli through the lineage of Chimedi, Ozere Obi, and Oguzani. The Obi of Onitsha had sound preparation for life through his education with excellent results from his primary and secondary schools. He later obtained a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Stanford University, followed by a master's degree in business administration from Columbia University, New York City, USA. Achebe had a 30-year career within the Shell Group of companies. He held top-level managerial positions in Universal Insurance Limited, Diamondback PLC, and Unilever Nigeria, among many other positions.
Everything that happens in this world is ordained by God Almighty. And I remember one of my early managers in Shell. I think I was about 2 years in the company. And he said, "Young man, I wish you luck. That life is maybe 60 or 70% luck, and the rest of it is your own hard work. So maybe I've been lucky all the time. You know, that's all I can say. But it's important that you work hard in everything you do. Having done your best, be contented. Sometimes you do better than others. You recognize. Sometimes others do better than you. you congratulate them and you learn from them. That's what life is all about.
The Obi of Onitsha is indeed a national figure whose position in the scheme of things is renowned. He is today the Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. In the traditional setting, the Obi is the Chairman, Anambra State Council of Traditional Rulers. As the custodian of culture and tradition of the entire Onitsha Kingdom, Obi Nnameka strives to take his kingdom to the next level in today's world.
My dream, or rather my agenda for my kingdom, Onitsha, primarily has been to move the community forward into the 21st century. The 21st century is an era of rapid change, driven by technology, information dispersal, etc., etc. So change is taking place all over the world at a faster and faster pace. And anybody, any community, or even a nation that is not keeping abreast of change, or even managing to stay ahead of change, will go into oblivion.
Traditionally, the Onitsha Kingdom is rich in culture. As such, celebrates numerous traditional festivals, which avail the people of the kingdom the opportunities to witness cultural outings of the Obi of Onitsha. One of such festivals is the Omatu Festival, an occasion which the people of Onitsha rejoice participating in.
In Onitsha, it is believed that before Omatu, people were in farming, food was scarce. But immediately food begins to come, what we do is to designate a day such as today for Eze. There are other days for other groups of people to thank God for His mercy, His mercy and bountiful blessing on the people that enable them to have harvest.
The Omatu festival is usually celebrated across board, beginning with the Obis Omatu. The Obis Omatu, which is the Grand Omatu, like other major festivals, is usually celebrated at the Obis Palace. The Obis Palace is located on a large expanse of land. Its architectural beauty is indeed a pride of the kingdom. Once every year, the Obi of Onitsha offers general feeding to his subjects, and the Omatu is the time when that takes place. The outing of the Obi of Onitsha, accompanied by his chiefs, ushering the commencement of the Omatu festival. The Obi goes out to the outdoor space where people are gathered to welcome him with the chants of praises from both men and women. The colorful outing of the Obi is to go round and shower blessings on his subjects. The subjects, while receiving royal blessings, are full of joy as they admire His Majesty. At the outing of the Obi, those present have an opportunity to view firsthand his royal dance steps. After the royal dance, the Obi goes into the chamber to receive homage paid him by his chiefs and other subjects, male and female. That done, the high chiefs also display their dancing skills in solidarity with the Obi. After admiring his chiefs, who followed his footsteps in the display of traditional dance step of the Onitsha Kingdom, once again comes out to appreciate them while they line up to receive His Majesty. And together they go to the traditional court, where other activities that signify the Omatu festival follow. At this point, more homages are paid to the Agboigidi, the Obi, beginning with the first-class chiefs. He who brings kola nut brings life. So it is at the Omatu Festival. As part of the series of events that unfold during this important festival, His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, ushers in more peace into his domain by breaking kola nuts and distributing them to his subjects. At the traditional court, only the Obi of Onitsha has his cap worn. Also, no woman covers her head as the traditional rites continue. In continuation of the Omatu festival, subjects of the Obi keep seeking additional royal blessings from him. Gifts presented by them are blessed by the Obi and their joy is intensified. The Omatu festival signifies the celebration of the blessings of the gods to the people of the kingdom. It is symbolized by eating of the corn food. To this end, Agboigide offers this feeding first to the ancestors and their subjects to follow. Corn food and kola nuts, which come from Obi of Onitsha's hand, are given to the subjects, are truly blessed. That paves way for more food to be brought out to be enjoyed by subjects of the Obi of Onitsha, whose task at the Omatu festivals considered accomplished. A kingdom with rich culture and tradition, as exemplified by the Onitsha kingdom, requires only a royal father who has his people at heart and accommodates others, a quality which Obi Alfred truly has.
We've been living in the palace since the reign of the immediate past Obi. We have been here for almost 30 years now and we have had no problem. The present Obi is doing so well for us. We appreciate all that the Obi is doing for us and we thank God for everything.
Of recent, he himself took it upon himself to train over 70 Onitsha youth on entrepreneurship. He made the youths of Onitsha to understand that minus education, whether you're a graduate or not a graduate, you can still make yourself. So the Obi himself is a man who has a reputation, not just a reputation, but an extraordinary reputation that every Igbo man, every Nigerian, every Anambarians honor at any time. And you know, Onitsha, a traditional institution, is one of the biggest and the largest institution in Igbo land, having traced the tradition of Onitsha all the way from Yoruba Kingdom to Benin Kingdom, from Benin Kingdom to where we are.
Although the major responsibility of Obi Nnameka as the paramount ruler is to lead the Onitsha kingdom, which he does genuinely. The royal father also holds on to his hobbies, which he sees as beneficial to his subjects as well.
My present preoccupation, maybe you call it a hobby, but my present preoccupation is collecting visual arts, both modern, contemporary visual arts, and also to a lesser extent, because they're not easily about traditional arts, okay, and encouraging Onitsha boys and girls to become more creative and become artists, because Onitsha has been famous in producing visual artists. Art captures life, and life is art. So if you go through the arts, the artistic creation of a community, you can almost determine their life over generations because of the way they've represented their life and all of that. So I have a passion for that, and I've got a large collection, or a modest collection, put it that way. A large but modest collection, put it that way.
No doubt, we have seen in this episode a kingdom with a rich culture and tradition. The joy that follows the coming together of the people of the Onitsha kingdom and the outing of the Obi, who is new at all outings, is worthwhile.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom
of diamonds.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future warning or a distant threat. One of the most pressing environmental issues of our time is plastic pollution, be it in a visible form, microplastic or nanoplastic. What role do you see government policies or public awareness playing in the future of waste recycling in Nigeria and in Africa by extension? How exactly is rising temperature and extreme weather condition increase diseases in this climate? Please stay safe and healthy until we return.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
What you want and what you need. There are some things you can do personally, something that is natural to you that you can make money from. Most people don't think about it. Once you have a job, have a business, you think that's the way because this is what I know how to do. But what do they need in your area? Some areas, they don't have anywhere they can buy water. You are back home. People should know that when they need cold, pure water, they can come to this gate at night and get it. Do something with what you have paid for.
For many Nigerians, building wealth starts from turning skills into income and making deliberate choices. It's not always about how much you have.
How long can you stay without any? I mean, if peradventure you lose your job today, are you still going to be that rich auntie?
Sometimes when you say people should create another source of income, say, no, I don't have money. You don't have to. So the same resource you have, the same value you have is actually for you to just identify who might need this.
Are you building assets or accumulating liabilities? Because in the end, your financial future is shaped by one decision at a time. The goal is not to avoid spending entirely, but to spend wisely by living a champion lifestyle with a Tiger Nuts budget.
This is the network service of the NTA.
A growing environmental crisis, one that is no longer distant, but immediate and visible to everyday life, from the rapid loss of forests across communities to rising air and water pollution in urban centers. The signs are clear. On environment matters this week, we will be drawing attention of the National Assembly to the urgent need for the quick passage of the environmental Social and Health Impact Assessment Bill into law. And now for many that believe the proposed legislation is critical to addressing the growing environmental challenges facing Nigeria. I am Charles Alpha, welcoming you to this week's edition of Environment Matters. Across the country, deforestation continues at an alarming rate, driven by logging, agricultural expansion, and fuel woods dependence. This not only threatens biodiversity, but also weakens natural protection against climate extremes. In coastal and riverine areas, erosion and flooding are becoming more frequent, displacing families and destroying homes. In cities, rapid urbanization without proper planning has led to mounting waste, inadequate sanitation, and overstretched infrastructure. But all these are not just environmental concerns. They are human and public health issues.
Communities in Nigeria are experiencing different environmental health issues. And you cannot talk about health without first mentioning food. So our food production is compromised as a result of climate change impact, drought, and all these issues impact our food. Without good food, you cannot have good health. And you see, the G7, just few days ago last week at their meeting in France, identified land degradation and desertification as a global security threat. So clearly tells you that land degradation is a big issue, and Nigeria as a country and many communities are experiencing land degradation. As a matter of fact, when we talk of land degradation, our minds go to the north, the frontline states. But it's even deeper, even around the north central. Deep, you have issues of soil erosion, gully erosion, and soil infertility.
We believe in peaceful coexistence with each other and with our environment.
We believe that it is wrong to destroy our biodiversity, which is God's gift to us.
We all depend on the beautiful animals and plants that keep our planet alive. And it is morally wrong to drive our wildlife to extinction or destroy protected forest.
So please help protect our health and our environment.
Report wildlife crime
and say no to illegal bushmeats. Keep them wide
and keep us safe.
And keep us safe.
The air people breathe, the water they drink, and the environment they live are increasingly compromised. Cases of respiratory illnesses linked to poor air quality are on the rise. Waterborne diseases continue to affect vulnerable populations, especially children. Not to talk about improper waste disposal, which exposes communities to toxic substances and poorly regulated industrial activities, introducing harmful pollutants into the environment.
Pollution constitutes effects on all forms of life, from biodiversity to human health, to public health, to environment, to marine, to oceans, to everything you can think of, even to agriculture. Recent research have shown that in terms of human health, some chemicals made in plastics used to make plastics like phthalates and dysphyllon A have an implication on reproduction. That is to say, plastics can affect how we give birth, or they can cause deficiency in the children we give birth to.
Data clearly shows that air pollution, kills a lot of young children. If you take a look at the number of generators we have in Nigeria, over 2 million generators. The emissions from those generators, where do they go? They are within the environment, and people inhale them, and this results in respiratory illnesses, which also compromise the health of people, especially children. Waste disposal is another big issue that is also compromising the health of our people. You pass around major waste dump and you perceive the very strong odor. It is not good for one's health, and unfortunately, a lot of our waste disposal facilities, I would say, a lot of them are within urban areas, and then those communities are impacted, not just by the smell, but water pollution itself, because once there is runoff, all of those toxins are washed into the waters. The communities, even within Abuja here, we still have communities that depend on streams and rivers for their water, And then you look at the groundwater pollution. Yes, a lot of people depend on boreholes, right? But then, when this waste accumulates in places over time, it seeps into the groundwater, especially electronic waste. It's important to still emphasize the issue of air pollution, because a lot of times what our people do is just to burn this waste. And our waste is not segregated, so it's a mixture of both organic waste, electronic waste that are highly carcinogenic, and all of that. You flare it into the air, and people just breathe in this. And the question I keep asking myself, what happens to all the medical waste we have within the country? Because some of them contain, human tissues and all. You go to places, you see needles and syringes, in the open. So you are compromising the health of the nation.
Despite existing laws and policies aimed at protecting the environment, significant gaps remain. Enforcement, experts say, is often weak. And in many cases, environmental impact assessments are treated as routine formalities rather than critical safeguards.
Yes, we have many environmental laws. Unfortunately, the enforcement have been a very big issue. Nearly every state in this country have the State Environmental Protection Agency or the State Waste Management Agency, Ministry of Environment. Even at the national level, we have, the Ministry of Environment, we have NESRA, and all these other agencies. But what does it take to get an EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, in this country? The process is as good as nothing. It's like a paper process where you just meet some, in quotes, consultants that already have a template that they just fill and submit. People don't get to participate in this process, and that's why anyone can establish any factory anywhere, and then you see the discharge of affluents into community streams, into the community, and no one follows up. There is no monitoring, there is no follow-up, and this is the issue. And that was why some of us were very excited when the National Assembly introduced a bill called Environmental and Social and Health Impact Assessment Bill.
We believe in peaceful coexistence with each other and with our environment.
We believe that it is wrong to destroy our biodiversity, which is God's gift to us.
We all depend on the beautiful animals and plants that keep our planet alive. And it is morally wrong to drive our wildlife to extinction or destroy protected forest.
So please help protect our health and our environment.
Report wildlife crime.
And say no to illegal bushmeats. Keep them wide.
And keep us safe.
And keep us
fossil free now. Fossil free now.
We're here to say, don't gas Africa. Yeah. We're here to say we care about our continent. We care about our children. We care about our people. And if you do not care about our people, please do not come.
It is within this context that the call for a more comprehensive and modern legal framework has grown louder, an urgent call to strengthen how environmental decisions are made and implemented in Nigeria. The Environmental, Social and Health Impact Assessment Bill represents a critical step in that direction. The proposed legislation seeks to go beyond the traditional scope of environmental assessments by integrating social and health consideration into a unified framework. It recognizes that development cannot be measured by economic gains alone, but must also account for its impact on people and the environment. If passed into law, the bill is expected to provide clearer guidelines for assessing the full implications of development projects before they are approved. Experts believe it will improve transparency, ensure accountability, and promote inclusive decision-making processes that take into account the voices of affected communities.
That's the very first reading. It has not even gone to the second reading. And I took a look at the bill to compare with what we currently have. The bill was coming to address some of these issues, putting the people first, the people and the environment first, which is critical for environmental protection. You are protecting the environment because of the people. A lot of times, people, even within communities, are not even aware of projects that are coming that will impact the community's lives, their livelihood, their health and all. They just wake up and then a company is coming to site, a factory in their place, and they don't know all of the impact. But the community must be involved in the process, which is currently lacking. You see that, yes, at the current bill, you see some adverts made in newspapers. How many communities members have access to read newspapers to even know that this is taking place? So it is about giving power to the people because it is about their land. And why I consider this bill very important at this point is all the critical minerals Nigeria have, as we are looking at transitioning, the dash for critical minerals is high.
The issues of environmental protection in Nigeria are somewhat new in the sense that prior to 1988, the level of environmental awareness in Nigeria was so low. It was the cocoa incident, that's the dumping of waste by an Italian firm in a community called Cocoa in Delta State that fired Nigerian curiosity towards environmental protection. And that was what led to the enactment through the legislature of the 2007 PEPA Act, which was re-enacted 5 years after that gave birth to Nigeria. So the legislature as an arm of government has a foundation that has been laid when it has to do with environmental protection. And of course, we know that globally, the issues of plastic, waste is taking a global dimension and is somewhat very, very disturbing. So, as a legislature, I think there is a role that the House is playing by trying to encourage some of these NGOs that are coming up with ways of managing the plastic waste in our society currently. I might not give you exactly those legislatures that have been put in place already, and it has to do with management of plastic waste. But I think as a house that is responsible for lawmaking, we are putting in so much. Our principals are putting in so much.
We believe in peaceful coexistence with each other and with our environment.
We believe that it is wrong to destroy our biodiversity, which is God's gift to us.
We all depend on the beautiful animals and plants that keep our planet alive. And it is morally wrong to drive our wildlife to extinction or destroy protected forest.
So please help protect our health and our environment.
Report wildlife crime
and say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wide
and keep us safe.
And keep us safe.
By identifying potential risk early, it offers an opportunity to prevent harm rather than respond to crisis after they occur. Experts believe that a strengthened legal framework will also enhance regulatory oversight, making it more difficult for harmful practices to go unchecked. It will, in fact, align Nigeria more closely with global best practices in sustainable development and environmental governance, they said, while supporting the country's commitment to protecting public health and natural resources. However, time is of the essence. As environmental challenges intensify, delays in legislative action carry serious consequences. Each day without a robust and enforceable framework increases the risk of irreversible damage, whether through polluted water sources, degraded land, or the loss of critical ecosystems. For communities already grappling with effects of environmental neglect, the cost of inaction is immediate and personal. Farmers face decline in yield due to soil degradation. Fishermen contend with dwindling catches as waterways become contaminated. Urban residents navigate flooded streets and uncollected waste, while healthcare systems strain under the burden of preventable illnesses. The urgency of the moment calls for decisive action. The case of the Environmental, Social, and Health Impact Assessment Bill is not just a legislative process. It is a necessary intervention to safeguard the future. It represents an opportunity to correct systemic weaknesses, protect vulnerable populations, and ensure that development is both responsible and sustainable.
NESRA must be strengthened, right? And not just that. That bill proposes to have a special court where people will be tried for disobeying and destroying the environment. Because, we feel the environment does not belong to anyone, so we can do anything we want. And so you cut down the trees. What is the penalty for cutting down trees? You pay few naira notes and you go free. That should change, such that when people destroy the environment and they are caught, there should be punishment for it. And then you don't have to merge this with the several courts and some of the many issues within the court. So you have a special court that will try, such cases speedily, so that people will know that you don't just destroy the environment the way we are. It is a big threat to our country.
So we need to bring all involved in regulating our forests under one roof with clearly defined policies and defined rules for all actors, including the community, the state, the federal government, and civil society groups, including private sector participation. There is currently a fund internationally available for organizations and countries that meet certain criteria in protecting their forests. At the Ministry of Environment, there are policies that reward practices to improve our environment and our forest cover. Thank you.
What's cute, harmless, and depends on its mother for food and protection? Well, me of course, but also a shy little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and scales. If we continue this way, the pangolins will soon disappear. We can't allow this to happen. Tell your families and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins and other protected animals. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
We believe in peaceful coexistence with each other and with our environment.
We believe that it is wrong to destroy our biodiversity, which is God's gift to us.
We all depend on the beautiful animals and plants that keep our planet alive. And it is morally wrong to drive our wildlife to extinction or destroy protected forest.
So please help protect our health and our environment.
Report wildlife crime
and say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wide
and keep us safe.
And keep us safe.
The call to action is drawing attention to the realities on the ground and the risk of continued delay. It underscores the need for lawmakers to act swiftly in passing the bill, recognizing that the health of the environment is inseparable from the well-being of the people. Because in the end, the question is not whether action is needed, but whether it will come in time. Once again, I am Charles Alpha. Thank you for watching.
The mosaic. So piece together your time wisely.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactional mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank, except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago, when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era. ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International body like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience, it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains. Has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population